can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart. to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can your destiny. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can your destiny. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now As tears subside, I find it all so amusing.
Chat, this is gonna make me cry.
I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way.
He's so sad.
Oh no, not me. I did it my.
He's so sad.
For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blues and did it my way.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Catharsis of pity and fear, anyone? Jesus Christ. This guy's a tragedy now.
Yes, it was
So much tragedy, so much comedy. He always had it his way, and it's just not going his way anymore. I mean, that's the so I put the channel that made that, you know, that's not mine. I'm not the author of that, right? Somebody else did it. That's their channel. I don't know anything about them. Another small channel with an AI Vaush. This one's sad though. This one's like sad, right? It's like I don't know. I get sad for Colleen. I get sad for Illuminati, and I get sad for Vaush. I don't know why. I just have this, like, as much as I like rip Bozo and shit like that, I don't really rip Bozo. He could be in a wheelchair, and his nurse could push him around the stage like in Drop Dead Gorgeous. Was that the same AI that made the horse pictures? Good question. It's the same AI brain, yeah. The same, what is it called? Massive learning model. That's what it's called, an MLM. Not to be confused with the MLMs like Patrick Bet David's MLM, but or the MLMs that Illuminati used to talk about. But yeah, he did it his way. That's true. That's the truth of the matter. You know, you got to hand it to him. You actually don't have to handle it. It's his birthday. Oh my God. It's his birthday. Well, happy birthday, Vaush. We left you off the thumbnail. I hope you appreciate that. They use that song for Perfect Cell. Oh, and DBZ Abridged. Yo, I really like Perfect Cell and DBZ Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Like, he's a compelling character. Do you know those ones where like those people, like they do I think the people what is it called? Project 3-star, Project 4-star? The people that make DBZ Abridged, they also have these episodes where like somebody that's not in Dragon Ball comes up to fight Cell. Too bad horses don't celebrate Valentine's Day, right? It's Valentine's Day. It's Vaush's birthday. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Happy birthday to Vaush if you're out there watching. Like I said, we left you off the thumbnail today. You're not on the thumbnail. We got all, it's kind of like it's like kind of like all the king's horses. That's what we got today. We got the king's horses instead. We got Keffals, we got Tipster, and we got Xanderhal. And that is a horse that may have left the stable. Is that the phrase that I'm looking for? Is that the phrase that works? The horses, no, it's not, right? One tin soldier rides away, and that tin soldier is Xanderhal. Like, they tell you can go and hate your neighbor. They tell you can go ahead and hate a friend. You do it in the name of heaven, you can justify it in the end, but there won't be any trumpets blowing come the judgment day. On the bloody morning after, Xylitol runs away. I know, right? I'm sad today. I don't know. I can't do it, chat. I can do it, and I will do it, and it's my job to do it. So I'm here for you. I'm here for you to cover all of the fallout, all of the delicious tea. Have you got your tea? Have you got your snacks? What's up, Melody Wave? Vaush is really just into glue. Oh no, that's dark. That's dark. I was just starting to feel bad for the guy. No, I have this thing where, like, I have a lot of empathy. And sometimes the empathy, it spills over in directions that are just like not, you know, it's like, really, empathy for... sympathy for the devil. That's what we're talking about today, chat. Allow me to introduce myself. Yes, we're gonna do all the classic rock hits today. We're gonna get DMCA'd the F off the internet, because that's one great way to do that, is play Boomer Dad Rock. I think that's Boomer Dad Rock. It's like 70s, right era for Boomer Dad Rock. 80s, 70s. Spilling in many directions for Vaush. Yeah, I'm pouring one out for Vaush. Pouring some void coffee out for Vaush. But yeah, like I said, I hope you got your tea and snacks. I got mashed potatoes today, chat. Like, I mean, kind of. They're not really mashed yet. I just realized that. I forgot the most important part of mashed potatoes, and that is to actually mash your potatoes. And I'm like, can I mash them with a spoon? Is that how potatoes get mashed? We got the garlic. We got the potatoes. We got a little bit of tahini and some salt. And I mean, like, I don't know, if I use my spoon, that might yield some mashed potatoes over the course of several days, right? This is how humanity started, right? All gathering up tubers by the creekside, watching out for predators, right? And digging up giant tubers in order to grind up into something that you can actually eat. Because I don't know if you know this, but tubers aren't exactly delicious. Thank goodness we cultivated those tubers into something a little bit more substantial. You know what I'm saying? Like potatoes, like that can sustain a person. Tubers, that's a lot of chomping for very few calories. Thank goodness we've got this wonderful, great society that we live in. Get a potato ricer? Ooh, make the best mashed potatoes with that. I think you're right, Grey Knight. I think that would work. It's a wild that Vaush even got to have such a huge audience. And anyway, his commentary is boring. I don't know. I'm told that he's a good public speaker. What do you think? I'm told that people like the way that he speaks. It's weird though. Because, like, I mean, I've got like certain verbal patterns that people comment on. I get to learn all about how it feels to listen to my voice for hours on end, because people do listen to my voice for hours on end, especially the past few days. If you wanted to get all the stories, if you wanted to get all the juicy drama, you were listening to me for several hours on end. We're gonna try to not go quite as far today as far as the stream goes. Like, it's bad for me, it's bad for you, it's bad for Vaush, it's bad for everyone. So I've got, you know, several things that I have to show you, right, to just kind of clean up those loose ends. What's going on with Vaush's orbiters? Who even are the orbiters anymore? I feel like there was more orbiters. Anybody else feel like there was more orbiters? Like, I mean, there were some that weren't quite as close. Can anybody just, okay, go off chat. I need your help here. Am I missing anyone? As far as the people that are standing and defending Vaush, am I missing any people? Do we have, so we got Keffals, we got Tipster, we got Xanderhal, we got Demon Mama. Demon Mama has not spoken, as far as I know. Sunday has dropped him hard. Yes. We actually went over that yesterday. So if you really want to see just the Sunday thing, you can scroll to the very end of the VOD, and somehow I gave a decent analysis, I think. Right? I always worry about content that is at the very end of like an extremely long VOD. And yesterday's WOD? We're not talking about long WODs here. We're not talking about ropes or WODs or anything like that. Like, get your mind out of the gutter, Irene. Get your mind out of the gutter and into the horse trough. The horse trough of content that we're all going to be eating out of very shortly. Right? So yeah, Keffals and Tipster commiserating over their fallen hero Vaush. Xanderhal, if you remember, when we last left him, he was looking sad. His numbers were about like what my numbers are, and that's a long way to fall, right? He's you know, he's got like 80,000 subs or something, right? He shouldn't be getting my numbers, but he was, because people were sick of him. People hated the way that he went about his whole drama with Keffals. Keffals absolutely ate in that drama, and you know, Xanderhal just got curb stomped by all of Wildleaf. It was brutal. It was ugly. I mean, I'm sure lots of you enjoyed it because you don't have this overabundance of empathy that I have. Riverboat Jack has stayed out of it completely. I've seen a few people doing that. I've seen a few drama refugees here. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't know. They're eating good. They're eating good. That's a strategy too. That is Riverboat Jack, you know, just kind of feasting over a fallen clout daddy. Because I mean, you know what that does, right? You're sick of the horse shit. I didn't even mean to say that. Hey, Chinkyuger, how are you doing? Great wads are still being made and still will continue to be made, right? Xanderhal is not smart for yeah, people are realizing that, no, it's not just that. I mean, like, there was a drama, right? There was a drama going on between Xanderhal and Keffals. There was the one thing that Xanderhal was like, I've ever seen him be right about, right? Is that Shoe on Head is kind of shitty. Yeah, that's true. And, you know, he took it too far. He was like, Keffals, how could you be, you know, on stream with Shoe on Head when she's kind of shitty? She was shitty to me. She was shitty to Demon Mama. Don't you care about us? And Keffals was like, you can't tell me who to be friends with. I don't know. It went really bad for Xanderhal. Xanderhal thought that after all of the carnage that he suffered, all of the blood for the blood god that he spilled right in front of Keffals, that maybe he could drop a nuke. Nuke Keffals from orbit sounds like a plan, right? I've got the screenshots. I've got the inside information. I got somebody who talked to Keffals, and we're gonna release the Keffals DMs. It turns out that the party who Keffals DM'd with did not want those DMs to be released. And not only that, but the entire Whiteleaf organization came down on Xanderhal and let him know in no uncertain terms that were he to release these DMs, he would be the one getting nuked, right? So he was just like, yeah, you blackmailed me and it worked. What could I do? And he was sad, Xanderhal. Sad Xanderhal for a long time. He took a little break. I wish I could say he cleaned his room, but it doesn't really look like it. It's starting to look like a little bit like Asmongold's house, right? Zan's new house is kind of like, you know, Asmongold's in the attic, Zan's in the basement. Maybe they live in the same house. Maybe they're roommates now, Chad. I don't even know. Where does Asmongold live? Maybe with Xanderhal. Who knows? We'll find out. We'll find out today about all these sussy bakas. What are they doing? Where are they going? Where can we go from here? I am so in need of lipstick. Xylitol loves Asmongold so much. Really? I wasn't even aware there was a connection there. I was just spitballing. I was just top of the dome. Vaush might touch marijuana something inappropriately. Terrariums. Oh no! Wait, marijuana. Oh, I know who marijuana is. You're talking about the TYT lizard. Streams 3 days in a row. Yeah, I guess I can handle it. What lipstick am I using? Revlon. I don't know if that's a, It's Matte 21, aka Black Cherry. That's what we're doing here. Asmongold is the most boring, shittiest person ever. Yeah, he's kind of right-wing, right? Look, I feel bad about dunking on somebody because his house is dirty, because it's like, I don't know. But apparently, he's right-wing, right? There's something bad about Asmongold. Wait, I know he was like massively like against any kind of boycott of the J.K. Rowling game. still troubled. Oh, that gecko thing F's with me too, Half Black Reaper. Xylitol has publicly declared how much he's enjoyed Asmongold's streams. Well, I mean, he's trying to clout chase, right? That's probably the smartest thing that he's doing because, yeah, so what I was getting to was the fact that Xanderhal has been used and abused. He has been hung out to dry. That's the phrase that I'm looking for. There's a phrase that there's a metaphor, there's an expression that does not involve a horse. Because chat, it does not indeed always have to involve a horse or a lizard or any sort of animal that like cannot consent and thus should be kept far away from Vaush. It does not have to involve an animal. Animals are innocent. But Xanderhal's kind of laughing now. Kind of laughing at all of them. Taken to the laundrette, as the Brits would say. Yeah, exactly. He got taken to the laundrette. Soul Life lived. Dudes, where's my car? Is this is this confirmed? Asmongold is as enlightened centrist with politics. Oh, as bad as moist critical with less res. No, dried blood on his wall from wiping it from his mouth while his teeth rotted. Poor Asmongold. See, I feel bad for everybody. I don't know, chat. This is the thing, okay? This is the thing. I'm coming up to a crossroads in my content, right? Like, a lot of what I've been dealing with is the influence of the Whiteleaf network on leftism, which is only really a big deal because they call themselves leftist. It wouldn't be as big of a deal if they weren't as big. It wouldn't be a big of a deal if they were just shitty centrists or they were like Destiny, you know, orbiters, progressives or whatever. It's what's bad about it is that they LARP as leftist. That's the problem, right? It's a problem for the left. And I feel like there's been a lot of different strategies, mostly like leave them the fuck alone, pretend they don't exist. And it hasn't worked because Vaush outgrew you know, a lot of the active BreadTube accounts. I mean, like, obviously there's accounts like ContraPoints, who we looked at Contra's tweets yesterday. Somebody suggested that Contra might be working on a video about Vaush. I'm not sold on that, right? Let's bring those tweets up. Let's bring up the VOD, as they say. Who says that? Oh my god, somebody said that at some point. ContraPoints. Okay, so here she is, Natalie Wen. And she says, using bogus transphobia accusations to defend a cis man's public consumption of sexually explicit images that are, yeah, is unbelievably harmful and egregious. Harmful and egregious? Jesus, Natalie. Jesus, Natalie. Okay, it's harmful and egregious. I'll buy it. That's all I've got to say about this. Yes, the video is coming. Okay, so there's the word that I'm hanging on. A lot of people are hanging on. There's two ways to interpret this, right? It's in a tweet, obviously about Vaush. So 100% is this tweet about Vaush? Yeah, no, there's no way that it's anybody else. That's all I'm gonna say about this, right? Okay. Yes, the video is coming. So, to a lot of people, this really sounds like there is a video about Vaush coming from ContraPoints. ContraPoints has talked about Vaush before. They were friends. They were buddies. They had the camaraderie of the accused. Somebody Shakespeare, are you in here by chance? I need to know how to say camaraderie of the accused in French. I feel like it would sound so much better in French. And I know that if I try to figure it out, I'm gonna get it wrong. I'm gonna say something weird. Because even though I know a lot of French words, even though I can pronounce things, I don't necessarily know the way that average French person says like normal things. Right? And it's different. It's not just like look up words and anyway. They were streaming when I came online. Wait, they were streaming? Are you talking about you fell asleep before the Contra tweets? Wait, who was streaming? I'm sorry, I'm missing out. Shakespeare. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. So maybe we'll see Shakespeare a little later in here, and I can find out how to say camaraderie of the accused in French. I don't know, Chad. I just feel like it would sound better in French. But they had the camaraderie of the accused back in the day. They were friends. They did content together. They were buds. They were both getting canceled and both like bitching about the woke scolds and the Tinder queers and all the cancel mobs, the woke cancel mob, coming to get the only content creator that can possibly save us from this alt-right wave. Right? We need people to save us from the alt-right, and that was Vaush and that was Natalie, and then we had the tactical misogyny, where Vaush decided the best tactic to really get under J.K. Rowling's skin and get her to engage with him, because that's really what he wanted, was to be openly misogynistic. Probably he would say jokingly misogynistic. Not serious about what he said, it was a joke, right? But that's Queen Turf. J.K. Rowling is Queen Turf, and their favorite narrative, one of their favorite narratives, is that trans rights activists, you know, as they like to call anybody who thinks that trans men are men, trans women are women, is a dirty trans rights activist, right? They're trying to make that a thing, like TRA, MRA, like, yeah, because they do have this fascination and this focus on trans women in particularly, like, so they're trying to make the TRA thing stick. It's not really working, nobody cares, but they still do it anyway. But they like to say that trans rights activists are misogynistic, and that's the real impetus. It's not about like trans rights, it's not about trans liberation, it's about misogyny. It's about, you know, it's about invading women's spaces, right? This kind of shit, right? Is what they'll say. So Vaush gives J.K. Rowling just what she wants, just what she needs to be able to quote retweet something and say, see, here we go, pro-trans account, and there's the misogyny. I told you it exists. They can't find it. It's hard to find misogyny from trans rights advocates, right? It's hard to find misogyny, right? There's not a big like crossover there, but I guess there is a little crossover, and its name is Vaush. So Vaush got his attention, and this is a pattern. This is what I was talking about last night with Sunday's video. This is a total pattern that we see go on again and again and again, is that Vaush's advocacy for marginalized groups tends to help him, aggrandize him, get him attention at the expense often of the groups that he's pretending to be defending. Same thing when he's trying to use bogus transphobia accusations to defend his bullshit, to defend his weird, you know, folders, like the contents of those folders, right? That's so like she said, it's harmful and egregious. I feel like there's something especially bad about it. He's defending himself in a way that lends credibility, because he's going down no matter what. Not just on the left, the right-wingers notice it too. The right-wingers, the commentary channels, all of the shitlords, right, are also, you know, rip bozoing this guy too. And he wants to drag trans people into it too, because he thinks somehow he's just reaching for something to pull himself up, and he's going down no matter what. So, you know, he wants to take trans people down with him. And I don't think we should stand for it. I don't think that anybody should stand for it. I gotta say, the one thing that Xan has done in the recent past, and this is today, is say, Vaush, that's not my floor, and that's not my problem, right? This is your shit. And like, who can blame him? He thought he was friends with Vaush. He thought they were tight. And when the shit hit the wall, when the shit hit the fan, Vaush didn't even try to weigh in to save him from just absolutely becoming the laughingstock of Whiteleaf. Vaush just sat on his hands and didn't take a side, right? Let the orbiters work it out, he said. And so Xan is like, I don't owe you anything. I don't know what you expect. Do you expect loyalty? Do you expect loyalty after that? I gotta appreciate it. I gotta appreciate it, right? And there's not a lot I can appreciate from Xan, so this is a interesting moment to step back and take a look at. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Xanderhal's reaction, which is mostly staying out of it, right? But he does have a few choice words for Vaush, right? And they're not nice. They're not nice. We've also got the infamous Cope stream of Kipster and Keffals. Who are Kipster and Keffals again, chat? Can you please remind me? AC, I was just a little queasy at Asmongold. I don't blame you. NCC exposes Vaush's true motives. Wait, did they have to do with dinosaurs though? Oh my god, age blind? When did that get brought up? That's scary. That's yikes. But yeah, Natalie's weighed in. We got ContraPoints, maybe even making a video. What do you think, chat? One in chat if you think ContraPoints is gonna make a video, because let me tell you the two ways this could go, all right? One is that it is just like it appears, and since this, yes, the video is coming, comes under this reference to Vaush, that yes, indeed, the video is about Vaush, right? And if that's the case, then you're gonna be waiting for a while. If she's just getting started on a video now, it's gonna take her a while. She does costumes, she does lighting, she does script, she does all the stuff, right? She is the quintessential, like, mama of BreadTube. And so she's gotta do it up right. There's no way that Contra's just gonna, plop herself in a chair in front of the webcam and just blurt it out like I do with no art whatsoever. She's gonna make this good. But here's what I kind of think, okay? I don't want you to get too excited about this, because the way that I read this is this, right? Blah, 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 Vaush bad. Literally Vaush bad, because he is, but right? Unbelievably, Vaush, unbelievably harmful and egregious, right? That's all I'm going to say about this. Yes, the video is coming. I think there's some chance that this is Natalie recognizing that she has not produced a video in how long? How long has it been since we've been graced by a ContraPoints video? 9 months ago. 9 months ago. Is that right? It was 9 months ago. And, even before that, we were getting like one video a year. So, and like, I don't know, like it's understandable. Given both the level of production that she has set up expectations for herself to have to do, and given the struggles that she has, it's important to, the struggles that we've all had, right? The shit that we've all been through, right? It's actually understandable. Agree with you. She's anticipating the where. Yeah. Yes. I think so, Jules. You're right on it. Les amis de la foot. Les amis de la foot. C'est vrai? C'est vrai? C'est phrase? Is that real, Redmond Barry? I'll believe you if you say. Oh yeah, just there, so you know, chat. This is always a confusion. We have a Jules in Twitch chat. We have a Jules in YouTube chat sometimes, right? They are not the same person. There's different ways to spell Jules, and Jules in YouTube chat is spelled with a O-O, and Jules in Twitch chat is spelled with a U, just a U. So it's a different, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? Sacre bleu. C'est ça, what is this? Natalie paused her Patreon in December and has not reactivated it since. So where I was in the crowd who thought she meant Vaush, now I don't. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, my best guess is it's not, but as I read it again, I see why people think it's Vaush. I can see why people think that. Oh yeah, I'm like, wait, what am I supposed to do now? I'm supposed to share with you my tweet. All right. No, that's not the right tweet. Oh, this is the one. Yeah, the one that I just put out. And it's right here if you want to interact with it. It's just like letting people know that I'm streaming, letting people know what we're talking about today, which is Keffals and Tipster tiptoeing through the copium fields, the copium poppies. Yes. Okay, no, we're getting a little too, we're memeing a little too close to the sun. Okay. Just understand, I'm not trying to imply anything there. I'm just like having fun with the word copium. That's all. Through the copium tulips here, while Zan backs away from the controversy. Not my floor, not my problem, says Xanderhal. While Keffals and Tipster say this is fine. But yeah, here's the Twitter post for all of you who like to interact with it, for all of you who have fun posting in the comments, which I appreciate, especially if you post like cats, and especially if those cats are bouncing and or like animals that fly that are not birds. I really like those. Or even sometimes when people send me deep fakes, which is what I'm convinced they are, of the mythological creature known as
Weasel. Weasel, 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 weasel.
the weasel. Yeah, obviously a mythical creature of the collective unconscious and not a real animal. But I like to see them anyway. I like to see those deep fakes that you've got of weasels that like that. That's my
Dingus Gambit
for today. What's up, Soup Slurper? Is this a chill stream? Does it feel like a chill stream to you? Does this look like the face of somebody who's chill with a soup slurper? The one offense in Discord that I cannot forgive. You think it's chill? You think it's safe to be here? Oh my god, why am I being so weird to like somebody comes in chat completely new, This is your first NCC stream, right? Soup Slurper? The music is chill. I like to slurp coffee, but I like to slurp soup sometimes too. I just like try to put my noise filter on the microphone first, if you know what I'm saying. That helps a lot. Music is chill, but I'm not sure we are chill. I don't know how chill I am. I've been through a lot. And by a lot, I mean like marathon streams to try to bring you the best of the tea on Vaush. Well, it's fresh, right? Because it won't be fresh forever. And he might not be so chill that everything is chill level 10. Prove you wrong? You want me to debate you? Look, I'll be a lot more chill if people will send me some weasels, okay? Can we get some weasels on this thread? I can't start stream till I see those deep fakes of those mythological creatures from the collective unconscious that we call weasels. The weird thing about weasels is that even though nobody's ever seen a weasel because they're not real, they don't exist, they're not real creatures, everybody seems to draw them and depict them in the same way, right? Everybody's got the same internal image of what a weasel looks like, even though it's like, you know, what does a unicorn look like? What does a dragon look like? What does a weasel look like? That's what we're asking. I have been the stream champ. Yeah, I have. Yeah, he got his beard in the soup. He was slurping soup and his beard kind of dipped into the soup and it was pea soup. So it just like, it just dripped all over the place. I don't know. Yeah, steaming hot Vaush fresh from the sewers. Ancient aliens? Oh my god, Jose Campos, thank you for the $2 super chat. Here's your V-Day money. Can you call me a loser? I think I called you a drama frog yesterday, but it was only because you brought us like half of the tea and not the whole tea. And we were wondering what was going on. Is everything okay? Is Stardust okay? Look, like I said, we've had Stardust and I. Oh my god, what is that? No way. No way. Like I said, I've had my issues with Stardust in the past, but I don't want to see her get falsely claimed by Vaushites just for covering this drama. That seems wrong. Nobody deserves that. Yeah, I was ready to fight for her, okay? Look, the weasel is Alden's mammal, basically. The weasel is Alden's mammal. It might not exist. Fight me, Vaush. I feel like a fight between Jink and Vaush is something I would pay to see. You went to bed before Stardust. Oh, so she was going long too. Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot to cover here. There's a lot to cover, and we're going to cover more of it today. We're going to cover the cope dripping off of the orbiters. We're going to cover Xanderhal's smug ass backing away into the bushes because it's not his problem. And hey, Xan, you're actually right about that. You're actually right about that. It is not your problem, right? Vaush is not your friend. Vaush was not there when you needed him. And why should you be expected to be there when he needs you? We enjoy your smug ass right now, Xanderhal. I would pay so much money to swatch that. Jink would body that, no question. Wait, you are friend-shaped? It causes more problems than most people think? All that I'm saying is I'm no longer saving... Oh, all the money you're saving from no longer supporting TYT. Yeah, that's good stuff. You sent me something. Okay. What are we dealing with? Oh, no. So I guess we're going to have to wish Vaush happy birthday. Is that right? We got a birthday boy. Oh no, is that a horse poop pie? What's on that pie? Oh my god, that's disturbing, Jules. There's an ad break right now, or there's an ad break like in, is it telling you in like 5 minutes, or is it telling you right now? Because it's not telling me jack. In 4 minutes, yes, yes. Thank goodness. Look, if you think this cake that Vaush is about to eat is vile, given that the decorations on it are literally horse piles, you may not have experienced the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you even in the middle of the hour. Strangely enough, right? And that comes out at you every hour for up to 3 minutes. You'll be stuck there watching ads for who knows what. It happened to me today. I was watching Hassan, and sure enough, I don't have a sub for Hassan. Top of the hour ad break came by and just took me out of my immersion. And I was like, wow, is this what people deal with? I was actually the streamer, was actually experiencing what you experience maybe all the time when you get hit with that ad break. But there is hope for you. There is a possibility of no longer seeing ads on my channel. And you might even get away with doing it for free. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Twitch Prime subs. If you have Prime, you've got a free sub. You can give that sub to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see ads on my channel. You can also pay $5 to get your eyeballs back in your head after they get abducted to the ad zone there for 3 minutes every hour, which I know it's 3 minutes, but it seems like 3 hours. It seems like an eternity. It seems like some kind of purgatory that your eyes, get whisked away to, right? But you can save yourself from that with your own hard-earned cash if you want to spend it for that. That's one option too. The other option for people that don't have Prime and don't have $5 to spend is that you might possibly still get out of the ad break through no merit of your own, but rather through the gracious generosity of somebody looking to give gift subs in chat, right? That can happen, that does happen, but that's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. Damn, Vaush. Damn. Happy birthday. Like, I feel like if Tipster was here, I feel like Tipster would have something to say on that. And I gotta get this, I gotta get the soundbite out anyway, Tipster. Oh wait, you know what we have, chat? You know what we have here?
Hello,
We have something special for you today, okay? Some people are asking me, yes, no comment check. I've seen that Tipster says, cheers, no homo. Love you, my dude. Cheers, no homo, right? They want to know where that comes from.
everybody. It is Friday, a glorious, beautiful June.
This is where that comes from.
We are 1 week out from the live show. Crazy, crazy, crazy times are upon us.
Cheers, my dude.
Cheers.
Who is that? What is that?
Some guy.
Some guy. Yeah, exactly.
Play it again?
The me myself.
Hold on. Play it again.
Cheers, my dude.
My dude.
What am I missing?
It's just a funny soundbite. I don't know.
Oh, it is just a random guy?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like an inside joke that I wasn't getting.
No,
You're just pulling random people now?
we've just been saying it in the office like all morning. So
Cheers, my dude.
Cheers, my dude.
It's got a little clicking at the end there. You might want to snap.
well, he's tapping the glass.
Cheers, my dude. Now here's the top of the hour ad break.
Right. It doesn't. Yeah.
I'm sending you right into that ad break.
But shout out to XQC, huh? Congrats.
I mean, at the end of the day, who can blame the guy for taking a $100 million deal?
It's hard.
For 2 years.
Cheers, my dude.
Even if he probably does need to. Cheers, my dude.
Cheers,
Ethan's getting trolled.
my dude.
Ethan's getting trolled here.
He probably is gonna have to gamble like 100 hours a month or something insane
Yeah.
at stake.com exclusively.
I mean, maybe. I guess we'll see.
So anyway,
Cheers.
It's still my music.
my dude,
Let's turn it down some more.
Potty.
that coffee hit me
In
different.
fact, actually, I think we were done with music for today.
So sugary. I think I'm dying.
I want a bad way.
Yeah. And
There we go. I didn't lie. That's that ad break.
Get you a new flavor next time.
no, just keep me out. Just leave
no,
me out of
She
the.
was asking
have
what-
to figure it out.
It's all regret. Every time it's regret.
but I see your face every time. You're like, Like the idea of boba is like really important to you.
I'm souring on it.
No.
Do you know what boba tea is?
Me and boba are just not
You
meant
can't-
to be.
You can't yet. You can't give up on this.
Have you tried the classic brown sugar?
It's so f***ing sweet, dude.
No, but it's just
What's wrong
the
with
flavor,
that?
though.
I'm on a
It's as-
diet.
It is very sweet.
I can't be slurping down 100 grams of sugar, which is probably what's in this thing.
Sweet.
Yeah, it is very
No.
unhealthy, but
I mean, you could try with xylitol.
Check the sugar.
I don't wanna.
I want. Okay. I want
For
to know.
you, I will. Not for me.
What'd you say their classic flavor is, love?
brown sugar.
Check the brown sugar calories on a large with boba.
Chocolate mocha.
Not calories,
you know,
sugar. Grams
colored
of sugar.
cream.
Grams of sugar. See, this guy knows what he's talking about. Here.
It is very sweet.
And it's
What is it?
creamy, and
Yummy.
the boba's like pure sugar. I mean, I'm on a diet, man. My body doesn't know what to do when I eat that much sugar these days.
Shit.
I mean, honestly, the best part of the boba tea though is slurping down those nuggets of joy known as tapioca balls.
This is her family. I understand why she's defending slavery. Fair point.
I'm confused here
They
though.
have an albino effect.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever they live, it
Albino?
cools the environment because they reflect so much light back into space. That's right.
You think they're all cold-blooded animals?
A greenhouse effect?
No, the albino effect.
You thinking of albino?
Albino?
What the hell?
No,
are you talking about?
albino.
Albino? Is that a thing?
Hold on, I'll tell it to you.
Wait, ube milk boba? What's that?
Albedo effect.
I like the idea of them all being
Albedo effect.
cold-blooded.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah,
how-
look at you, Mr. Educated.
Wait, with red bean, you get fiber to slow the sugar from over. Wait, are you talking about like red bean desserts?
Definition of albedo effect is the ability of a surface to reflect sunlight.
I love slurping the joy nuggets. Yeah.
Off white
Okay.
surfaces.
Well
Thank
done. Well done, Ethan.
Therefore, in really
Okay.
ice-covered areas, it's cooler because it reflects a lot of light back. Thank you.
Therefore, Dan, Ethan's the smartest guy in the office.
I've been trying to tell you that.
I
I've been
never
trying to
made
tell
that
everybody
claim.
that.
It's a Michael and Oscar reference.
You ever heard of
never made
albedo, my friend? I know you've heard.
Wait, tell me about this red bean thing. Red bean and milk tea. Okay, so wait, we're no tapioca, but there is red bean because I've had red bean desserts before and they're really good. Sometimes they make them with like coconut milk. Yeah, usually it's like coconut milk, sugar, and red beans. Sometimes there's like some kind of like gel thing in there too. Speaking of slurping nuggets, yeah, we got a lot of slurping going on today. Instead of boba, you can get it with red bean. Wait, red bean jelly. Oh, the jelly is red bean. Okay, wow. Okay. Like, look, I've had some of these desserts before, but I have never. Anyway, let's.
Got him.
Which everybody knows that word is a common word. Yeah, everybody knows what that means. So it's a pretty good joke, I think, once you kind of get into the mechanics of it, right?
Yeah.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Cheers, my dude. Love you, no homo. What the fuck is that, Zach?
Some guy, dude.
What?
You're fucking with me. Love you, my dude, no homo.
Love ya. No homo.
What is that? That's gotta be something. You're blowing smoke up my ass.
Cheers, my dude.
It's some sort of. It has to be. Yeah, I'm not familiar either.
No homo.
Is it supposed to be
Crack me the
Zach?
fuck up.
Anyway, as we close this off, here's Dave Rubin getting absolutely bodied by Larry King. He died recently, right?
Yeah.
He did. Rest in peace to the goat.
Cheers, my dude.
Is that Larry King?
That might be.
Someone mentioned me on Tiger Belly with Young Gravy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to share something with you, and I don't want you to be offended by it. So, well, I made out with a girl on the road.
You think that's gonna offend me?
Yeah, but here's what's going to offend you. This girl goes, there's 3 guys on my list,
Yeah.
right? That I wanted to hook up, and you're one of them, which makes me feel good.
Yeah.
Right? Until she said the next 2. And then I almost jumped off a building. The next 2 was Oliver Tree, Ethan Klein.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah. I kissed him on the mouth.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, that did happen.
Hey, Bobby, I hate to break it to you, bud, Hey, pal, I hate to break it to you, but your old ass isn't pulling that much harder than me. All right. I mean, dude, you're not Don Juan over there.
So we're trying to get to the origin of the Cheers My Loot, dude, love you no homo, which is about all we know about Tipster. Now, if you were in my stream yesterday, you watched a little bit of Tipster, and look, I wasn't as entertained as I thought I was. I've heard these stories about this guy that is just like a ridiculous ass clown. He's hilarious, like not on purpose, but you know, just and it just wasn't doing it for me. Like, we didn't watch him react to the H3 video on Vaush, but we watched him defend Vaush. We watched him go through a bunch of different things. I thought he was going to talk to Keffals, and it turns out that he did talk to Keffals, but it wasn't in that stream. It was on the stream that we're going to watch today. So it's Tipster coming on Keffals' stream. At this point, Tipster is basically a Keffals orbiter. The origin story of this guy is, as much as I know, is that he used to be a commentary bro. He used to be an edgelord. He used to hang out with Nicholas DiOrio, Augie RFC, all those kind of guys. And he made himself into a joke. He made himself into a meme, and he got sick of just being the butt of everybody's joke. So he left the commentary space. He even said, like, I'm leaving the commentary space. Goodbye, cruel commentary world. And you started just, I guess, becoming like a Keffals orbiter. I don't know how to say it better. Now, that might not make a lot of sense to you, because if you look over on Keffals' channel, most of the time you're going to see not that many more viewers than are currently watching me, right? Keffals is kind of contracted quite a bit since her height, but she did used to pull like 1,000, 2,000 viewers at a time. So there he was. There's a new sinner for your orbit. You don't want to mess around with like Tom Dark and Augie RFC and all those people because they make fun of you. Maybe mess around with Keffals and become the Nicholas DiOrio of the gays, as someone once said, right? That's who Tipster is, the Nicholas DiOrio of the gays. And it's even more ironic that the guy that they're calling the Nicholas DiOrio of the gays is known for this clip where he says, "Cheers, my dude, love ya, no homo." It's such a weird thing too. It feels like a throwback, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that whole no homo thing. It just doesn't seem like it should live in this space and time. It seems antiquated. Like, you don't need to say no homo, right? In fact, you probably shouldn't say no homo. But there he is saying no homo, just to make sure that we all know that even though he is an ally of the LGBT community, he is not himself a member of the LGBT community, and as such, no homo. I don't know. He needs that caveat, I guess.
Okay. Give me a break. Oliver Tree, I get. That guy's busted as shit.
Right, that is offensive.
He's vile.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean.
But like, come on, dude. Give me a break, Bobby. You really think you're out there looking so hot? Stop, bro. The only reason one of these girls would be getting with you is so that they could put your ass in a convalescent home in 10 years and take the money. Old ass.
But we're trying to figure out, yeah.
Vagina looks like.
What is that one? Is that also the same guy?
Is that Tipster too?
Is that the same guy?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Something that unfortunately you'll probably never get to experience. Just saying. Cheers, my dude.
What the is going on?
Love ya. No
Love
homo.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Yeah, I always say maximum homo.
Yeah, so Bobby, listen. Get off your high horse, all right?
Just saying.
I made out with Gravy. What have you done, Bobby? Loser. L. Next. Let's look at the comments. Everybody likes Gravy's comment. Okay, here someone says, Bobby, Oliver, and Ethan are similar font of man. I could see that if someone liked one of them, they would like the others. What, ugly, pudgy, funny men?
Yeah, clowns.
I like my guy.
Clown, idiot savants, morons.
First of all, both of those guys way shorter than me. Second of
that's
all.
actually true. That's actually true.
So that makes me already
You're the alpha.
the most viable alpha.
Yeah, you're the alpha of
dog
that
in the
group for
pack.
sure. Yeah, you lead that pack.
Second of all, yeah, there's lots of girls out there who are like, my specific type of guy is fat, short, funny, offensive, weird guys. That's my type.
People are saying that font is Comic Sans.
No. Okay.
Sans of men.
Thank you, guys. That's really flattering.
There's a lot of internalized there's a lot of internalized fat phobia here.
How many of these guys' sounds did you pull? We're gonna have to explain the backstory on that.
Okay, so that's what we're wondering. Yeah, this whole time you kept us watching for like 9 minutes, Ethan, because we want to know the backstory. What is the no homo from?
About 6 of them.
In one of the series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, Yugi says all of the homo.
2 clips. 6 sound bites total.
I can get behind that.
Wow, that's a high ratio, dude.
2 clips, 6 sound bites total.
Cheers, my dude.
Cheers, my dude.
By the way, thank you to certain ad 3840. Bro, Ethan is so daddy. Why so many people think he's unattractive? Thank you. Although, to be fair, it wasn't that long ago when I was Humpty Dumpty on the Tiger Belly podcast. And that was not the sexiest photo of a man.
Daddy.
Angela Bassett. Angela.
Is this music okay?
Angela.
Wow. That. Okay, all I know is that Zach cut these clips. And that they were cut from what? 2 clips? There's 6 soundboard sounds that Tipster. And the most famous one, or the most infamous one, is like, cheers, my dude, love you, no homo. So that gives you a little insight in who Tipster is, what he's all about. But what I'm really interested in, chat, is like the weasels, right? That's what I feel like, though. I feel like jumping into a garbage can. Because I am so trashed from doing a 10-hour stream, an 8-hour stream, and who knows how much today. Hopefully we'll keep it under 6. Vaush showed up in on stream. Wait, Vaush showed up on what stream? What? Did I imply that Vaush showed up on a stream? Not my chair, not my problem. That is the meme. That is the. And I went back and watched this, and unfortunately, this is like kind of yikes. Like, if you watch this whole thing, the story behind this video is that somebody was on psychedelics and they just went off and somebody else recorded it. And it's just like, it doesn't make sense. Not my chair, not my problem. What are these people? Who are these people sitting in chairs, drinking out of cups? But yeah, there's a lot of like, I feel like I remember like a lot of R slurs in there too. So yeah, not something I'm recommended. So speaking of internet personalities, right? Too mad. People are way too happy about this. I don't know anything about Too Mad, but the more I'm finding out, the more I do not like this person, but it doesn't matter because he's dead. He I mean, they're wow. Attempted to unalive 2 people? Like, I'm a little late to this lore, right? I can't tell you that much about Too Mad, but people seem very not saddened by his passing. I've been, the one thing that I know about him, that I've been told about him, is that he would like make fun of Brianna J, like after she had been murdered, by implying that she was his girlfriend. Like, he would post pictures of Brianna J. Like, I don't know. He just sounds like a complete, like, piece of shit. But he's a piece of shit no longer. Because he's dead. Wait, what's the... Oh, yeah. The other thing about him is that he was logged into Overwatch, apparently, when it happened. So, this is Too Mad. People are not sad. Not too sad about Too Mad. This is what I'm talking about, right? This is the kind of post that he made. Oh my god. What the fuck? What's wrong with this guy? That's not okay. Yo, I cannot laugh at that shit. I cannot laugh at the... Apparently he debated Hassan 2 years ago. I know Hassan's talked about him today on stream, but that clip has yet to be cut. Anyway, chat, we got bigger and better things to move on to. Like I said, I didn't know about this guy, but I'm kind of glad I didn't know about him now, given what I've seen about him. Does chat know who this guy is? His passing is no loss. Yeah, I mean, I can see why people are not saddened by his passing. You know, I just don't know enough about him to get too excited. Wait, it looks like we've got... What is this?
About today's topic with you guys. It's a very contentious topic, to say the least. And
Okay, so we were wondering more about Tipster because we're going to go over him today. I get that a lot of people in chat do not know anything about this guy. Ethan did not know anything about this guy. You know, Zach didn't even want to like explain like this is Tipster, this is who he is. But here he is foreshadowing why he defended Vaush.
I think the thing that I hate the most about this topic is it's almost 1 year to the day that I had a fight with the YouTube commentary people revolving around a similar topic. Oh, shit! Oh. On Twitter, there was a big commotion that started surrounding a friend of mine known as Rum, a picture she liked, and my defense of her regarding this picture.
Okay, so another friend of his liked a picture.
The argument was made that this picture may be inappropriate, that this picture may be qualified as something known as lolly. Lolly is anime-inspired art depicting children. We were basically able to find translated tweets of the artist referring to it as a young boy, which is also kind of funny in its own way because everyone was arguing about how it looked like a little girl, and it was actually a boy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And I hate this particular topic because it just brings out like the biggest amount of brain rot amongst
Okay, I'm freaked out now.
Everybody on the internet. The goblin defense is hilarious though. It is pretty hilarious. But as somebody who is friends with an artist who draws goblin porn, the funny thing is I knew exactly what Vaush was talking about.
Oh no.
The descriptor for goblin porn is exactly...
Oh my god, chat, this is just getting worse and worse, isn't it?
The way she draws her art. Shout out to Rump and Dump. Keemstar misquoted me, claiming I had a tweet that I would, quote, die on the lolly hill, when that is not what I said at all.
And again, Keemstar's a piece of shit, just for the record, that nothing's changed about that.
In fact, here's what I actually said on a tweet that is still public at this moment. I stand by my take. Rum did nothing wrong. I will die on that hill. Shout out to...
That's where Lolly Hill came from. Okay, I'm starting to understand. Chat, are you starting to understand the memes now? Are people going to call this the goblin defense from now on? Yes, they are. They are. But here, I feel bad about that, right? Because we've actually got a guest coming up, I think, on Saturday. I'm trying to negotiate a time right now. Has anybody ever heard of Wap Goblin? Wap Goblin did nothing wrong and should not be conflated with this whole goblin defense that Vaush is putting out. In fact, Wap Goblin is one of the people who's been calling out Vaush most effectively for a very long time now. So we're going to talk and get some lore on Vaush, lore on Keffals. Apparently Wap Goblin was part of the Keffals community maybe before it was the absolute dumpster fire than it is now. And, you know, somebody that was really let down by Keffals. So we're going to get some background, some lore, some memes, and hopefully some laughs with, yeah, Wap Goblin did nothing wrong. And hopefully, like, I you know, again, we haven't got the date firmed up, but I'm thinking it's going to be this Saturday. So make sure you're there for that, right? This is going to be a really special guest, and I'm really happy to be able to talk to her. She is braver than the troops. We get it. I don't know anything about this guy, but he seems like a piece of shit. Now he's got, oh yeah, the too mad, yeah. Not heartless. Yeah, that Raven, you are exactly, that's describing like where I'm at. I can't, I just, even like the Queen, all right? I mean, I'm not judging people who are celebrating the Queen's death, but I just like, I don't know, death is not like a thing that I personally can... Like, I can't get, it doesn't, like, you know what I mean? I can't get, like, excited about it. But I'm not judging. Obviously, I'm not a royalist defender here. She does the work of the gods by skewering those freaks. Yeah, absolutely. Raven says, we get it. I don't know anything about that guy, but he seems like a piece of shit. Now he's gone. I'm not heartless enough to make fun of the guy for who was just an edgelord on the internet. I mean, just, like, apparently, like, maybe a little bit more than an edgelord. I might be underselling it, right? Other people probably know, like, right? Apparently, I am the one that does not know what a piece of shit this guy was. And I think I saw him trend, like, in the summer over something, but I didn't really pay attention because he's just not a content creator I, you know, follow. The Queen's cancerous ass of, yeah, exactly. Like, right, I got no love for the royals and or any of that, but like, yeah, I don't get excited by you danced on that woman's, look, you don't have to be sorry. Like I said, I completely understand it. I'm just like, I'm built different, right? Where I have way too much empathy. Apparently Wap Goblin is a tanky. Oh, I'm gonna get canceled for being on a tanky. Am I platforming a tanky woke scold? Oh my god, I'm so bad. I'm so bad, chat. We're gonna get gulag pilled on Saturday from Wap Goblin. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, there's no judgment for anybody that's. I mean, I guess the closest I came to like dancing on anybody's grave was like Henry Kissinger. My mom is a tanky to these people. Tankies are dankies. Yeah, I mean tankies can be kind of dank. They like, if a tanky brings me dank, then like
Rump and Dump. I said this.
We're good.
I truly believed and still believe Rum didn't do anything wrong. Shout out to Rump and Dump.
Fucking simp.
Anyway, before I move on, let me make this crystal fucking clear. I do not like lolly content. I do not approve of the creation or consumption of lolly content. And the funny thing is, I knew exactly what Vaush was talking about because his descriptor for goblin porn is exactly the way she draws her art. I do not defend lolly content under any circumstances. I have art. I do not defend lolly content under.
Okay, so that's just the tweet that we've already seen. Disappointed in H3 what they did to Vaush. Yeah.
Any circumstances. I have never defended the existence of.
Wow. Wait, have we got a Brianna Wu quote in chat? My priority in 2024 is going to be shutting up the tankies. I'm taking a break from Twitter. Wait, what? Is she shutting up? Wait. Now I'm scared. Now I'm scared. Oh my god, Catalina Gearbox. I got you. Two-Mad was apparently into kids in an inappropriate way, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Like, I'm hearing some bad stuff. I just like, so sorry that I can't join in the crab rave. I don't crab rave. I don't know. Tipster is absolutely digging his own grade, but like this stuff, this defense of this person who liked like a lowly tweet is is kind of, I guess, the backdrop, and what people are saying is maybe the reason that Tipster is so adamant about defending Vaush, right? Because I was wondering too, the only explanation I had was that Tipster and Keffals had already ruined their reputation, and so risking it for the biscuit to save their clout daddy made some sense.
Lolly content, and I never will. Period. Internet, like nobody could actually think about situations in terms of nuance or anything like that. They lose their fucking minds, and they can't have a rational thought when it comes to this stuff. So
I gotta say, this nuance thing.
Hello, everybody.
This nuance thing, like, it's becoming a code word for, like, permissiveness with people being into underage. Like, right, nuance doesn't mean nuance anymore. Nuance seems to mean that you are trying to skate by on something that is messed up. Tankies for life. Wait, what happened in chat? Oh yeah, I can't tell. I have to check with the... Oh wait, Jose Campos, I'm supposed to call you a loser, but I have too much empathy. I forgot. When Jose Campos super chatted me, I was asked to call them a loser. And I have too much empathy to call you a loser. I would be like the worst fin dom in the world, or like, you know, like if like my job was to be dommy mommy to people, I would suck at it. Cuz I'm too nice. I don't know, I have too much empathy. Like I will even claim to the fact that it's like it's unhealthy how much empathy I actually have. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at what Hassan has to say about this. I think he's still talking about this. Oh yeah, we're gonna start off with a Sean meme.
Sean had a oopsie moment on stream. You have to see it.
Have you seen this yet?
My sister sent me a new picture of her dog, which looks very cute. Would you all like to see?
Okay, so Sean said, my sister sent me a picture of her new dog. It looks very cute. Would you all like to see? Right, very wholesome, right? Playing of it, some vidya, and
Okay, one sec. Let me just let me capture the window here.
Oh no! Is he drinking boba tea? Is like everybody but me got a boba tea? Anybody got one in chat if you have boba tea? Empathy is a good thing. It can be, right? It can be a good thing. Irene was just discussing how people are using nuance. Yeah. That's the problem, is nuance has become like a dog whistle. Am I taking that too far by calling it a dog whistle? It feels like a dog whistle when people use nuance. What they want you to do is pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Pay no attention to the horse behind the curtain. Pay no attention to the contents of this man's folders, okay? Because there's nuance here that you don't quite understand. There's nuance. It's such a weird little sussy thing. Like, and obviously nuance is a real thing. It's something that Twitter constantly robs from situations. It's the reason that I don't really engage in arguments on Twitter, especially arguments that are that require like more than headlines, right? Because all you can do on Twitter is bust out like 3 sentences at a time. And even if you have Twitter Premium, even if you subscribe to Elon's weird $8 a month thing, you still, like, people are only reading 3 sentences. I'm sorry, that's what, probably less than that. People are probably reading like 2 sentences, right? And so due to that, Twitter is just like not the place for that kind of discourse, right? So nuance is a real thing. I am not denying that. I'm not saying like everything is simple. Everything is simple. It is either right or it is wrong, and there's no gray area. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that people are using the concept of nuance. People are using the concept of that gray area in order to be permissive of things that they really shouldn't be. From what I've observed, Tanky to people like Nebraska Steve, Vaush, and them, it's people who are staunchly anti-American, POC, or some combination of both. Yeah, that seems to be Hassan is Jover. Wait, what happened to? Oh no, it's not. This is not Hassan's folders. For anybody just joining us here today, these are Sean's folders. You know Sean, YouTuber, Skull Guy, Sean. It's his. It's not Hassan's. True nuance would expose these idiots. Yeah. Words like nuance and complex. Yeah. When you over complexify a situation, right? You end up like it's just as bad faith as trying to rob the nuance, rob the context from something. It takes a whole lot of nuance to soften folders full of horse and loli. Yes, great-eyed. Stripping is genuinely a fun job in my experience. Oh yeah, God. Look, I would work the pole, okay? If I could. Like, I like those poles. I have a friend who does that as exercise. She actually got a pole installed in her house just so she could pole dance. Yeah, that's right. The skull is full of goblin.
So many YouTubers, man. So many people.
Yeah, it's that Sean. It turns out Sean is not okay either. Sean's got folders full of goblins. I hate that Vaush's nonsense has poisoned the internet from orcs and goblins. Yeah, orcs and goblins are awesome. I'm pro goblin, right?
On the.
But yeah, I know I feel weird about saying that, right? Because now goblins become a dog whistle, right? Now goblin doesn't even mean goblin anymore. I'm not a groomer, just a loser. Yeah, that's the seriously, what are the folders? What are the wait, are you seriously asking? Are there people that we need to walk all the way back and say, like, what are the folders? I might have to find this, right? The original clip. Because this all started with one clip. This all started with a little moment on Vaush's stream. But it's been like a week of covering this. I do get that some people might be coming in for the first time in a week and trying to catch up on what's going on. Can I even find this? Oh, I'm looking through the wrong person's I was like, why do I not see this? Here it is. Here we are. So this was the moment about a week ago. Vaush's stream, as you can see, he's having a fashion stream, right? This guy likes to dress up now that he's got, the money to be able to wear all the nice clothes. Showing off, some items that he's looking into buying to complete his wardrobe.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring
He's a real fan of structure. Uh-oh.
to.
Not that structure. Not that structure. Yeah, so what that is files, right? You remember my files? I mean, you don't, right? Because everybody's forgotten my files. They weren't that interesting, right? The timestamps and links to people's videos that where they're saying something sussy, not nearly as interesting as Vaush's folders, which if we read left to right, we have old, we have taxes, we have XXX GIFs, we have XXX pics, and we have XXX vids. And now you see a blurry image in here of thumbnails, right? So there's unsorted pictures also in this file folder to be sorted. And, you know, they include a lot of things. Some of them are just like random, like characters from Zelda, and some of them are explicit pictures of horses. Some of them are explicit pictures of girls who look to be underage. And some of them are explicit pictures of horses with girls who look to be underage. Vaush! Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. And the world will never be the same, I guess. The world will never be the same.
Political YouTube side, man. They all just have this addiction to goblins. You know what I mean? Not me though. Not even once. Okay.
You were not meant to see that. Everyone forget that right now. Nobody clipped that. Listen. In my defense, I thought they were all human children.
Oh no. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. All right. Listen. God damn.
Yeah, you're right, Dame Al. Hassan does seem to protest too much, right? There's no reason to say like I mean, you haven't heard me disavow goblins, and just feel like there's nothing to hide. But Hassan, on the other hand.
Oh my lord. Ay, ay, ay. Have you ever seen Maniac? Another Nick Pizzolatto Carrie Fukunaga show with Emma Stone. Surrealist near future dystopia. Very weird, and I thought good. No. You're finally beating the weeb allegations. I've seen a lot of truly DJ and weeb shit talking about goblins and elves. Dude.
Terrors of Goblin.
Dude. I think like, did you watch H3 yesterday? How could I have watched H3 yesterday? I was live while he was live.
I don't know how he watches anything.
How?
Like, look, you know how I said I've had a rough week? I've had a tough week. I've had a 10-hour stream and an 8-hour stream. To this guy, Monday off, Tuesday. Wait, no, I didn't have Monday off, did I? Sunday. Did I have Sunday off? Yeah, Sunday off. Monday with 10 hours. Tuesday with 8 hours. Thursday with 6 hours. That would be a light week for Hassan. Yeah, he does constantly like 8 to 10 to 12-hour streams.
How could I physically have done that? You were probably here.
Although you got to admit, like, it's the ultimate alibi, right? Hassan is on stream for people can see him. People know where he is at for 8 to 10 hours a day.
Me, or maybe you were watching H3 and were unfamiliar that I was live as well. Like, look, I feel like my honest assessment of this situation as it stands now is that, like, because a lot of weird, like, alt-right motherfuckers have routinely done this to Vaush, that, like, his fan base is just so polarized towards anyone and everyone being like, hey, this shit's weird, man. It's like a weird thing. It's weird and gross, especially when paired up with all the other instances where you've, like, brought forward CP.
He yelled at me last time he read my shit post. Hassan's pulled up my tweets before. I don't remember if it was the turfs bitching about trans women going fishing, or
as an argument. Like, it feels gross and weird and possibly, you know, possibly pedophilic, right? And I think that, like, for some reason, people that get invested in content creators, they don't understand and think like, no, you don't get it. Like, this is all right-wing nonsense. So it comes across like there are so many people in this community, not this one, obviously, but in Vaush's community that are like defending what looks to every normal person like you are defending child pornography. Okay? And I want people to not do that. Just don't do that.
Sarah, do you remember what tweet it even was?
Okay? Don't do that. Like,
I don't remember.
Voluntarily defending Lolly. Why are you voluntarily defending, like, fucking and sucking a horse? It's very weird. Please stop doing this, okay? Don't do it. People in his community literally called you transphobic for calling out Keffals for defending him. Yes, but as everybody knows, I am obviously a transphobic person.
Oh my god, yeah, no worries, Sarah.
So that's what it is, famously.
I just can't remember.
Famously. Yeah, I think that I think that people don't understand that no matter what your purpose is, like no matter why you're trying to like correct a record or whatever, you are definitely, I don't know what your like I don't know what your like genuine interest is in the matter. Maybe you understand what's going on and other people don't or something, but like to every single person, you are literally looking like you're defending Lolly. Okay? Because you kind of are. You kind of are. Now, it's just, I don't know what else to say about it. Okay. Yeah.
God damn.
Thank you to Mazes for the playlist.
Okay, so now I don't feel as bad about having a little bit of dead air today.
Lolly is what on earth is Lolly? Lolly is like a style of
Also, my sympathies to Hassan's editors. God damn.
Animation, specifically very popular in Japan, where the characters are little girls, okay? Like little children. It's just
okay, so we've had a little bit of correction on this, right? This stuff is illegal in Japan, or at least in Tokyo, right? The largest urban area of Japan, kind of like the center of you know, arts and media in Japan, Tokyo, right? It's against the law. So it's not I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this like association of like, oh yeah, Japan, they're fucking, you know, all about this shit, right? That's not exactly, you know, that's like it's not and you know, who's consuming this shit? Like, why do we know about this shit? Like, why is this constantly popping up, right? Why is this a word that is common in America? Because Americans are consuming this stuff, right? A lot of it seems to be like, you know, sort of internet based or whatever, and so, you know, kind of putting the blame on Japan for this is it's really hiding like the problem.
on child pornography, child sexual abuse material, basically. Lolicon literally means pedophile in Japan. Yeah. And yeah, nonce cartoons is a good way to.
Yeah, good question. Has Japan reacted to all of this, right? Because they're getting, you know, they're catching some strays. All porn is technically illegal there. It's just a way the laws are set up. It's a don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. Yeah.
Describe it. So Huh? Why do you know about it? What do you mean? Why do I know about it? I'm an extremely online individual who routinely sees every different
Why do I know about it? Because it's my job.
kind of mental illness on a daily basis. I am on the receiving end of like anger from probably one of the communities that almost always is like routinely shitting on me are people who love Lolly. Like it is literally a rule, okay, in this community, is that if someone is on the timeline calling me like a cockroach or something, or talking about how like my Turkish background means that I'm like hairy.
Oh my god, thank you, Zara.
Disgusting, gross. Like,
wait, I wasn't trying to give you more things to have to
check marks
deal with.
That means that they're
it's a Twitch clip.
We will do it sometimes. We'll click on their profile immediately. It's like they're defending Lolly. Almost always.
So this is my moment.
Ted Nugent and Kyle Rittenhouse having a normal one about mob boss Trump getting arrested. I couldn't figure out who Mike was until I remembered their weird conspiracy theory transvestigation of Michelle. So much salt from these two. Oh, I can't wait for this. Let's hear what Ted Nugent and Kyle Rittenhouse had to say. Okay, anyway, random. Here's Ted.
I can't read small streamer. Like, he sees streamer and he's like, oh shit, we're not trying to give free clout here. We're not trying to give away any free clout.
And Kyle Rittenhouse having a normal one about mob boss Trump getting arrested. I couldn't figure out who Mike was until I remembered their weird conspiracy theory transvestigation of Michelle. So much salt from these two.
Oh, yeah. So Mike is referring to Michelle Obama. It's a weird transvestigation conspiracy theory, as I said in the tweet. And that's what... Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse and Ted Nugent were just like having a normal one about like, yeah, did you hear that Michelle Obama is actually transgender? Oh, yeah, I totally heard about that. You know, just like being right-wingers, being sussy right-wingers. That's when Hassan pulled me up.
Okay.
But again, no free clout for for your friendly neighborhood random small streamer chick.
So yeah. Lolly Groiper 826. Wow, Hassan, you are such a rich grifter every time. Yeah, exactly. It's like a lot of people following Debate Bros are just not that reformed 4chan weirdos. I think in some ways, yes. But it's gross and it's weird.
Yeah, Hassan should be grateful to me for bringing his content to him.
I don't understand it, and
that's what he should be.
Probably stop debating those things. It's like one of those things where it's like you're just doing yourself a disservice if your goal is to basically make yourself look, if your goal is to make yourself look really, really weird, to like and incredibly toxic to the broadest community, like you're not showing that you're ethically or morally consistent at all. You're just showing that you're gross. So yeah, that's it. You keep trying to say that because there were non-lolly images in there, it's perfectly okay. He has two self-admitted lolly arts in there. Yeah, it's like, dude, you fuck one goat and then you're known as a goat fucker, okay? Or what the hell? That's the same vibes. Come on, look at all the times I haven't fucked a goat. I think it's odd to already have a porn folder on your computer, but I guess a lot of you motherfuckers are crazy. Okay, a lot of you motherfuckers are crazy and have that sort of shit. Like, you're real gooners. Okay, what's a goon to a goblin is the question I have for you. Okay, what's a goon to a goblin is the question here. And the answer is like, it's a lot, apparently. If you're a gooner, goblins and gooning goes hand in hand, as a matter of fact. So you have a fap top. I jokingly call my personal laptop a fap top. I don't have like actual pornographic material saved on it. Like, I have not downloaded porn since I was like 13. and having to download porn because I lived in fucking Turkey where the websites were not accessible. So I had to go on Aries or LimeWire or FrostWire and all these like fucking peer-to-peer torrent sharing services. And then I would like download stuff. And then half the time it was the same porn anyway. It was just an awful experience. And I haven't done that in years. And that was only because I just did not have access to it, right? So the PSP was a goon machine, low key, yeah. But that's it. That's like, I bet you had that Maria Ozawa in your PSP. Wait, is Maria Ozawa the neuro massage? Oh my god, I think
I have no idea what they're talking about, chat. What is Hassan talking about?
Unlocked a memory in my brain. If that's what I'm thinking of, I think I literally
is this
did have
P2P stuff that he's talking about?
the neuro massage one, I think, right? Oh my god.
Anybody picking up what Hassan is throwing down?
Poor Gooner memory has been unlocked. Wow. Wow. That's beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for reminding me of that. It's like one of those things that I've just like forgotten about. Anyway, realizing that porn is legal in the US and easily accessible online literally changed my life. Yeah. It's not like I'm some kind of weird, Puritan or anything, right? Like, by no means am I a puritanical person, especially when it comes to sex.
P2P and anime.
Porn. I'm a defender of not gooning.
Yeah.
Like having a healthy relationship with sex and masturbation.
You're picking up that he's a gooner.
And the consumption of pornographic materials, but there's also,
Wait, is it a gooner or a goon?
Like, a little out there, a little out of pocket.
Or is a goon different?
Maybe you should be kept in the pocket, right?
Maybe it should never come out of the pocket. I don't know.
You didn't need to download it into your 20s, Lemafea. You dated one of the girls in the videos. Okay, that's also fair. But to be fair, I had never watched one of her videos before I hooked up with her. He's lying. He downloaded his porn. My girlfriend. Not sure why she's coming at you like this, but she's a big fan, and I thought I'd out her malice to lessen her chances of ever getting with you. Okay.
What?
First of all, that's not gonna happen regardless.
What kind of goon course are we dealing with here?
I am incredibly honest. Too honest. I routinely get hit with TMI when it comes to this sort of thing, so it's very odd when people say.
Just like I'm too empathetic. Hassan is too honest.
What kind of when I find like a particularly cool porn video, I will literally tell you. Okay, why the fuck would I? Yeah, I'm ran through. Okay, I'm ran through.
What is? Oh my god, I don't know about these memes. Ran through. What does that mean?
When it comes to this sort of thing.
So like he's an open book. That's what he's saying, right?
It's like an odd situation. My thing is just don't defend it. Okay. Don't defend it. That's it. Don't defend it. And I say this as basically like I'm basically a letterbox reviewer for porn, right? But this is too much. Way too much. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is like, I think a lot of people also are into like weird stuff, maybe like furry stuff or maybe some other shit that is still odd, but like not the same as lolly, I guess. And that's why they think like, oh, I'm under attack here. You know what I mean? Like I'm being.
Kazaa is I remember Kazaa. Yo, here's what I remember from Kazaa. I remember my sister making me like MP3 like mixtapes on what are they called? CDRs. Yeah. I remember there so much of what was on Kazaa as far as music goes was mislabeled. Like, right, so you get a song and be like, oh, that's a really cool Prince song. And it's like then you find out it's like it's not Prince, it's somebody else, right? Ad break in 5 minutes. Oh my god. Look, I'm gonna let's see if I can find anything to.
And then they rush to defend a lot of the stuff, and I think
my zoomerness. Look,
it's because
Look, I had CDRs, you know? I mean, like, my sister had to get me into Kaza. I didn't realize that it was a thing. And, like, I was buying, you know, CDs until she's like, you don't need to buy CDs. And I'm like, what? And she's got this, like, you know, is this like a MP3 full of, or like an MP3, a CDR. It's called a CDR, full of MP3s. And I'm like, holy shit. She's like, why are you wasting your birthday money on CDs? And I'm like, because I want music. And she's like, you got all the music you need.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like an extremely...
Let me introduce you to Kazaa.
Extremely online predicament. And people who are extremely online are into, I guess, some of this, like...
Oh, I've heard of Zune. Apparently it was like the best deal going. So supposedly Zune was like a membership, or was it like a monthly thing? And you just had every song. It was like, wait a minute, isn't that just like Spotify? Is Zune basically Spotify? No, CDRs are these, like, it's like a CD that, you know, this was when computers had CD drives, right? So we had like a CD drive on our computer, and it was a read-write drive. So it reads, right? You can put a CD in there. You can listen to music. You can play a game. You can, you know, like sometimes programs would come on CDs, right? But it could also write. So if you downloaded a bunch of music from Kazaa or LimeWire or whatever, you could put it all on a CD and you could burn it, and then you could put that CD in a CD player, and you could like listen to music in the car.
Gross, weird stuff. And for that reason,
Zune was a Microsoft MP3 player and the music service to compete with the iPod, and broken and abandoned. What about Groove Shark? Wait, wasn't it like a good deal or something? Like you got like basically any music you want, you could get on Zune, but only seen the Groove Shark was free? What was Groove Shark?
Like a lot more momentum than...
Was this like Pandora?
You would think. Right? There's a lot more momentum surrounding it than you would think. And that comes across as confusing to many.
Wait, so people are telling me that Zune is actually like the device? So it's basically like an iPod, but from Microsoft? Was there like a subscription that went with it or something, though? Because I remember people telling me that Zune was like a really good deal.
That comes across as confusing to many who are looking at this and going, why the fuck are so many people defending this kind of stuff? Like, what's happening? Am I just like surrounded by a bunch of lolly defenders? What the fuck's happening? And yeah, that's a weird situation overall. So where do you draw the line? Just curious. Furries are low-key weird in my opinion. Harm. I draw the line at harm. I draw the line at like people being weird. It's I have a call me the Supreme Court of the United States, because I'll know it when I see it, right? That is a literal legal
no shit.
No
shit,
a Supreme Court decision that found out that porn is still protected under the First Amendment. However, there is like degeneracy that goes beyond it. I think blood, gore, those sorts.
Wasn't the whole point of the I know it when I see it, like, right? That like they were like they were anti-porn laws, right? Or anti-corn laws even. And there was a question of like what qualifies as corn? Like what is corn? What is not corn? Like what do you mean? Like what qualifies, right? And there was some decision where instead of actually rendering a decision and saying like this, it has to be this, this, or this, they were just like, I know it when I see it. It was kind of I know it when I see it standard. Yeah, I know, right? That just like allows for like, so then what it's supposed to be, that I guess what that translates to is like corn is what the community, what people like as a whole consider to be corn. So it's literally just like deferring to like, if people think it's sussy, then it's sussy, right? Hassan's talking about like harm, that makes more sense to me. As far as where you draw the line. But I mean, harm's not like a straightforward thing too. There's harm that comes from maybe the production of certain kinds of corn, just like inherent in it, and then there's harm that comes from the normalization of harm to minors, harm to animals, right? Harm to
the things are not often protected by the First Amendment. There's like obscenity, obscene materials. And when asked, what do you like, is there a clear-cut definition of obscene materials? I think the Supreme Court Justice decision was, I'll know it when I see it. So I definitely have that same approach as well. But having said that, I think that if you were to have like the broadest, if you have like the broadest approach, it's more like consenting adults, or a depiction of consenting adults. You know? And I say this as a massive anime fan. I think it's like one of those couple things. Like, I love Japan. I'm a weeb. You guys all know this. It's shameful. Took me many years to come out of the weeb closet. And
look,
things that I don't like about
my final statement about the anime thing is this, right? It's really easy to notice what's fucked up in terms of media from another culture, right? If that kind of fucked up, is not common, where you're at, then you notice it. But the whole idea of like, oh yeah, Japan, right? I don't know, that is majorly putting off what is a problem that is not like endemic to or solely of Japan, a problem that is definitely, I mean, just based on the fact of how many people consume this kind of stuff, right? Just based on the fact that it's common enough to find its way into Vaush's folders, right? Is definitely not just a Japanese problem. So Anna hasn't liked Vaush. Has Anna talked about this? I'm sure Jink and Anna are enjoying their downfall. Yeah, but have they said anything? I've loved anime for a long time. After watching some videos from others and getting a different perspective, I've only recently started to look at it more critically. Yeah, there's stuff that bothers me. Like, I won't, like, I mean, that I notice in anime. Like, for instance, the if you've ever seen a Miyazaki movie, like, and they're cute, like, right? I loved Spirited Away, but there was the one about witches that kept on doing panty shots. And I was just like, why am I seeing panty shots over and over and over and over again? Anime is super problematic, it's super problematic and very conservative? Very misogynistic? Yeah, but like I'm saying, like, I come from a misogynistic culture, Like, the media that I consume that's from the US is still pretty misogynistic, right? And anytime somebody even tries to talk about it, right? Anytime Anita Sarkeesian is like, there's kind of these tropes in video games, and we see them over and over and over again, and they reinforce ideas that we probably thought that we were somewhat over, that didn't seem to like be like, it seemed to be an issue. It seems like out of place, right? That society is moving forward, our understanding is moving forward, and then you got this, like, well, the princess is needing to be saved from the evil dragon because she definitely can't save herself, and you, the hero, are gonna have to do that job because she's just fucking helpless. Spirited Away is dope. Yeah. But the witch one, I wanted to like the what is it called? Kiki's Delivery Service. I wanted to like that, but I was just like, I couldn't keep watching it because of, like, I mean, it's partly because they're on brooms. It's partly because they're literally like on brooms, flying in the air, and I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I wasn't. I was just like, I can't watch this. There's one called Burn the Witch. Yeah.
Anime
of Anita Sarkeesian's
Japanese
feminist frequency videos
and whatnot, like Japanese adult video.
But I mean, see what kind of freak out feminist frequency caused?
One, because
just by pointing out the obvious.
Censored. I think that's weird. But also, more importantly, Javs have just a woman not having a good time almost always.
Yeah, racism in anime too, definitely.
Like,
and I mean, like, there's definitely racism in classic anime, like the Dragon Ball, Pokemon had a controversy, and but it's kind of still goes on, right? There's shows like Promised Neverland that a lot of people feel like we're kind of tropey in their depiction of black people.
I don't know if it's deliberate. Like, I feel like
Grey Knight's bringing up Pom Poko. Yeah, Pom Poko is great. If you want to spend a night with a bunch of raccoon dogs and their scrotes, right? They're magical, mystical scrotes, and all the things that they can do with those scrotes. Yeah, Mr. Popo, that's the Dragon Ball character. That's like Pom Poko. Yeah, is the one with the raccoon dogs and the. They can use them as anything. They can hang glide off of that thing. They can use it as a parachute. They can jump rope with it. They just they turn their scrote into anything and everything, and it's actually kind of cool. Once you get used to the fact that you're watching a bunch of raccoon dogs with giant scrotums, you know, it's a pretty cool movie. Powerful testes, indeed. Yeah, versatile testes, even.
Like, if I were to describe Jav to people, it would be two people kissing for the first time in their entire life.
Wait, what is he talking about? What's Jav?
Like, literally first kiss territory.
What is Jav?
Which is always weird. And then, like, it always feels like two people that have never fucked and have never kissed, never done any, like, physical contact to one another, or anyone else, for that matter, doing it for the first time ever. And I'm always like, this makes no sense to me. And then
Pom Poko is the best. Yeah.
Like, very creepy. And I mean, the plot.
Barrett from Final Fantasy VII.
One thing, I guess.
Oh God, Final Fantasy's actually, yeah.
On the plot.
Yeah, so like I never played Final Fantasy VII, okay, but I played Final Fantasy 13, and you know, there is a black character in that show. However, there's a lot of people who have very understandable problems by how he's portrayed, and the fact that he has a bird living in his afro. Yeah, white supremacy is, yeah, very very pervasive. That's what happens when capitalism is on its last legs. But yeah, I'm trying to remember Barrett. Barrett's the guy with the he's got a machine gun for his arm. Who's the afro bird? Yeah, Final Fantasy 13. That's what I said. That's what I said. It was 13. Is his name Sans? I'm trying to remember the character, but yeah, it was just kind of weird, and just everything about that character, right, is just like not fleshed out like a person, you know, just kind of comic relief. I don't know. There's just like so much about like that character. Wait, why am I thinking his name was Sans? No, Sans is the guy from not Overwatch, from Undertale, opposite of Overwatch. Tragically underdeveloped character. Yeah, all we know about him is that his kid got turned into a foul sea and he misses him. Shaz? His name is Shaz. Yeah, I guess I mixed up Sans, the friendly skeleton, with the... It's Saz. Okay. I was close.
Like, it'll be like 65 minutes of like plot, followed up by 25 minutes of like a dude in the most liberal ways, I will explain. Just the worst looking dude you've ever seen, tickling the nipples of a beautiful woman who is just straight up not having a good time.
Okay, that sounds not great. Whatever that is. Does anybody know what he's talking about?
Minutes of the worst kissing and fucking you've ever
I am kind of missing what this is even about.
Where, once again, the woman is having straight up not a good time at all. So I don't really understand why people enjoy it, but more power to them as long as they are consensually, you know, making this as two consensual adults. That's one of the aspects that I don't appreciate about, I guess, Japanese culture, Jav specifically.
Jav? What is this?
And the other thing that I don't appreciate is obviously lolly and how like
Wait, okay, so
even if the
Jav is the way that porn is in Japanese porn? Is it like a name? Oh, so it's just like, okay, corn in Japan. It's called Jav. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but I also don't like, depictions of a sexual encounter when one of the partners is clearly not having a good time. I can kind of agree with that. He's talking about mainstream industry Japan. Jav. Okay, I've never heard of this before. Consensual is implied by the production of the corn. Otherwise, it is a crime. So is it that the aesthetic is to make it look like the woman is not having a good time? Or like
women are like very, there's two different types of like anime depictions of women that are weird, right? You either have like a woman who looks like is drawn like a 25-year-old, okay? That is very deliberately told to the audience is literally 16, by the way. And you're like, why did you say that? You did not have to say that at all. And they do this for guys too. Like JoJo is a funny example of this where we make fun of this, where like all the JoJos are like, I think Jotaro Kujo is supposed to be like 15, right? And part of that is,
I love how he actually pronounced Jotaro correctly. I always just say Jotaro, but maybe Hassan watches the subs rather than the dubs. Con is a genre of porn, erotica, romance. Though, Irene, it is popular in all sexual fiction. That is the aesthetic of a lot of Japanese. Oh my god. I mean, I'm sure you could get into the cultural like reasons for that. Rape and incest fantasies are super common in all that's true.
because part of that is because obviously like some of this anime and manga is for kids.
I guess what it is, chat, is because that empathy I was telling you about earlier. Like, I can't enjoy, like, even erotic situations where it kind of looks like somebody, even if like they are, and it's just the aesthetic, and it's like that's how they do it. It's just like it's weird for me, right? Because I'm like, okay, well, if somebody was like not enjoying the situation in making it, I don't really like to be enjoying the situation of watching it. Does that make sense? Incest. Oh yeah, it really took over. No, I've noticed that too. Anytime that I look at anything, it is like they're always like stepmother, stepfather, stepsister.
Okay, and that's part of the reason shonens are obviously for young boys, right? Yeah, Baki is also supposed to be like 15, I think, which is so funny. And that
Baki is supposed to be 15.
So it's like, why? Why are you 6 foot?
Oh wait, I can answer that.
145 pounds. Okay, absolutely peeled. You look like.
Okay, so why are the characters in manga and anime always so young, even if they look like they are in their 20s or 30s? Right. The answer is that the key audience, and maybe even in a lot of these, when we're talking about shonen and shoujo, the original audience of that kind of media is is like high school, middle school age, right? And obviously, manga and anime have been popular for a really long time, and like a lot of different age groups enjoy Dragon Ball, for instance, or even something like Naruto, where the characters are explicitly young. But I think what it is that like they're it's easier to get somebody that is that age in to like see themselves in a character that is their age, rather than, you know, like the other age groups will like go along with it regardless, right? So like Persona's a classic one. The Persona 2, which I played through on stream a few years ago, is one of the only ones that has you know, characters that are out of high school, like as protagonist. I think there's Soul Hackers is the other one, right? But a lot of Shin Megami Tensei and specifically a lot of Persona is situated in high school, right? But I think that's why. I think that's why it's easier to get, you know, high school kids to be interested in a story about somebody their age than it is to get like older people in, or like it's less of a barrier for like being able to put yourself in the protagonist's shoes, right? Anime and manga is considered childish in Japan. Adults who like it in Japan are usually considered losers, and their best days are in high school, so they gravitate. Yo, but isn't that a common thing for people to really look back on their high school experience with a lot of nostalgia? It's made for young adults. Yeah, there is also seinen, right? Is the more adult oriented, and JoJo, like, so the old JoJo mangas are shonen, right? They're to appeal to young boys, and then the newer ones are seinen. They are more adult oriented, like maybe for the cishats.
Been smoking for the past 10 years, and then like the anime depicts you as the anime will tell you openly that you are 16 years old, and it's like, what, why? Just don't mention it. You know what I mean? Same thing with a lot of the female characters. And then the other side of it that is even more weird, because this side of it is like more manageable, I guess, where it's like they'll be like, yeah, this very clearly adult drawn woman is actually 17 years old. Make no mistake, we will keep repeating that she is 17 years old. And it's like, why did you do that? That's weird. That's a weird thing that you keep repeating for no reason. Like, Zelda is a great example of this, where they'll always be like, guys, remember, Zelda is 17. Do not forget this, okay? And it's like, odd. Okay, fine. Weird. And then the other way worse version of this is when they like put little girls like that are drawn as little girls, and then they'll be like, that's a 3,000-year-old dragon. No, that is an absolute fuck no. Don't do that. What the fuck are you saying? You ain't fooling nobody.
The one that people always talk about with this particular trope and is being problematic is what is it called? Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Josei is a tiny market compared to seinen. Wait, what is Josei again? Seinen men, Josei. Oh, Josei for ladies. Okay, so it's like shonen shoujo, girl, boy. Seinen Josei, man, woman is the idea. Okay. To quote Metal Gear Solid, it's like one of my favorite Japanese animes. I need to play through that series. People say good things about Metal Gear. Josei is a tiny market compared to seinen. Almost never adapted into anime. I think the market for comics is small in general compared to all other things. That's exactly what they did in Macross / Robotech. The girl is a 16-year-old who the Air Force pilots all drool over. Yeah, that is really creepy. I was like, is he talking about the dragon? Yeah, the Dragon Maid one is the one I keep on hearing about. I had a friend who was into that and started to show me episodes, but I'd never really but yeah, that's the, so I didn't get into like the background of the Dragon Maid and that like she's the whole 3,000-year-old dragon in the body of a underage girl kind of trope. Oh my god, I forgot to press this.
Okay. Why? Why? Why did you do that? Why are you saying that? Yeah. Studio trigger equals the lolly stays. Yeah. Literally, the Cyberpunk anime was phenomenal, except for that one part where they were like, this is a baby robot and she's known for being horny. And you're like, why did you do this? There is no reason to do this.
Wait. Who are we talking about in Cyber? Are we talking about Cyberpunk Edge Runners, or are we talking about just Cyberpunk? Are we talking about the game? The creator of Dragon Maid has made some rather interesting manga too. God, now I'm like grossed out about somebody trying to show me this. OG? Dragon Maid makes me sad because it has good parts, but it was very bad. Wait, what is he's talking about with Cyberpunk though? Like, is he talking about that one character with the eyes? Who are we talking about? Is my reaction to most of the bozos Irene talks about? Rebecca. Yeah, Rebecca's the one that is like, there's like a controversy in terms of her being portrayed as. But is that who he's talking about? Is that who Hassan is talking about? Rebecca from Edge Runners? Yeah, okay, so that's yeah, I remember the controversy with Rebecca.
Who is this for? Like, what are you doing? It is a weird thing that you're doing. Please stop doing this.
Yo,
please.
I feel like Vaush talked about this. I feel like this particular character that we're talking about from Cyberpunk Edge Runners, which if you don't know, Cyberpunk 2077 is obviously a pretty big franchise, pretty big game. And they made a spin-off series, like an anime called Cyberpunk Edge Runners, which is kind of like a story from the world of Cyberpunk. And in this story, one of the characters looks incredibly young, but apparently he's saying is like a robot or something. Isn't this also true about that one game Valhalla? I never played Valhalla, but people told me that there was some kind of yikes stuff as you get through the story. Like, I only got through the first like few customers, right? Age of Symphogear, one of my favorite anime. Wait, yeah, Symphogear, is that the one where they sing? They like sing to awaken their powers. The main characters are like teenagers, but designed as adults and act like teenagers half the time, except for two lilies who are sexualized. Oh my god. She's an Air Force girl, and she totally does Air Force things. Wait, yeah, I feel like I've seen. I don't know if it was called the Ages of Symphogear. Maybe it was just like I thought I remembered it being called Symphogear.
I don't understand it. Okay, no, it's not. Small women exist. Don't do this.
Oh God, that's back to the short stack meme, isn't it?
I'm not one of those fucking weirdos, like one of those weird rad libs who's like.
I think I remember really liking the training scene. Like, I tend to get really inspired. You know what I'm talking about? Training scenes, like, chat, when they're like, you're gonna fight the evil enemy boss, but you're not good enough yet. You're not strong enough. Your cardio's not quite to where it should be. And so they do training montages where like the coach is like, I'm gonna train you. And yeah, montages. Those are so inspiring. Those make me want to train. Those make me want to go and get back to the gym.
If you think Ariana Grande's hot, you're a pedophile. Like, I'm not one of those people at all, right? Like,
yeah, Misha, that's what the whole short stack thing is about. That's what the whole like the short stack thing that Vaush was like. I clearly thought she was a short stack goblin girl.
Having said that, I mean, these are very clearly depicted as children. Like, that's crazy, right? It's crazy. Don't do that. Yeah. So that's it.
That's it.
Wait, what is this? I mean, isn't it part of the cyberpunk theme to highlight the point of the perversion? Guys, I'm not saying you can't have like actual pedophilic characters in a fucking movie or art. Of course you can. The point is that it shouldn't be promoted as like a positive. Like it's the Hisoka dynamic, right? Like, bro, you're selling t-shirts with this motherfucker on it. You know what I mean? What the fuck?
Wait, is that the one from
on the t-shirt.
Wait, is that the one from Hunter x Hunter? Is that who we're talking about? Like the
What's happening? Why'd you make the pedophile?
Vaush wouldn't consider a 16-year-old a child for his own.
So cool. That's weird, man.
Yeah, Vaush talked about Rebecca. Vaush talked about Rebecca. Vaush she reads as a short woman. Wait, I thought somebody said she was like I thought Hassan said she was a robot. Like, wait, I mean, I guess you get cyborg. Is that a better way to say it? Like the whole, it's high time I chrome the fuck up, and you become a cyborg, and then you got cyber psychosis and.
Why are you doing?
Yeah, the clown guy. Yeah.
I love Hunter x Hunter. Okay. You know, I'm a fan of the.
Yeah, that's a pretty weird T-shirt to be wearing if you got the.
Pedophile cool and like not even directly a villain. You know what I mean? And see. The problem with that is then you got motherfuckers going, Hisoka is not a pedophile. Come on, dog. Don't do this. He's like a combat file or whatever.
He's a combat file? What?
Don't do that at all. He's like a
what?
straight up groomer pedophile villain / anti-hero / still villain, but also not like definitely bad. Okay? That's the way they make it. Liking Hunter x Hunter after admitting they got a pedo as a main character is your worst take. No, it's just like, why are you defending pedophile characters? Wait, not me. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not defending it. Did you see Ethan say Hunter x Hunter doesn't have weird sexualized shit and it downed on him?
I heard, yeah, we pointed that out.
Fucking
I was like, what are you talking about, Ethan?
Clown. It's just odd. Because when you make a character like that, okay, and it's not like supposed to be layered but complicated, but then shows you that the character is bad, you all of a sudden have motherfuckers being like, I'm gonna dress up as the pedophile clown for Halloween.
No.
Merchandise with the
no.
Okay.
No.
That's not. That's weird. There's a weird thing. What are you doing? Why did you do this? Anyway. I mean, people dress up as the It Clown and plenty other straight villains. Yeah, I think there's a difference there. It's about like everybody knows the It Clown is a villain. Hisoka is not like a villain in the same way. That's the whole point.
Like Hisoka is like on their team, right?
I don't know how to describe it. It's like obviously when you play Grand Theft Auto, you're not like actually killing cops or robbing, or stealing cars. You know what I mean? Like the distinction there is like, yeah, putting a villain, dressing up as a villain is very different. Dressing up as there's like an obvious villain in a scary movie is like very different. Griffin from Berserk, that's another one that's like odd, but at least Griffin is.
Somebody explain Griffin to me.
Where you're supposed to feel like he's a bad person. Hisoka is not like a direct villain. He's an anti-hero, which is why it's fucked up. That's it. Is Griffin a pedophile? Well, Griffin is like the manifestation of pure evil. So it's a weird thing to compare. Like everybody understands that he is like a purely villainous, evil fucking a demon. Okay. All right. What the fuck am I doing? What am I doing?
Yeah. What am I doing? Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, when Hassan's stun lock turns into oh my god.
And male, however,
okay, so I wanted to check in on this story really quick, and we'll get into the
shooter in
we'll get into the tipster, we'll get into the Keffals, we'll get into the Xanderhal. Pretty soon here. But I want to know what tips. This is Tim Pool and the Quartering trying to talk about like one of their new favorite things, which is like if you can talk about a trans shooter, like there's 3 confirmed cases of shooters being trans, and they love it. They can't get enough of it. It's their favorite narrative, right? Never mind that there are, like the rest of shooters are cis, right? Never mind that, let's concentrate on these 3 cases. And I think they thought that they had a case number 4, right, with this latest shooter from the Joel Osteen Church. But it turns out that it was more of a case of like stolen identities, of somebody, committing fraud with stolen identities, not anything to do with trans people.
Nashville, I believe, also a trans man. Perhaps it has something to do with the testosterone. Police Chief Troy Finner said it was not clear whether the young child was...
Uncle Sarah, you're saying TOS violations. Wait, what are the TOS violations that we're talking about? Yeah, Joel Osteen. Yeah, wait, Kappa? Oh, you're kidding. Yes. Yeah, never mind the Tim Pool manifesto shooter. Multiple. I feel like there's like multiple Tim Pool fans that have ended up being shooters.
I know this will never happen, but it's just one of those moments that, like, for the love of God, do none of you ever want to learn a single thing about the groups you hate the most? Do 2 seconds of research. Do just like open a single Google search tab. So, as I'm sure anyone who listens to me is aware of the murder of Brianna Jai and the culture of UK tabloids, press, public figures like J.K. Rowling, Ricky Gervais, John Cleese, who consistently make, a range of transphobic lies or jokes or fear-mongering statements. I think JK and Ricky Gervais have both made multiple trans people are rapists jokes about, trans people in prison and stuff like that. The BBC has done multiple reports, and the BBC is not what is considered to be tabloid press in Britain, but has done multiple reports where they both sides an issue or consider this to be a debate or a culture war issue, while decidedly platforming people who are a minority amongst the trans community, people who are improperly characterized as trans, who are now characterized as desisters or detransitioners. And then every time you see one of those articles where it's like, well, we want to tell the complete story, so we're going to platform 5 detransitioners or desisters, and then now we're going to platform one person who is still happy to be trans.
So yeah, all too common case where they're playing with statistics, right? And in lieu of like any sort of statistics that would give you a sense of like, what's actually happening, they'll give you anecdotes, and they'll concentrate on those anecdotes and de-sisters, right, which is what's used in a study that is often, mischaracterized in order to imply that many trans people later change their mind. And so this is a way that they attack the rights of trans kids to get access to gender affirming care by both, mischaracterization of treatment with things like puberty blockers as being this, permanent thing, when they're not, and at the same time, mischaracterization about the likelihood for somebody that says, I am trans, I need gender affirming care, I want to, medically transition, to then later be like, oh my gosh, you know what? I was just going through a phase. So they want to use that to take away the rights of trans kids to transition. And just for anybody out there that doesn't understand the impact of this, there are certain biological processes, there are certain processes in human development that go on during puberty that are very hard to reverse, right? The change of somebody's voice under the effects of testosterone is very hard to reverse. The change of the body, right? So in other words, for trans people to live the life that they want to, it's necessary it's necessary. It's not, let me put this the right way. It's helpful to be able to start transitioning, when you're aware that you're trans. And like I said, there are changes that are harder to reverse that go on at that time. So that's why we need to protect the rights of trans kids, right? They want to use this stuff, the idea of desisters, the idea of detransitioners, as a way to say, hold on there. I thought I was going to be like an astronaut when I was your age. How can you possibly know what gender you are at that age? We gotta stop you and wait until you're 18 or 26 or whatever age they decide, in order to be able to receive any sort of treatment. And this is fucked up. This is fucked up, right? So same kind of thing goes on. I think that's what Lance is getting to when we talk about shooters. There has been exactly 3 confirmed shooters who were trans. These are not like really statistics that you should even be trying to parse, because like even the intention to like look through that to see, maybe this marginalized group or that marginalized group is more susceptible to doing mass shootings, to doing violence, to maybe more dangerous, right? It's you can tell what the intention is there, right? To marginalize them further.
And say that this is us doing fair and accurate reporting on an issue that is obviously further marginalizing a community that already is very marginalized within British society. This leads to violence, this leads to extremism, and it is all part of a dehumanization campaign. Dehumanization can lead to people committing very, very extremist acts that you might think otherwise impossible, such as, once again, the murder of Brianna Jai, and everything that has happened subsequent to that. And that was an attack done by 2 teenagers on another teenager. And it's one of those things that shocked everyone to their core, because it's like, how in the world are people who are just starting their lives out, how are 14-year-old, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds murdering people, stabbing people to death? And doing so at a time when the eyes of the world are watching. And then this story just came out. Teenager charged with attempted murder after a trans girl stabbed 14 times at a party. A teenager has been charged with attempted murder over the stabbing of a roller skating party in Wealdstone. A teenage transgender girl was rushed to the hospital after being stabbed 14 times, a court has heard. The victim, 18, was attending a roller skating party with a friend when she was allegedly attacked by a group and subjected to slurs. Summer Betts Ramsey, 19, appeared at the dock of Wealdstone Magistrates Court on Tuesday, accused of being involved in the stabbing. She's been charged with attempted murder and possession of an offensive weapon in public. Prosecutor Bunsri Bua confirmed to the court the victim is a transgender female. The stabbing happened at Masons Avenue in Wealdstone, northeast of London, roughly 7 p.m. on Saturday. The court heard the victim had arranged to attend a roller skating party with friends at Harrow Leisure Centre that day. It is said she sustained 14 stab wounds in the alleged attack and was rushed to the hospital for treatment. Betts Ramsey wept in the dock as she confirmed her name, date of birth, and her address to Cricklewood, northeast London. She did not formally enter any pleas after the charges were read out to her. Wearing prison-issued grey clothes, with her hair tied up into a ponytail, the teenager was flanked by 2 guards during the 30-minute hearing. She was remanded into custody until a plea hearing at the Old Bailey on March 12th. After being told she faces the next month in custody, Betts Ramsey tearfully asked to speak to her mother through the glass front of the dock. Afterwards, she called out, "I love you," when she was led away to the cells. The court told Betts Ramsey denies being involved in a stabbing. The Metropolitan Police have said the victim of the alleged attack has now been discharged from hospital and is being supported by her family. Thank fuck she's going to be okay. Detective Inspector Nicola Hannett, who is leading the investigation, appealed for witnesses to the attack. 4 people have been arrested in connection with the incident, but Betts Ramsey is the only one to be facing a court hearing. We continue to appeal to anyone who was in the area and believes they have further information to come forward and speak. We've increased police patrols in the area and encourage people to approach these officers with information or concerns. Anyone with information can call 101, quoting the reference 6306, 10th of February, or call Crime Stoppers 0800 555 111. And this comes at a time now where, in America, there is the continuous spreading of conspiracy theories. The Quartering tweeted out the other day, quote, 100% of mass shootings and planned mass schools.
So Lance is starting off, I think, talking about this specifically because this is the result of the spreading of misinformation, of the utilization of anecdotes in order to present the appearance of a trend, to do like the easiest thing in the world, which is to make a marginalized group look dangerous, right? And you know, to further dehumanize people. And you know, that results in violence against trans people in this case, right? The magnification, the misinformation, and the cherry picking that goes on about this is directly related to real violence, right? In other words, like, instead of being the danger, instead of being the source of violence, trans people more often are the victims of violence. And you can say this about a lot of different marginalized groups, right? This is a very common phenomenon that we just see way too often.
Church shootings in 2024 have been by trans people.
Keeps happening. You'd probably see these infographics floating around. I don't know what the actual number.
He doesn't know when he doesn't care.
But you may have seen an incident at Joel Osteen's gigantic megachurch. Now, I don't know how I feel about a preacher who owns a personal jet. The conversation around Joel Osteen is probably a very deep, different one. I feel a lot about Joel Osteen the same way I feel about whatever organization funded a $20 million Christian Super Bowl ad, allegedly. Wasn't really Christian.
Oh God, there's still, this is the feed.
Sorry, we can't feed the whole.
This is the he gets us.
Spend $20 million on a Super Bowl ad. I don't know about all that. But there was an incident at a Lakewood church this weekend. By the way, I want to first point out, this was another incident of good guys who were armed protecting people from a bad guy.
So here's another here's another example of you know, misuse of misinformation, right? He says this is another example of somebody trying to use an anecdote to paint a trend, to paint a picture of the data, to paint a picture of the totality of what's going on. That is deceptive, right? If you think that guns and people carrying guns, people open carrying or concealed carrying or whatever, more guns on the street, more guns in the hands of people, is something that makes us safer, then you're going to be more likely to, you know, vote for pro-gun legislation. And it's more difficult to, you know, have any sort of meaningful controls. So this is statistically speaking, a good guy, quote unquote, as he's saying, with a gun, right? Somebody in the crowd at a event where violence erupts, where gunfire happens with a gun, is more likely to just end in like more victims, more innocent victims, being injured, being killed. But he wants to make you think that, like, hey, look at this. Anytime they can find a situation where a quote unquote good guy with a gun, you know, took down a bad guy, you know, regardless of, you know, the collateral damage thereof, he's going to point it out, right? And that's why that's the commonality between people like the Quartering and people like Anna Kasparian and Jink Uger. They are anecdote Andes, or in Anna's case, anecdote Annas, right? They love the anecdote. They are allergic to actually looking at the situation in totality as it is, looking at the, you know, it's just fear mongering. It's like local news shit. You know, if it bleeds, it leads. And the, you know, worst aspects of local news are starting to pervade into the world of online news as well. What if we lived in a world where pro-gun legislation was to nerf guns?
So leave a like on that video for these hero cops. There was 2 off-duty police officers that protected the congregation from a pro-Palestine woke trans individual.
Woke. They were woke
with an AR.
10-4. What suspect is on premises, is reported to be armed and woke. Proceed with caution. Requesting backup. The suspect is woke. Repeat, the suspect is woke.
Who stormed the church. Now, because this individual is trans, I suspect you won't see many articles about this. Because this individual was a far leftist.
Okay, so if you saw Lance here, let me go back to this. Well, I'll get back to this game in a second, but I want to show you something that Lance pulled up because it's a cartoon comic that has actually got a very important point, and he just pulled it up on screen, right? So this is what I was talking about earlier. I think it's called Pink Wug. There's a bird. There's two birds here. One of them sees 3 blocks. It says trans. And it says, there is clearly a trend here. Looks kind of angry too, right? The pink wug, the pink bird, says, well, now that you mention it, and we pull back to see what the graph is of, right? The 3 trans blocks are next to 2,826 cis blocks. And the title of the graph is Mass Shooting by Gender Status, 2018 to 2023. Seems to be a trend here. Yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah, there is. So,
pro-Palestine woke trans individual armed with an AR who stormed the church. Now, because this individual is
armed with critical race theory and DEI.
Trans, I suspect you won't see many articles about this. Because this individual was a far leftist, you probably won't hear much about this. So make sure you leave.
So make sure you subscribe. Wow,
that's his call to action? That's his call to action.
So yeah, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. I'm the only one who can bring you this very breaking and accurate information that is totally 100% factual. Not that, it wasn't most of the right, all using the Daily Mail article together.
Far leftist
or in this case, post-millennial.
Oh God. Wait, is it post-millennial?
Palestine written on it. Opened fire on the church.
Okay, because when he said Daily Mail, I was going to say, that is Tim Pool's go-to, right? The Daily Mail, I believe that Tim Pool is probably the recipient. Don't quote me on this, but I believe that Tim Pool is probably the first recipient of Elon Musk's Neuralink, and it's specifically so he can check Daily Mail articles in real time, because this guy loves the Daily Mail. This guy, it's his, constantly, I'm so used to seeing Tim Pool sitting on his stream next to a Daily Mail article pulled up. He loves the Daily Mail.
Fortunately, I believe from the reports right now, nobody has died. However, a child who was with the far leftist was critically injured, and a man was shot in the leg. We've got breaking news on this, so I'll just give it to you straight from the post-millennial. Joel Osteen church shooter, identified as Janesse Moreno, also went by Jeffrey. The individual who walked into Joel Osteen's Lakewood, Texas church on Sunday, pulled out a gun and opened fire, has been identified as Janesse Yvonne Moreno, 36. Moreno, wearing a trench coat, opened fire when entering the church along with a 5-year-old child. Local news reports that multiple sources have said that Janesse is suspected of being the armed woman who was killed at the church Sunday. Reports indicated that the shooter was female, but Moreno may have been male. Moreno was shot and killed by 2 off-duty officers. Moreno's weapon was emblazoned with the slogan, Free Palestine. Jeremy Rogalski of KHOU TV further reported that Moreno had prior arrests for assault, forgery, marijuana possession, theft, evading, and unlawful carrying a weapon. They say Moreno also identified as Jeffrey Escalante. So I don't know. There's numerous reports saying it was a female shooter. No idea. There's a distinction, obviously, between female and.
So you titled this "Transgender Gunman Opens Fire." That's the name of this video. You've taken a strong stance on this issue, as has the Quartering, as has Jack Pacevic, as has every fucking right-wing ghoul, all suddenly thinking, wow, we have definitive proof here. There happens to be yet another mass shooting, and in this case, it's committed by a trans person. And, you know, the Quartering, the way he was talking about this whole thing, where he's like, I mean, statistically, if we look at it, it just keeps happening over and over and over. So one of the reasons why I put that, Pinkwug cartoon, but that also has the actual charts and graphs in there showing.
The beanie has gone sentient, gone rogue. Worse than that, Uncle Slayer. The beanie has gone woke.
That if you were
Tim Pool's beanie has become woke.
To compare the amount of mass shootings that have been committed by trans people, confirmed 3, to the mass shootings committed by cis people, all the other ones, statistically, based on, you know, the ratio of the population of how many trans people are in the United States, you are less likely to be a mass shooter if you are trans than if you are a cis person, by a very large margin.
And male, however, often when it comes to the corporate press, they will use female interchangeably with men and women interchangeably, and we don't know. Janessa Moreno went by...
We don't know. So this entire conspiracy theory that, again, being spread, propagated, and still up by all of these right-wing ghouls is being done simply because there's a different name. And that name is masculine to them. Because they see the name Jeffrey. That's enough.
So do you see where we're going with this? They're chomping at the bit. They want this story to be about a trans shooter. And they have neglected any sort of due diligence, any sort of confirmation, right? They've got the barest of details where they think like we might have a trans shooter here, and they are already out there with their video titles and their thumbnails, like representing it as such.
Being that this person has been reported on to be a woman, but because there was a prior name, that name is masculine, so this person is clearly trans, so got him. Let's put this as a story and put it out there.
Jeffrey Escalante Moreno, among other aliases, and was from El Salvador. The child Moreno brought to the church was shot and injured. The child remains in critical condition in a local hospital. A 57-year-old man was also shot in the leg and taken to a hospital for treatment. Authorities searched a home in Conroe that is believed to be associated with the shooter. Moreno openly discussed a love of weapons. They say the female shooter who opened fire on Sunday had moments terrified with the trans shooter in, it was Nashville, I believe, also a trans man. Perhaps it has something to do with the testosterone.
Oh my God, yeah.
Troy Finner said it was not clear whether the young child was...
I know this will never happen, but, you know, it's just one of those moments that, like, for the love of God, do none of you ever want to learn a single thing about the groups you hate the most? Do 2 seconds of research. Do just, like, open a single Google search tab.
Struck by the officers who had responded, who returned fire, or Finner. Finner added a 57-year-old man. No, I'm sorry. Finner was the chief guy. Or the, by 40, a lot of criticism that they're like, corporatized religion, but that's pretty amazing. It was not clear where Osteen was at the time, but he joined police at a news conference afterwards and said the church is devastated. But he added that the shooting could have been much worse if it had happened during the larger 11 a.m. service. Free Palestine message. I have to imagine this with Mayor Whitmire and offered the full support of to find their loved ones at a nearby fitness center. Witness Paula Laverde said, so there was one shot first, and then there was a second who is trans. They would say a woman or trans woman. The fact that they're saying a trans gun woman implies this individual is biologically male. However, it's been reported that the individual is biologically female.
Confusing to Tim Pool, who's trying to do multiple things at once here. Again, like the Quartering.
He can't keep track.
Spread a conspiracy theory that vilifies trans people, that this is once again a mass shooting committed by a trans person.
Tim Pool, horrible source for news, horrible source for facts.
We've done this multiple times in the past.
Tim Pool is biologically fused with his beanie, true.
They've also been wrong multiple times in the past because they've been just so eager to label someone as being trans because it happens to be something they don't like. And if it's something they don't like, then, hey, we got ourselves a story here. Look, people are always pointing out that the vast majority of these mass shooters happen to be white supremacists. The vast majority of these white shooters happen to be misogynists. It seems to be a very common thread amongst a lot of the mass shootings that they happen to be someone who has problems with women. A lot of these mass shooters happen to be directly inspired in some cases by us, as in Libs of TikTok, you know.
And Tim Pool.
Shooter in Texas, pointing towards Libs of TikTok as a source of inspiration, as well as mass shooters who are inspired or watch Tim Pool's show. You could say that, yes, well, in that case, the mass shooter didn't hit the subscribe button, so that doesn't mean that they're
doesn't count.
They just happened to have 4 episodes of my show that they watched where I was also having white supremacist guests on. And yeah, that does happen a lot. There's a lot of white supremacists who I invite on the show, and kind of like a routine carousel. In fact, they're making up the bulk of the people who I usually invite on the show because a lot of their ideas happen to be pretty compatible with my own. But I'm not like them, but I just like to be able to hear a difference of opinion kind of a thing. But yeah, it is also a weird thing that so many of them keep calling for violence and call for violence on my show. And Tim Pool actually had to do that thing where he shut his show down, took it off the live stream, rebooted it, and then in the interview with the person tell him, I told you so many times, you cannot call for direct acts of violence towards specific individuals, that you're going to get us in trouble. I told you that beforehand. I don't know.
Just like I told you beforehand that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And that is an ad break that you could possibly avoid, possibly for free, even with the use of a Twitch Prime. A Twitch Prime sub used on my channel will keep you from seeing ads for a period of 1 month. You will no longer see ads. You can also get out of the ad break for $5 on Twitch. If you're on your desktop, $6 apparently on mobile, maybe even different prices in different countries depending on where you're at. You know, saving that, there's also the chance that you could get gifted a sub by somebody that is kind enough and cares about your viewing experience, and you not getting sucked out of the stream at a crucial time and not understanding what's going on. Although that sort of act of generosity is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. God damn, there was not a good place to, I don't know about that 10 out of 10. There was not a good place to pivot there.
Why this keeps happening. I have no actual way of figuring that out. I don't know why this keeps happening, why my guests keep doing the same fucking thing, why this keeps happening over and over and over again. But, you know, here we are. I keep inviting violent people on the show who want to do violence. It's weird. Far-right extremist accounts like Libs of TikTok rushed to call the shooter at Joel Osteen's church a transgender woman. The police have just confirmed that this is not the case, that she was the biological mother of the child who was shot. They won't apologize or retract their lies.
She has utilized both male and female names, but through all of our investigation to this point, talking with individuals, interviews, documents, Houston Police Department reports, she has been identified this entire time as female, she, her, and so we are identifying her as Genesee Moreno, Hispanic female.
Even Elon Musk jumped in to throw gasoline on the
It's such a weird way to say this too.
Because the shooter used various aliases that were documented in the arrest charges, including for forgery. That's one of the things. Like, they were so quick to label this, oh, well, this person has to be trans because different name, while not doing a second of fucking research into the fact that this person has a criminal record, including for forgery, and may have been using different aliases. That's something that people who are engaged in that kind of activity may do. But the name, it's masculine sounding. Oh, okay, well, I mean, print it. Put it in the publication. Put it in the Daily fucking Mail and just have it blasted on there, you know, for everyone to see. Do we issue retractions, apologies, corrections, take the videos down? As of right now, this has all been revealed, and both of those videos that I just showed you are both still up. There's been no retractions from either Tim Pool or the quartering. The videos have, in Tim Pool's case, over 300,000 views, once again spreading misinformation and fear-mongering about trans people. He even says in that video, he's like, yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe, you know, it's the testosterone, you know, from hormone supplementation that causes this. Can't say for sure, but once again, you know, this just keeps happening. Leftist activists are already coming to the defense of the trans Texas shooter. They're shifting the blame onto us and claiming that this is the consequences for criticizing radical trans ideology. Expect to see the media follow a similar pattern they did with other cases of trans terrorism.
Okay, so just to correct the record, this shooting does not seem to be like a hate crime against trans people. Lance opened up the the segment by talking about 2 such cases, right? This kind of demonization, this kind of rush to judgment, which they're saying that that the media, that trans people, that liberals, leftist, progressives, whatever, are refusing to acknowledge something bad. Like when people that are trans do bad things, we're not dealing with a trans person here. We are dealing with a bunch of transphobes, however, who have rushed to judgment based on some superfluous details that kind of indicate how primed they are for this, right? Hassan had the JDAMs thing. What about this? What about this? Tim Pool does do news in a way that Hassan doesn't, or at least is supposed to do news in a way that Hassan really doesn't. And yet here he is, just on the most basic details, making this assumption, throwing shade on the trans community, and woke. I don't know, when you listen to him bring up stuff like wokeness, pro-Palestinian, sentiments with the shooter, you get the feeling that they're armed with wokeness, they're armed with DEI, they're armed with pro-Palestinian sentiment or something like that. These things in and of themselves are dangerous. And also when you keep on saying trans shooter, trans shooter, trans shooter, that's the same thing that you're trying to do. You're trying to take a group that's already marginalized, that's already targeted, and make them more of a target, more dehumanized, and give people another reason to fear trans people. So just absolute.
You lied. You always lie. The only consistent here, the thing that keeps on happening, is the lies. The lies, and then the complete lack of accountability after the fact. Because it's just out there now. Days have gone by. We'll just leave those videos up. Won't take them down. Won't issue any kind of a correction. Just keep saying that this person was trans. What kind of hormones and drugs was the trans terrorist who shot up the Texas church taking? An anti-Zionist trans immigrant from El Salvador shot up the church yesterday. This is going to be lighting up the right-wing X all day, but I couldn't help but notice how a, quote, brown person with a Spanish surname who was born in El Salvador was coded as, quote, white non-Hispanic. In comes Elon Musk, because of course. Does seem concerning. Does seem concerning that maybe the hormone injections, especially sudden large amounts of testosterone, could be a major causal factor in violence. What evidence did any
This is so irresponsible.
Was taking hormones outside of a name? They all ran with it. The richest human being on the planet, well, maybe second or third now, but one of the richest human beings on the planet, the owner of the social media company of which he's actually posting on, the boss, spreading this shit. Breaking, the Lakewood church shooter was trans. Watch how quickly this story disappears. Fox News reported she was born as a man, but the police stated she...
Now, isn't this funny, right? Watch how quickly the story disappears. Yeah, because it's not true. That's not the story. That's not the truth. Watch how quickly this story disappears. The story's not disappearing. The story's still there. Watch how quickly Tim Pool and the like just disappear into the bushes. Right? And leave their videos up. Because they're getting paid to lie about trans people, and they want to keep that money coming in, and they know that the transphobes don't care that it's debunked. You show them a marginalized person, and you say this represents danger, and they will eat it up, no matter how debunked it is.
Is believed to be the biological mother. Fox News has yet to retract the story. Fox News has stealth edited the article and removed the claim that the shooter was trans.
Backing away from it, yeah.
Setting the bar that is effectively in hell right now for, oh shit, okay, well, just take that part out. No, we won't issue a retraction. We won't issue a statement. No one has to say anything. Just like, hopefully no one notices and everything carries on. And again, one of the reasons why I wanted to start this story by showing you that there are real world consequences to the lies that are spread by the right. Doesn't matter if it's happening in the UK, doesn't matter if it's happening in Canada, doesn't matter if it's happening in the US. These do have real world consequences. Libs of TikTok, higher right chick, has now had multiple articles put out about how her lies, fear-mongering, and inflammatory statements, and in many ways defamatory statements, I should also say, can lead to people enacting terrorism. Can lead to people calling in bomb threats to children's schools, to hospitals. You can see an increase in a pattern, a correlatory pattern between her making statements that are lies and then all of a sudden people deciding to do violence as a result of seeing those lies. And again, on the other end, they don't care. They don't care if real people get killed, if real people get hurt, if real people get stabbed, if teenagers or kids get stabbed multiple times, if hospitals have to close down because all of a sudden people are calling in bomb threats or people are showing up with guns or anything like that. Well, that's not my fan. That's not because of the story that I lied and misled my fans about. That's not someone who watches me. And then when there is a mass shooter, where it's like you can effectively point out the fact that they were actually a fan of Libs of TikTok, inspired in some ways by Libs of TikTok, well, they were insane. That was an insane person. It's mental illness. It's a lone gunman. Well, yeah, but that has nothing to do with what I talk about, my content, or anything like that. There are right-wingers right now who are decapitating their fathers and posting that in live streams on YouTube. And part of what they're talking about, the reason they're doing this is to fight the woke mind virus, to end wokeness and shit like that. There was a shooter in Edmonton who claimed that they were trying to end the wokeness disease. This is a consistent pattern where violent extremists are committing violent extremist acts, and the rhetoric they are using is like, you know, one-to-one from the shit that the right-wing pundits are putting out there on a regular basis. There was another right-winger who just stabbed his father multiple times, and friends and testimony of other people said that he was extremely upset that his father had been vaccinated. And so he then moved on to committing an extremist act. Preliminary reporting indicates the shooter was trans, but in a Monday news conference, investigation identified her as a cis woman, the biological mother of a 7-year-old child. As far-reaching media narratives have incorrectly identified the alleged armed assailant at a Texas megachurch as a trans woman, adding fuel to a moral panic as legislators across the country push for a raft of laws restricting the lives of trans people in the United States. Apparently drawing from police reports, MSNBC reporter just after noon Monday said the shooter was trans, with the chyron adding that the suspect identified as a woman. This is liberal media, not just right-wing media. Liberal media as well.
A briefing about their investigation, what they've found so far, and what they're still.
And once again, I've said this, like Jesse Singal is in the Atlantic posting his transphobic bile. You know, the New York Times and their op-eds will post transphobic bile. It doesn't just come from the right.
Looking for, which is our understanding, they're still looking for a motive. Could be hate crime related, could be terrorism, could be something else entirely, but they are hot on the chase. They've executed a search warrant at this individual's home north of Texas. And at this hour, we can tell you that the individual who is believed to be responsible for this shooting and is now deceased, shot by 2 off-duty officers at the church after shots were fired. That they have identified this person as 36 years old, that they are transgender. We have a couple of different names we're just trying to rectify with public information and public databases to make sure that we report accurately, but we should be able to do that soon. They say what happened is this individual approached the church at some point during the course of the shooting. They stated that they had bombs. That's something that was turned out to be unfounded. They did search, and you're looking there at a bomb squad vehicle and a bomb squad robot dead center screen just above those flags. They did state that they had the bombs, as I mentioned. They searched the vehicle, did not find any. There were none on this person, so they ruled that out. Over the course of the incident, we're not quite sure the sequencing of this yet. That's still something they're looking at.
So again, it's gross journalistic malpractice to be jumping to these conclusions based solely as the only piece of evidence. In doing so, by the way, like obviously putting a target on an already, marginalized community. Their only piece of evidence was that there was a different name, and that name sounded masculine to them. That's what they went with to think that it was appropriate at this time to say the shooter, we are now learning, happens to be trans. They are identifying as a woman. MSNBC again identified the shooter as a Hispanic transgender woman in the next hour.
We're learning more about the shooting at Joel Osteen's Lakewood Church in Houston. Law enforcement telling NBC News the assault-style rifle used had the word Palestine written on it. And the shooter has been identified as 36-year-old Janessa Yvonne Moreno, a Hispanic transgender woman with multiple prior arrests. A child and a man were in.
Right-wing and anti-trans influencers also picked up the story. Fox News soon followed, reporting the shooter identified as a woman. She was born a man. However, initial police reports about the shooter's identity appear to be inaccurate. Police now say while the suspect had used both male and female names as part of a criminal history of forgery, she had been identifying as a female the entire time. Local reporting indicates anti-Semitic writing and conflicts with her ex-husband are being investigated as possible motives, and the suspect was able to legally acquire AR-15s despite previously being placed under an emergency detention order. Once again, as people like Tim Pool are trying to say, like, oh, this person was like gun obsessed. Well, what, like most right wingers are, like most of the.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say that's a weird thing but it is bad. Like, right? If you look I mean, look at how, I mean, it goes on with a lot of marginalized identities, right? If you call a good old boy with a gun rack on his pickup truck that has a collection of assault weapons in his fucking basement, if you call that guy a gun-obsessed weirdo, then you're gonna get, oh, look at these coastal elites that they're out of touch with middle America, and we love our guns, we love our, firearms, we use them responsibly, we get training, whatever, right? But you change the context, right? And you talk about a trans person who is gun obsessed, and they are absolutely, that sounds dangerous. Like, keep that person away from guns, right? You talk about a black person, then you hear them, you hear all the code words come out, you hear all the dog whistles come out, you hear them, getting called, thugs and the like, right? It completely changes based on the lack of, the person being white, based on the lack of the person being cis. Now it's dangerous. Now it's bad.
The GOP is, but once again, yet another case.
The NRA
liberals and leftists
signed the Constitution in Bethlehem in 1776.
That having better comprehensive gun
Wait, what's going on with the Vanguard? Were they in the area or something?
regulations could have prevented this mass tragedy from occurring. Anti-trans writers hungry for negative press have mocked further updates as an investigation to determine preferred pronouns of the shooter. Fox News altered the story on their website as more reporting emerged, changing their headline and removing the language claiming that the suspect had been, quote, born as a man. Libs, a TikTok high right check who used the Lakewood church shooting to spread fears of a so-called epidemic of trans violence, previously accused an innocent and unrelated trans woman of carrying out the deadly mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas in 2022. Transgender people make up a tiny percentage of Americans, just 0.6% of Americans over the age of 13, according to the UCLA School of Law's William Institute, and are 4 times more likely than their cisgender peers to be the victims of violent crime. The vast majority of mass shooters are non-trans men. Right-wing media use the incident to encourage their audience to buy more guns because, of course, the spin can always be the same thing, right? Well, once again, this is a case where a good person with a gun may have saved some lives, so the solution to it is more guns.
I do not...
Naturally. Yeah. No, I'm not retracting any of my previous statements that may, again, directly target trans people at a time when they are pretty heavily marginalized in a lot of aspects of mainstream film and media. But, yep, that's what we're going to go for.
Heal lots of people.
So yeah, this is basically a pretty comprehensive look at how much media, whether it was the Quartering, Tim Pool, Libs of TikTok, or even MSNBC, completely got the story wrong, ran with it, and that's the narrative they're going to push.
Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Can you please hit the like and subscribe button and maybe leave a comment?
All right, yeah, chat. So just like Lance, I think the same thing goes for me. I rely on your donations, on your support, on memberships, on subs, on everybody who sends bits or donations or subscribes to my Patreon or anything like this. This helps me out. This helps me keep coming back to you. And in fact, I can't do it without that. So I appreciate everybody who supports me during this stream or any stream, even if all that support means is something like a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing, or even liking the stream. Liking the stream is a way that you can directly intervene with the algorithm on my behalf. So I appreciate everybody who likes the stream, and however you choose to manifest that support. That's why won't you send bits, chat? I don't know. It's all live. Anyway, let's but yeah, I'm trying to think of what to bring to you first. So we got three things to show you today, right? As far as Vaush goes. We're gonna start in on the Vaush report now. I'm just trying to find the exact dealing with live streams here.
Weeks. And on top of that, I'd say like 5 days ago, I started to feel sick. Thankfully, it was not COVID. I did not get COVID again. It was just a normal flu. It was my first time getting a normal...
Xanderhal, we have not seen this guy in a long time. We have not seen this guy in a super, super long time. It's been a while. It's been a little while, right? To give you a refresher, there was a conflict with Keffals over Shoe on Head. The one right opinion that I've heard Xanderhal have in a long time is that Shoe on Head is like a fucked up content creator, is still very right wing, and for supposed leftists to platform Shoe on Head, to play nice with Shoe on Head, to act like Shoe on Head is normal is harmful, right? I agree with him on that. However, when he went in to debate Keffals about it, it sounded like what he was doing was saying, like, I don't like you having friends with, I don't like you being friends with people that have been mean to me. Shoe on Head was like a little bit more than just mean to Xanderhal and Demon Mama. But nonetheless, right, he absolutely ate shit because of that. He thought he had a nuke in terms of being able to expose some DMs by Keffals. And it turns out that the person that Keffals had the DMs with did not want those DMs shared. And so Xanderhal was essentially, like, I mean, in his own words, kind of blackmailed into shutting up and sitting down and not saying anything. The breakup hit him hard. Yeah, and it was hitting him hard. For a while after the incident with Keffals, we saw Xanderhal down around like 100 viewers in his chat, right? He was swiftly turning into a random small streamer himself. So he comes back, you know, he has apparently a pretty good audience, although it's strange, right, chat? As I look at the YouTube chat, I notice that that is a slow-moving chat, a slower-moving chat than my own. Now, granted, he has his own chat, right? People can watch him on his Whiteleaf site, and you know that chat is moving a little bit faster, but it's just so strange to see so few people actually watching him on YouTube, considering that he's back to not exactly his normal numbers, but doing a lot better. So yeah, he hasn't commented, and we've got very little comment from any of the Whiteleaf people other than Keffals and Tipster, who we're about to get into them. We're about to see what's up with them. But first, we're going to check in with Xanderhal and see what he has to say about all this. Because remember, this is somebody who's been burned by Whiteleaf, right? He was in a situation where he actually did have a point there. He didn't make that point very effectively. He looked kind of ridiculous debating Keffals. But there is a point to not making, common cause, not fist bumping somebody like Shoe on Head, who's done immense harm and continues to do immense harm to the trans community through her takes on Kink at Pride. And he absolutely ate shit for that. And he was forced into a situation where it was like, all right, bud, do you want to lose your Whiteleaf site? You are barely making enough money to survive as it is, right? Do you want that income possibly like cut in half by taking, away all of your on-site subs? they really got a hold on him, right? And he was forced to shut up and sit down. And obviously he didn't feel very good about that, but there was nothing he could do. There was nothing that Xanderhal could possibly do. And other than just give in, right? But now the shoe is somewhat on another foot. Who's in trouble now? Vaush, right? Who didn't come in to help Xanderhal? Who didn't speak up to support Xanderhal, right? Who said nothing during that whole conflict? Vaush. Vaush did not want to get involved. So we'll see if Xanderhal wants to get involved and wants to put his credibility on the line once more for somebody like Vaush.
Flu since COVID started, since the pandemic started, so I was like really paranoid about it being another bout of COVID, but turns out I just got the regular old flu. I was sick for like 3 days. I felt like shit, but it didn't really get as bad as the worst of COVID did. And like way up here, I will say, not getting my haircut that has gotten this long, it's just too fucking long. I don't know what to do with my hair. I honestly might electric shaver to style it, but I'm not ever let it get, and it started getting into my eyes when I like bend over to do stuff, and it's pissing me off. Can we do the Friendly Geordies segment? I was watching stream for like 3 hours, those last streams. Sorry to bother, but this hasn't got as many eyes on it as the firebombing, and it's more connected to it. Yeah, Minimum Bolts, I actually planned to start the stream today with that because I wanted to cover that, and I didn't get to the last couple streams because my known Australian viewers in chat kept on saying, like, hold on, don't cover this, I gotta do this or that. So that's actually how I planned to start today's stream. You hear about 2Mad? I did hear about 2Mad. Did you guys hear that 2Mad died? Holy shit. Oh my god, 2Mad died? Oh my god. I didn't know that. Holy shit. My hair is straight, so styling it is relatively easy. Yeah, my hair...
Sorry about this chat, my computer's not working. I don't know what's going on here. It's just being incredibly slow. Oh. This is really frustrating.
Shit. The fact that this is how you actually do pedo hunting investigations, by the way. Assuming this is all true, the fact that this was then...
Okay, so we're talking about 2Mad here.
Right way. Unlike, you know, someone like, to murder me and multiple innocent lives. I've been trying to help law enforcement to make sure he's safe, doesn't get hurt, and doesn't harm the reason. The video is downright hilarious. America. On hightail waiter. Like, he was one of the most 21 years old, entered around like a pig as like the whole theme of it. It was very bizarre. It's like, holy fuck. I mean, I guess I'm glad that he's the one that got cancer and not me, but fuck. Are we gonna have another? I really don't want to have another thing in common with him. Okay? I really, really don't want to have another thing in common with him. I feel like you dodged a bullet then? Yeah, maybe. You are genetically fucked though, no? Oh, I definitely am. My family is not particularly known for their high cancer survival rates and their high not getting cancer rates. Oh yeah, Noxy, the CEO of Hypixel Studios, the studio making Hightail, put out this tweet. With permission from his family, here are the Technoblade books of condolences in full. Players on the Hypixel server were able to leave a message to be printed in the book.
Sorry, we're almost there.
The bus.
Oh my god. Yeah, the chat is not exactly friendly to him.
It'd be like the guy is literally any old cancer keep me from playing hightail after I've waited for so long. So long. You guys know how much I'm literally listening to the hightail soundtrack right now. You guys know you're listening to a lo-fi remix done by Slam. Up to a
Nope. Nope. I don't know what's going on here, chat. So here's the deal. I'm having trouble.
Secret that in this community we like to dunk on cops a lot. Now, obviously, we don't think that every single individual cop is a genuine.
We're gonna just. I'm just gonna get the fuck out of this. We're gonna speed run the rest of this chat because. Oh my god, not the fucking. I'm dealing with VODs here. I'm dealing with VODs, and my computer is incredibly slow here. So, yeah, trying to balance that out with the fact that I have 2 things to show you, maybe 3 things to show you that are on a VOD. I don't know. It usually doesn't do this. This is usually not a problem.
Simply him engaging with this by mistake.
Here we go. Here we go.
Even know I exist.
Tipster and
We have,
Keffals.
like a serious conversation.
I'm still pissed at him. I was ready to like finish up my video essay. Conservatives took the word groomer, which. Okay, so we got a minute until this is happening. Jesus Christ, this is gonna be such a shit show.
Okay, so what is this? This is Keffals, this is Tipster, and they are watching, they are stream sniping, as it were. The thing that I got yelled at for doing to Dylan Burns, the reason that Demon Mama flipped me off, right? That's what Keffals and Tipster are doing right now to H3. So, I mean, like, I wish, like, some drama frogs would go into H3's channel and be like, do you know what Keffals is doing? Keffals is simulcasting you and you know, get Ethan to threaten, like, legal action like Dylan did against me.
Joe.
Yeah.
I can't believe that he essentially called both of us a pedophile for defending Vaush.
Both of you collectively a pedophile? I don't know.
Even if you want to make the argument, because I've seen some people on Twitter making the argument that he didn't call us a pedophile, at the bare minimum, he's accusing us of defending a pedophile and calling Vaush a pedophile, which none of that is true.
Well, I made a tweet about how I think it's fucked up to pedo jacket, especially trans people, when we are already the targets of such horrible vitriol with the groomer panic. And he decided to make an Instagram.
Oh my god! So we got a little view into the Keffals server here. Who's down with Keffals right now?
Story saying like, what the fuck is pedo jacketing? Don't you? If you get.
We have, and I'm only gonna look at the content creators here, right? Conyer, Demon Mama, Gayfesh, Goblin City. Goblin City is the band. That's funny that that's Goblin City. You know the song that's like, whoa, ready for the ratio, whoa, it's Keffals time, come on, let's go. I'm gonna get sued for that, by the way. That's Goblin City, right? That's Goblin City. There's also Goblin. Anyway, there's a lot of goblins in Keffals Discord apparently, but yeah, just of the Reservoir, didn't expect to see their Vaush, of course, White Nervosa. Okay, so of the actual nominal Naomi. Okay, so I will read you out the names of the content creators I know that are in there, but I'm gonna try to not really focus on anybody who is just a Discord Patreon. But yeah, these are content creators. Ostensibly still in the Keffals, still in the Keffals Discord.
Called a pedophile enough, you need to come up with the word pedo jacketing, then you're just fucking sus. Which is
actually,
he should know better.
I actually commented on that on my stream last night and made like a really good point on that. Is just like, do you know what community you're asking that question, Ethan? Because these people are literally labeled pedophiles and groomers all the time.
Well, I tried to tell him that. Even when I went on his show, I tried telling him this. Like, conservatives took the word groomer, which means pedophile.
So, I mean, this is true, but the way that Keffals is using this is gross, right? yeah, there's a lot of conservatives out there. In fact, I'll even go one step further. I will say that there are right-wingers out there, there are Nazis out there that are trying to use the Vaush incident to cast shade, to cast suspicion on all LGBT people. Right? Either through the fact that Vaush is, you know, a known supporter of trans rights and of LGBT rights. Vaush is a known you know, somebody that calls himself a leftist, and you know, for people who know him a little bit better, you know, he's not heterosexual, right? And they're using this stuff to go after LGBT people. But is it that Vaush is getting victimized here because he is not straight? Is Vaush getting victimized here because he speaks up for trans rights from time to time? No. Vaush is not being victimized here. Vaush is the one, you know, that's actually, you know, casting shade on all of us, right? And using us as a shield to hide behind. And you got Keffals and Tipster giving him the assist in that. Like, this is disgusting for a trans person to allow a known predator like Vaush to hide behind our identities, right? And let me tell you how that works. It subjects us to more danger. It gives them a narrative. And it also gives them a very clear case of someone crying wolf, right? What do I mean by crying wolf? I mean that groomer slander is super pervasive. You will see that used on all kinds of random trans people that don't have anything to do with that, right? But when Vaush then says, "Oh yeah, you know how it is. You know how it is. You know, you stand up for, you know, trans rights. You're LGBT, and you know, you got called a groomer," and he's actually fucking got, you know, erotica on his hard drive of like underage characters, then that's like, they're using this to lie. They're using this to hide behind, right? And it's a real thing, and it's a real thing that afflicts a lot of people in the trans community, and in the, you know, queer community at large. And especially given that Vaush was one of the first people to hop on the train of the anti-king at Pride discourse, right? It's even more disingenuous, and it's disgusting that a trans person would be helping him out with this, right? I don't know, chat. I don't know.
And they constructed a new meaning for it, which is basically any trans person or ally to trans people who are supportive of younger trans people going through a medical transition. And by doing that and conflating these terms, they basically came out with a way to call every trans person a pedophile. But he kind of like...
Right. But that's not this. This is Vaush having images of underage characters on his hard drive. This is Vaush having images of, you know, explicit images of horses on his hard drive. And this is apparently, according to Ethan, Vaush having images of the horses and the underage people, like, you know, engaging in activities, right? In addition to like all the fucked up shit that he's already said. And that wasn't stuff where he was trying to defend trans people and he got like called a groomer, right? This is not that. What Keffals is talking about has nothing to do with Vaush. And it's something that he's trying to use as a shield. He's trying to drag the trans community. He's trying to drag the queer community down with him. And it's bad enough that that's going on. I mean, we know that he doesn't care about any of the marginalized groups that he claims to defend. But what's worse is that he's got Keffals help in doing that. This is disgusting, Keffals. You're disgusting.
He didn't like that this was a thing, and I think it really speaks to his lack of experience on this topic. He hasn't had to deal with that kind of shit.
Yeah, for sure. It's
like, look, one thing that a marginalized identity is not and never has been is a get out of jail free card. If you listen to Ben Shapiro and the way that he talks about the way that he talks about intersectionality, right? You would think that on the left we've constructed an inverted hierarchy based on the more oppressed you are, the more marginalized you are, the more power that you have on the left, right? And he would portray it like, you know, things like when people say, you've got the card to say X slur, right? That is some kind of like get out of jail free card. That's like, oh yeah, go ahead and be, you know, since you're trans, go ahead and be transphobic. Since you're, you know, black, go ahead and be an anti-black racist. Like, that's totally fine if you do it, right? That's not how that works. And functionally in society, that has never been how that works. Being marginalized does not get you out of trouble. Being marginalized puts you in the line of fire. But what we've got presented with Vaush is somebody that is, you know, so somebody that's at least not marginalized but due to trans identity, using a defense that trans people are subjected to an inordinate amount of inaccurate accusations of this kind of stuff to defend actual bad stuff that he's doing. Yeah, he's not crying wolf, he's crying horse, I guess.
Honestly, really disappointing to see him behave this way. And like, I don't know if he realizes it or not, but a lot of his biggest cheerleaders in this moment are literally the worst possible people you can think of on the internet. And I'm just not talking about like Keemstar and people like that, like literal, like anti-trans, anti-gay, literal Nazis and fucking alt-righters. They're the ones that are cheering him on right now.
Yeah, because they want the left to fail. Any chance that they can get to knock down like some of the biggest leftist commentators, they're going to take it.
Yeah.
They didn't put this lolly stuff on Vaush's hard drive, right? They didn't right click this shit and download it. They didn't put the horse stuff on Vaush's hard drive. They didn't make those statements that got clipped. That some of them in some cases might have made the clips, right? And like, I'm willing to entertain the idea that Vaush, like almost any streamer out there, has like at times been clipped out of context. However, there are cases in which he's not clipped out of context, in which when you look at the further context of it, it gets worse, not better. And, you know, where there's really problematic stuff that he's saying. And those Nazis, try it as they might, cannot possibly put those words in Vaush's mouth. Who put those words in Vaush's mouth? Vaush. Who said those words? Vaush. Who downloaded those files? Vaush. This is all on Vaush, right? And Vaush is not the left. In fact, I would posit that as a whole, he is not a net positive to the left. He is a liability to the left. He is somebody whose existence on the left gatekeeps leftism from marginalized people that are supposed to benefit from intersectional politics, right? He makes the left actively more reactionary and less intersectional. No, in other words, Keffals, this whole shithouse that we call VGG, that we call White Leaf, is about to burn down, metaphorically, of course, right? And nothing of value is lost. You don't bring any value to the table. Tipster doesn't bring any value to the table. Vaush certainly does not bring any value to the table. Right? You know, the danger here is this stuff being associated with leftism. Like when Vaush makes those statements about, like, you know, socialism, right? He's dragging leftism down with him. When Vaush uses trans people as a shield to hide behind, he's dragging trans people with him. I say don't let him. Right? Vaush is who did the fucked up shit here. Vaush is the one who's problematic here. This has got nothing to do with the rest of us. Right? He made his fucking bed. He can lie in it alone. Now, Keffals and Tipster, like I said, they got nothing to lose here. Their reputations are burned. Their reputations are trashed, right? You're going to see a little bit of a different reaction from Xanderhal, and I'm going to try to get that to you. I actually don't know what's going on with his VOD. I'm having a trouble navigating through larger videos, which is what VODs are. They're really large videos, and if they're my videos, they're like 10 hours lately. But I'm going to try to still bring you that. Just the takeaway from what he said, though, is not my floor, not my problem. And that's the right response to have. We saw President Sunday's video last night, same sort of thing. Coming to a realization that Vaush is not his friend, Vaush is not leftism, and Vaush is the one who's responsible for this, and Vaush is the one who should pay the price for that, right? They can take down Vaush all they fucking want, and it actually helps the left.
And anybody who knows me, like,
and also, who took down Vaush? Vaush. Who did the things that Vaush is being called out for right now? Vaush, right?
you knows that I don't use terms like Nazi and alt-righter like lightly. I do think that oftentimes those terms get overused for anybody who disagrees with somebody who is on the left, but like that's literally the reality of the situation. These are the kind of people who are cheering him on right now.
So
so in other words, even if Vaush is guilty and did something really fucked up, you can't call it fucked up. You can't have a problem with it. You can't talk about it. And this is happening all over VGG, right? This is we're gonna watch Vaush's VOD and see how he responds to people trying to talk to it. You know, there are communities right now, Vaush aligned communities, where discussion of Vaush is being banned. They're just like, let's not talk about it. Let's avoid it. Let's ignore it. Let's pretend it's not really happening. This is not a convenient story for them because they can't say what the right thing, they can't say the right thing. The right thing is that, you know, like drawn erotica of underage people is fucked up, right? And because they can't say that without offending Vaush, and they need Vaush, because that's all this is for them, is a clout game. That's all this is a way for them to associate themselves with a more popular creator and therefore benefit from that, right? Then they're just shutting down conversation. They don't want to talk about this, right? The community that's all about, like, let's have a debate about it. Let's discuss this, facts and logic, you know, let's get to the bottom of this, right? They're shutting down discourse. They don't want to.
We're still.
They don't want to deal with it.
Ethan to go live. So how we're doing this? Tipster and I are going to be doing commentary. We're doing like a watch party with this, so we can both pause when we need to. So we're not going to be like caught up to where the stream is. But
oh, so in other words, you're doing this just like I was watching Dylan Burns.
Commentary as I go.
But remember, chat, NCC bad for watching the Hippy Dippy podcast like on a delay, right? Keffals and Tipster not bad for doing the same thing with H3. It's a mix of a cult and a mafia,
and it's pretty common for Ethan to be late with his streams, so it might be a few minutes before he gets started.
I'm so pissed at him. I was ready to like finish up my video essay and like, okay, this drama's over. And it's like, I wonder what made him decide to go for this again. Because Vaush has been avoiding this, you know, like he didn't watch it. Like the worst thing that he did, which I think is what maybe prompted this. Vaush said in his Discord that Ethan was a snake and compared him to Keemstar, which I think is fair. Keemstar is like cheerleading Ethan on this crusade right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan is acting as a useful idiot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this isn't even the first time like Ethan has been kind of like a snaky person. If you know his history back when he was in the commentary community, he's engaged in this kind of behavior from people from that scene as well who considered him friends. I know now in hindsight, we'd all say that these are horrible fucking people. So who cares? But just to kind of give a bit of context of his history, he's done shit like this to Leafy.
Facts and Logic is an 80s cover band. Is that when they invented the fax machine?
Past. He's done shit like this to Pyrocynical in the past. Like, this is not out of the norm for him to just randomly stab somebody in the back like this.
Look, Ethan didn't stab Vaush in the back, right? Vaush is hoisted here on his own petard. Again, who downloaded the files? Who watched the files? Who normalized things like relationships between minors and adults through saying that it is possible that such a thing could happen without any harm coming to the minor, right? I am of the mindset that the violation of somebody's consent is as neither minors nor animals can consent is a harm in and of itself, right? But Vaush is making the statement like, oh no, it could be possibly just fine, but since it's a lot of times not just fine, and I'm a rule utilitarian, aren't I enlightened? I think that the age of consent laws should remain the same. I'm sorry, Vaush, but you're making a Milo Yiannopoulos-ass argument. and you have slid on this for years and years and years. The very beginning of your career was harassing people in Destiny's Discord. And then when they came out with the screenshots exposing you, trying to harass them off the internet. Like, this is the origin story of Vaush and his goons and the White Leaf Network, right? Including the sysadmin, White Nervosa, who played cover for this guy, who advised this guy to change his name from Irish Laddie to Vaush to try to escape any kind of culpability for this, who actively tried to cover up and push his victims like off of the internet because they're inconvenient. Again, you get the sense that these people are looking at him as a good in of himself, and therefore any harm that he does, he must be protected from. And that's unfortunately a very consistent pattern that's been established and is continuing with Keffals and Tipster. And did I press the right button? Probably not.
2.
Oh no, there's Xanderhal.
Yeah, I think I just was way too charitable towards Ethan. Because
you're not too charitable towards Vaush, though. Interesting.
I think a lot of us saw his recent arc with a lot of the debates and stuff he's been doing, and he's been having some genuinely good takes as of late. And so a lot of us were starting to warm up to him again. And then just out of the blue, this happens. So it just kind of ruins everything, you know?
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like a slap in the face to see him do so much good over the course of the past year and a half or so, and then turn around and do this, and just not even be willing to...
And do you notice how they're trying to turn this around? Like, who did something bad? Was it Ethan for showing what Vaush did, or is it Vaush for doing the actual thing? They are absolutely trying to... I mean, they're usually Darvo is a thing that the... Like it's not something that a third party does to you, but that's exactly what this is, right? Reversing, not so much the victim and the oppressor, but reversing the person the perpetrator and the person exposing the perpetrator, right? It's all about Ethan's behavior all of a sudden. It's all about being disappointed by Ethan all of a sudden. I mean, this is just classic textbook Darvo.
Actually have a serious conversation about it. I know he said he was willing to talk to Vaush, but let's be honest, if they had that conversation, it wasn't going to be an actual good faith conversation.
And why is that? Is it possible that is because there is no defending what Vaush did? Right? The only defense to it is to say that it didn't happen. The only defense to it is to say, Your Honor, I thought it was a short stack goblin girl. The only defense to it is to deny this, and this shit has breached containment, right? When Vaush is the largest creator involved, right? When it is smaller creators that are shining the spotlight on what he's done, it's really easy for him to mask stuff. It's really easy for him to cover stuff up. It's really easy for him to disguise something that's actually fucked up as something that's more benign. But now that it's Ethan with the larger platform who's going over this with the larger audience, right? If Ethan wants to shine the spotlight into these dark crevices of VGG, he damn well will. And there's no coming back from that. You can't, once the horse is out of the barn, right, you can't put it back in.
Conversation.
Horse is out of the stable? Whatever.
Oh yeah, no, it would have just been Ethan and the H3 crew mocking him and trying to drag his reputation even further through the mud.
Mm-hmm. Because
further through the mud than he already has?
Ultimately, like I said, I don't know if you've actually watched the full stream yet, but they are literally... Their whole defense is that, well, we showed the full context. We showed the full clips, and they did, but the problem is when you're poisoning the well and you're presenting an argument to your audience that you claim that Vaush is making that he isn't making, or when he's actually... explaining his position, you're talking over him so the audience can't hear him. It doesn't matter how much of the video you play because you're not actually representing.
So Tipster's talking about pause fucking, and that this is a thing. Pause fucking is if if Tipster was actually making a good point, which you're not going to hear here, so we no concern about pause fucking. You're not going to hear any good points from either of these people. They're just playing defense. They're just trying to sweep up something that is inexcusable, right? But, you know, if there was a good point that somebody made that you didn't want to deal with it, one great way to not deal with it is to pause it in the middle of them saying it so that the audience doesn't actually hear the full point that they're making, right? That's what pause fucking is. This is a classic Vaush move. This is what he does when he reacts to stuff like all the time. And they're accusing Ethan of doing the same thing. Oh my God. The X in my name.
A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Anyway, that's Xanderhal's theme song. As you can tell, my tech is really working for me today. It's really working for me. Chat totally playing the right video that I mean to play
properly. What he's actually saying.
Well,
And
but
that's the
also,
issue.
what also really bothers me with this stuff is how selective the outrage is. You know, like with Ethan, he was willing to have a
Whoa, Keffals, do you want to talk about selective outrage here? Do you want to talk about selective outrage? Now, Keffals has done content on a much smaller creator that is legitimately saying like concerning things, like right that is basically, you know, doing like Mr. Girl kind of content where they say creepy, disturbing things to get attention. It's their strategy for, you know, going from a small creator to a large creator, you know, through jumping into the orchestra pit. Like we've talked about this. This is food shops, right? Keffals has called out food shops, and indeed, the shit that food shops says is really fucked up. Selective outrage, though, food shops is tiny. Vaush is huge. Right? Both are accused of saying things that normalize, you know, PDF stuff. And yet Keffals has made one video calling one of them out, that being food shops, that being the smaller content creator, that being somebody that she can, you know, essentially farm for clout. Cause like, yeah, food shops is a shit show. Food shops is a train wreck, right? And then standing a larger creator doing the same thing, right? You want to talk about selective outrage? Really? What gall? Come on, play. I'm having so much trouble with my tech chat. It's like, it's just having like large videos open.
Like, did Ethan bring up,
I think,
his old bro tip stuff where he called Lady Gaga a tranny and said that it was terrifying, the idea that Lady Gaga had a small dick? Did he bring up the fact that Hassan Piker had sex with a woman at a brothel that was later shut down for sex trafficking, meaning that
Oh my God. I mean, here's Keffals making essentially like a swerve argument, right? Now, look, it's one thing to be concerned about exploitation that happens in the sex industry, that happens all the time. Like, that's fucked up. But you're talking about something that is being massively mischaracterized in terms of the Hassan brothel situation. And if you want to use Keffals' logic, right, you're attacking Hassan with stuff that swerfs have perpetuated. People that are anti-sex worker have perpetuated, right? Hassan visited a brothel in Germany at one time. I think that brothel got shut down for like taxes or something later on, right? It's not was not shut down for fucking human trafficking.
Hassan, there's a big chance there that Hassan could actually be a rapist who had sex with a sex trafficking victim. That didn't get brought up.
Damn, Keffals, I thought we weren't going to accuse people of being rapists with no fucking with no fucking evidence whatsoever. Or is that just we're not going to accuse Destiny of that anymore because we're trying to chase Destiny's clout? We're trying to find that sweet spot in between Destiny and Vaush where both of them are getting something out of our existence and both of them can support us. Is that what we're doing here? Didn't she recently say she was done with political commentary? Yeah, she said she was done. Okay, so first of all, she's done with trans advocacy, right? The one good thing she did, right? She's done with that, right? Doesn't want to do that anymore. Then becomes like some kind of political pundit. Then she's like, no, I'm done with politics. I'm doing drama, right? I'm doing drama now, not politics. Fuck politics. I want to do the drama, and then she decides she doesn't want to do drama. She's going to do, I don't even know what, like Night Mind kind of content, which actually sounds pretty, I mean, you could use more channels like that, but whatever. She actually had an interesting idea for what she wanted to do in terms of content creation going forward. And she said that this drama stuff was like destroying her, that she didn't like covering it. She didn't enjoy covering it. It made content creation not fun. It made it too grindy. And she wanted to talk about the stuff that she's actually interested in, the stuff that she, after a big drama stream will go and, the kind of content that she'll watch herself, right? Which makes sense. Yeah, do stuff that you're interested in, right? You'll burn out a lot less that way. But no, she's back to defend Vaush, I guess. Is it gonna play? Okay, wrong. Oh my god, the Xanderhal song! I can't get out of this, chat. The X in my name.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super privy to that situation, but ultimately we've...
Tipster's like, no comment.
Seen this time and time again in these communities where, they play favorites with the people they like, and they're willing to look beyond things for people that they like, and so it doesn't surprise me.
What are we watching right now? Tipster, Garfield, that's you! That's you! That's your own image you're looking at! That's a mirror! What are you talking about?
Honestly.
Yeah, it's all about clout and favors.
It's all about clout and favors! You're all about clout and favors! What the fuck are you talking about?
Because there wasn't a lot of clout to be gained from being nice to Vaush, but obviously clout to be gained.
Says the person gaining clout from being nice to Vaush. Anyway.
Hacking Vaush. Like, it was obvious the choice that Ethan has made here.
I mean, honestly, though, that what she just said, there's not a lot of clout to be gained from supporting Vaush. I think that is becoming more and more true. That was not the conventional wisdom, though. And there's a reason that Vaush has orbiters, and it is that, right? There's a reason why they're all, of this mindset of like, hey, I was nice to you. I chimed in on your side when you were having that conflict with Hassan. Why are you not protecting me when I am showing my fucked up underage shit in folders? Like on my stream. Why are you not covering for me there? That's what this is supposed to be. This is supposed to be a transactional clout relationship.
I think that's funny too, because obviously there were a lot of people who were saying both you and I were defending Vaush as like a clout move or something. But like, it's literally like a meme in his community that...
No, Keffals is defending Vaush as a clout move. Tipster is siding with Keffals as his one way to stay relevant, as his only way to be the Nicholas Diorio of the gays. As it were.
People get shit on for defending Vaush. And not only that, but like in my case...
Which is really ironic considering his most famous clip contains the phrase, no homo.
I don't even know if Vaush knows that I exist. So like, what would be the benefit of me defending someone?
Right, what would be the benefit?
That doesn't even know I exist.
Yeah, no, I've lost opportunities. I've lost financial opportunities. I've lost networking opportunities for being friends with Vaush. There was not a lot of gain to be made from being friendly with Vaush, but I think he's a good person, and I'm very used to the treatment that Vaush gets.
And the other thing, Tipster, I wouldn't be knocking down that theory that you're doing this for clout, because that's like one of the less insidious reasons that you could be doing it. Like we showed earlier, the other going theory about why Tipster is doing this is that he empathizes with Vaush, right? That he's had a very similar take defending, the kind of stuff that's in Vaush's folder, right? If I was Tipster, I would be all about people assuming that I was doing it for clout. But I mean, I think more likely, he's right. Does Vaush know that he exists? Yeah, Vaush knows that he exists. He's not super prominent in the Vaush community and the Vaush network. He's more known as a Keffals hanger-on, but you're the orbiter of an orbiter. You're like the moon of a moon, right? So your relationship with Keffals being worthwhile to you is kind of dependent on the clout daddy that Keffals has remaining viable, that being Vaush.
I've also been the target of this kind of treatment where people make up really malicious lies, and through a game of telephone, the lies spread around, and because they're repeated so much, people think that even if they're exaggerated, there needs to be a kernel of truth behind them.
Yeah, I think the reason why I went to bat for him as hard as I did, because, I'm not friends with Vaush or anything like that. I went to bat for him so hard because it was literally a year ago, almost to the day, that I was being falsely accused of this fucking.
Observat says, all I know is that they're defending Vaush so much more than Vaush is defending himself. Well, we'll see a little bit of Vaush trying to defend himself a little later, but you are correct.
Lolly pedo.
What's up, only fact?
Shit. And I have a lot of empathy for him as someone who was in that position, because it's a fucked up position to be in, and nobody's willing to have like a rational conversation about it. They're just putting labels on people that they dislike, and they're very harmful labels. And I think it's fucked up.
Only fact says, are these grown-ass folks, like, what the fuck is wrong with them? The same framework when applied to other theaters of society would be diagnosed as sociopathy, with all due respect. Nation states, how they cover for one another, hiding behind pearl-clutching fake fails of morals and ethics, when they themselves are devoid of such. Jesus. Cringe. Only consistent streamer? What? Thank you. What do you mean? My schedule's consistent, or like logically consistent, I'm guessing you're saying?
The thing that I hate about it the most is, like, if they legitimately thought that Vaush was a pedophile and that he had this type of content on his computer, they should go to the police.
So here we go with the straw man again, right? I've got a big problem with Vaush, right? I've got a big problem with the clips that are, that Ethan pulled up. I've got a big problem, also with the fact that, with how those clips tie in with what's on his hard drive, right? But I don't see evidence on the hard drive that he is, like, endangering children, that he is, like, in real life, like, an offending, whatever, right? I don't see any evidence of that. I see shit on his hard drive that he, is enjoying, that indicates, like, a disturbing, like, attraction, but it's not evidence of, like, real, life harm. So no, that's not applicable. But do you see what she's doing? We got the again. Either Vaush is in real life harming minors, or Vaush is totally okay and has done nothing wrong. And anybody saying anything bad about Vaush is saying so in bad faith. Right? That's not actually true. That's not actually true. Chat, what's going on with I'm just there we go. We had a little problem with bandwidth there for a second, but I think I'm back. I'm watching myself on the OBS window, and I saw that I was pausing and freezing, and I was like, if I'm pausing for me, I'm probably pausing for you too. So
they should go to the authorities. There should be an investigation on Vaush. He should have his computer seized. But I don't think that they actually...
But that's not what's being claimed. That's not even close to what's being claimed, right? That's not the only bad thing that you can do, and thank God, there's no evidence that Vaush is doing that. Right? That's not what anybody's claiming. And Ethan made that clear too. Yeah, that he's not calling Vaush a PDF. He's calling Vaush a lowly enjoyer. And based on some of his previous clips, based on some of the things that he said previously, that kind of backs it up. Before, when those clips came out, people were like, oh no, you don't understand. He's being edgy, he's being silly, he's just joking, he's not really saying what you think he's saying. There's context somewhere that would make this okay. I can't find it. If I roll back on the clip, to before the clip started, I can't find it. If I roll past the clip to after the clip played, I can't find it, but it's somewhere there. It's somewhere in that giant VOD. There's context that makes this okay. Nothing makes what's on Vaush's hard drive okay. And that stuff on Vaush's hard drive confirms that he was serious about what he said. In fact, maybe he was even underselling it. What he said in that clip was that, everyone, he thinks, has at some point, pleasured themselves to drawn depictions of underage characters. He thinks it's just a fact, right? That if you go back through the images, or if he, and implying that this is true for him, right? And everybody's like, wait a minute, no, that's not the truth. That's not real. That's not That's not me, bro. This is you. This is you, right? And then all his defenders come and say, no, 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 you don't really understand. Like, he's not saying that about himself. And okay, people let it go after a while, right? They just are like, all right, whatever. And then this comes out, and it turns out that not only, did he maybe accidentally, bump into some of this kind of material, he fucking saved it to his hard drive. He fucking saved it to his hard drive. Does that mean he's an offending predator? No, it doesn't. And that's why nobody's saying that. And if they are, they're, that's a overdrawn conclusion. Frames are better now. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, chat. I don't know what's going on with my computer. It must be the X in my name. Wait, I don't have an X in my name. That's a Xanderhal thing.
Like, wholeheartedly believe this argument that they're making. And I think that all of the disingenuous smearing of people as pedophiles, what it ends up doing as an unintended consequence is numbing people to these kinds of accusations and making it easier for actual predators.
When you cry wolf over pedojacketing, right? The unintended consequence of what you do is make that defense, which is sometimes appropriate, right? Marginalized people do get pedojacketed. You make it sound like bullshit. You're helping, Keffals, the people advancing the groomer libel, right? You remember the people that called you a groomer? You're helping them. You're making it easier for her. You're making it easier for them. And you're doing it to defend somebody that's not fucking worth defending. Like, at this point, I don't even see what you're getting out of it. Like I said before, there was a reason for Keffals to defend Vaush when he was a viable, social media entity. I don't think he really is anymore. I think that the rats are starting to leave the ship en masse, and not to call President Sunday a rat or anything. That's a metaphor. But President Sunday's already made a video saying he was wrong to defend Vaush. You can see Xanderhal, if I can bring up the VOD, which is more difficult than I thought it was. You can see Xanderhal say, hey, this is not my floor, not my problem. It's got nothing to do with me. And these assholes didn't defend me when it came to it, right? So, yeah, your NCC got Norded. Yeah, just about. Wait, what would I be if I got Norded? I'd be... Like, how, I don't know what getting Norded is like. We're talking about, in Kingdom Hearts when Xehanort turns your heart to darkness and you become an evil villain and you fight your friends, right? But I do know what it's like to experience the top of the hour ad break, which comes to you every top of the hour at the top of the hour. Because I was in Hasanabi's chat this morning and I actually got top of the hour ad breaked, right? I didn't do the right thing. I didn't use a Twitch Prime. I didn't use any kind of sub whatsoever. And there we go. I had 3 minutes of ads. You may have just experienced those 3 minutes of ads if you're in my Twitch chat without a sub, right? You can fix that possibly by using a Prime sub for free, no cost to you, puts money in my pocket, helps support this stream, helps me keep coming to you with this garbage week after week, right? You can do that by paying Twitch $5 in ransom money to get your eyeballs back in your head, so they will no longer be stuck in that awful ad zone and that awful kind of purgatory for eyeballs every hour for 3 minutes. Or possibly, if you are lucky, you might even benefit through from the generosity of somebody else looking to give gift or community subs. Although that sort of thing, that sort of generosity, more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
To gain cover in online communities.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's really funny is they talk about how problematic this material is, right? But they have no problem saving this stuff to their computers and then reposting it in social media.
Wait, saving? What are we talking about, Vaush here? Saving this stuff to their computers?
To share it with others.
Tipster, who saves stuff to his computer?
I mean, even on the H3 podcast, while for obvious reasons they didn't show it on the stream, they were in front.
Like what? They're sus for saving Vaush's clips to their hard drives? Is that what you're saying?
In front of a live audience, looking at this content on their computers and commenting on it.
So yeah, people are commenting on Vaush's lost subs, saying it's negative 8,000. I think when I saw it last, it was negative 7,000. So that kind of tracks. I haven't checked it in a while, but yeah, 8,000 sounds about right. 7,000. I've even heard people say up to 10,000, although I have not seen evidence for 10,000 lost subs. It is starting to happen, right? It is starting to happen. I mean, you see this with content creators. You're seeing this with a loss of subs, but you know, like it's a cult-like atmosphere that this VG community takes place in, right? It is a very, you know, self-reinforcing echo chamber where phrases like Vaush bad, Vaush Derangement Syndrome, VDS, woke scold, tenderqueer, those kind of thought-terminating cliches are used to keep people from completing the thought that this guy's kind of fucked up.
So it's kind of weird to talk about how problematic this material is, but you're perfectly willing
OnlyFacts, thank you for the resub.
to save it on your computers and your devices and look at it and share it with other people. That's really weird.
Collecting receipts is sus now? Oh my god, chat, this is a little too close to my heart. Right? If you remember like my one scandal, it was about collecting receipts. Strangely enough, the you know, the screenshots of my folders were screenshots that I'd never seen before. In other words, those weren't actually my folders. But I mean, I do talk about people. I mean, I could see like where it comes from. That I'd have things like URLs to people to VODs, to videos, etc., timestamps, things like that. You know, it does sort of make sense. That was what I was accused of was collecting receipts. If only, chat. If only I was that organized, then maybe I'd be more effective at taking these assholes down.
No, because if they thought it was actually as bad as they say it was, they wouldn't be willing to actually look at it, save it to their computer, and show it to other people.
Yeah. I think what's really weird is like, by their own logic, because like, according to...
I mean, that kind of puts you then in a bind as far as the thing that you need to do to prove that there's something wrong going on is something that you can never do because the act of saving it to your hard drive, right? And just for the record, we're talking about thumbnails, right? The actual harm is the file that those thumbnails come from, but those thumbnails are evidence of the existence of the files on Vaush's computer, of the saving of those files to Vaush's computer, right? And in most cases, what I've seen, what I've wanted to see, was not any sort of high definition images of those files, but rather a blurred out version thereof, and then sometimes even just with the face unblurred, so you can see that, yeah, the character looks fucking hella underage, right? That is not an adult that's being shown. That is not a short stack goblin. That is a child. The sexualized image that Vaush has got in his folder is an image of a child.
To what Vaush said, if we take Vaush at his word, he didn't know that this was Lolly, and as soon as he found out, he's like, yeah, I don't fuck with that shit, right? Simply...
I mean, he literally did fuck with that shit. He literally did right click and save that shit. What are you talking about? He doesn't fuck with that shit.
Engaging with it.
If he didn't fuck with that shit wouldn't be on his hard drive.
By mistake, that's enough to label him a pedophile. But them downloading it to their computers and their phones and like sharing it around, wouldn't that by their own logic make them pedophiles too?
Right?
Yeah, but you know, they don't operate on any like actual rational.
OnlyFans, you don't know that Danabo is actually the mastermind of all the bad things that happen on Twitch?
Thought it's fucking insane.
Okay, just took a look and it's still not this man is late.
Yeah, he's always late to his shows. Even when they started that live show, they were late in December.
That's kind of fine though, because I wanted to have the bit of a conversation before it started.
Yeah, for sure.
Did I really call you OnlyFans? Oh my god. We're all fans of OnlyFacts here, so that's what I was trying to say.
1 sec, I'm gonna grab a drink.
Alrighty.
I'm tempted to do the same. Although I'm afraid that the second that I do, they're gonna say something and it's gonna be like.
So how's
I'm
everybody
gonna miss
doing,
something.
chat?
Oh, thank you,
guys are
Tipster.
doing well, all things considered, it's been Quite the interesting past few days.
Oh, caught in 4K, only facts caught in 4K.
Yeah, I didn't expect for Hassan to actually call me out on stream. That kinda came-
which would have been a good thing, right? And it was a good thing. When Hassan talked about Keffals for the first time, it seemed to be a moment of weakness for Hassan. If you don't remember, few months ago now, Keffals made a manifesto, and you can tell that somebody's on the up and up when they're making manifestos about other streamers, right? When they got a manifesto to show you, right? Keffals put together a PowerPoint presentation of the fact that Hassan was mean to her and did not give her free clout, which is very mean, very unkind, and basically a super meanie butt. And his community, they're super meanie butts too. She put together the manifesto, and for some reason Hassan mentions the manifesto and then goes on to mention Keffals' name. That was a positive thing for Keffals. That was a huge Keffals W, right? There's no reason that a streamer the size of Hassan ever should need to mention Keffals, and I just like head palmed when I heard him do that. However, this mention of Keffals in relation to Vaush's short stack scandal, right? That's not a positive way to be mentioned. As somebody defending a guy that, you know, that has loli images in his spank folder, right? That's not clout, Keffals. It's just like this. That's not honey poo.
Was interesting. Yeah, he apparently pulled up both of our tweets on stream.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
Oh my God, Tipster, you really getting that clout.
Watch it, but
you're really getting that negative Vaush clout. Good job.
I've heard from other people that he apparently.
Yeah, you got destroyed by Ethan. You got destroyed by Hassan. You've been getting wrecked, Tipster. Like, what little bit of a reputation you have left. And I didn't even know about the stuff before. Like, I didn't know about the stuff 11 months ago. I didn't know that 11 months ago Tipster had apparently defended Loli too. And here he is again. And so if you're looking for a motive for Tipster, like, I think you would be better off with me assuming that you are trying to get secondhand clout off of Keffals, right? That Keffals is, you know, trying to get clout off of Vaush. And indeed, maybe she is, right? Because this is like Trump, right? You know how Trump works. You remember Trump, the 2016 election? You've got a whole bunch of Republicans standing up there on the stage, and they're all afraid to insult Trump. They're all afraid to go after Trump. Why is this? Why do they not want to go after Trump? For one reason and one reason only, right? They are counting on the fact that Trump's campaign is a ticking time bomb. Eventually, he's going to say something, he's going to do something, and people are like, wow, Trump's not viable, right? That's beyond the pale. That's too much. And when that happens, the person that's been attacking Trump is going to get 0 of Trump's followers, 0 of Trump's voters. And the person who's been being really nice to Trump is going to get all of Trump's viewers. All of viewers. God, he's not a streamer. I mean, he seems like a streamer half of the time, right? But yeah, so this is essentially what we got with Vaush, right? The gambit here, the let's see if we can bring this up again. The
dingus gambit
that Keffals is making is the fact that even if Vaush crashes and burns, her being nice to him, her being seen as playing defense for him, trying to protect him, in this case, protecting him from himself, I guess, right, is going to cause... It's going to bring some of those people that now do not have a home. Like, let's say, like, look, there's different scenarios that could go on. And like I said, I don't expect for Vaush to just disappear off the face of the earth. I don't even expect something necessarily like what happened with Illuminati, where Illuminati had a massive loss of subs and combined with a massive loss of views. I feel like it's going to be probably like a slow, like trickling, digital death of Vaush and the Vaush community. There are a lot of dead enders there. There are a lot of people that have established a parasocial relationship with Vaush and won't let that go. It is a cult-like atmosphere in VGG, right? So I don't anticipate some of those, like, hardcore Vaushites necessarily leaving. But what could happen, legitimately could happen, given the fact that Vaush is a pretty wealthy guy, given the fact that Vaush has done really well for a long time, is that Vaush gets tired of being dragged online and stops making content. That's not for sure, but it could happen. And in that case, those people, those hardcore Vaushites, they're going to need a place to hang out. They're going to need a new person to establish a parasocial relationship with. And they're going to more likely do it with somebody that is like Keffals, defending Vaush, rather than somebody like President Sunday, who may be by many is seen as putting the knife in Vaush's back. Like, I'm sure that President Sunday will get that accusation.
Pulled up both our tweets.
Yeah, he called me a sycophant, and then he used me as a springboard to
oh my god
about how
thank you, Natalie Marie,
how you should be normal. He said that I was trying to defend the ethics of child pornography, which is a completely fucking sick and twisted distortion of...
No, Keffals, that is a really sick and twisted thing to do. So why are you doing it? Like, make your case if you want to, that the shit that's in Vaush's folder is okay. I'm waiting for you to do that, because I think what you're trying to do is rely on the idea that nothing in Vaush's folder could be as bad as people say it is, right? You won't deal with the actual material reality of what we all saw in that streaming mishap, right? You won't deal with the actual words that Vaush has said, that Vaush has said either in Discord or on stream or wherever, right? You don't want to deal with it. You're not like if you can defend this stuff, right? Because that's what position you're putting yourself in. Vaush did nothing wrong. Okay, I see a lot wrong in there. Either you're saying that shit in his folder is okay, which is fucked, which means you are defending that, or you're just a disingenuous grifter. And I will leave it up for chat to decide which of those is more likely.
What I was actually talking about and what I was trying to do. He called me a debate pervert. He's the person who debated Christian Walker. He's the person who debated Charlie Kirk. He tried to set up a debate with Jordan Peterson. He tried to set up a debate with Elon Musk. He debated Andrew Tate. He is the debate pedophile, not me. And like he said, while debating Destiny many years ago, it's not that he doesn't do debates, it's that he's bad at it by his own admission.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he rails so much against the debate people, because he wants to be good at debate and he's just not.
Yeah. I think that's the thing that's been the most frustrating about all of this, is that pretty much anybody who chimes in on it, on the, like, I guess you could say, Ethan defense, they're all...
I mean, look, there is a difference between like Tipster and Keffals, in that Keffals is trying to not engage with what's in the folder, right? Keffals is defending Vaush, which implies that she's okay with what's in the folder. Tipster has actually, I think, from what I've heard 11 months ago, kind of crossed the line and started defending Lolicon itself, right? Yeah, no evidence on Hassan being a PDFL. Hey, yeah, lots of evidence that these two defend it. Yeah, good point.
Claiming that Vaush, myself, you, and pretty much anybody else that defends Vaush are making arguments in favor of things that we're not. We're not defending, the existence of child pornography. We're not defending, adults having sex with children. We're not defending lolly, none of those things. But they're not actually listening to what we're saying. They're just putting labels on us and making claims that we didn't actually make. It's genuinely frustrating.
No, absolutely. One thing I find very frustrating is, like, I have always been very much against lolly. I'm pretty sure that lolly is banned here in Ireland. Good. And it was banned in Canada. Good.
It's a good thing for Vaush, I guess, that he's not in either of those countries.
Yeah.
The spinny chair is getting on your nerves. Look, I would try to play some Vampire Survivor, except that, like, I don't know what's going on with my computer. Oh, you know what it is? I got Chrome open. Chrome is like this huge resource suck. Let's see if what happens when I
Jesus Christ.
Exit out of it.
Motherfucker is so late for his own stream. I love how you get to like a certain size of.
Look, Keffals, like I'm kind of freebooting off of your content. You're freebooting off of Ethan's content. I wouldn't complain about Ethan being late, right?
Streamer, and you don't need to care anymore. Be the laziest motherfucker in the world and still get like your 50,000 viewers.
Yeah, I think they were like.
Oh my God, Keffals! But if you wanted to do that, you'd have to be interesting. Like, right? That's why Hassan gets 50,000 viewers and you don't. Like, your viewers come from a series of you know, clout chasing shitstorms, essentially. Your viewers come from your association with Vaush, right? Your viewers come from the, you know, number of you sort of like news stories that you've been involved in, right? They're definitely not there because it's compelling content, right? In fact, we're only watching this because you're defending Vaush. Otherwise, it would just be
15 minutes late, even for the December live show thing.
God, I gotta
Part of
pee.
me wonders if like he thought.
I'm so tempted to use this time chat to relieve myself. I just yeah, giddy up is right. That's what my bladder is saying.
That I would never like disagree with him just because he gave me that spot on the live show, which
Tipster, oh wow. Wait, wasn't this all about the no homo clip? Wasn't this about the cheers my dude? Like, look, if your claim to fame is being the Nicholas Diorio of gay people, which it is, right? That's kind of what you're known for right or wrong. It's kind of off brand to be saying no homo. Did he ever be like, hey, you know what? I wasn't trying to be homophobic there. I was just letting, I don't know. There's no, like, right? He's real adamant that even though he's saying cheers my dude and he's saying love ya, that it's not a homosexual love that he feels for the person on the other side of the cheers.
No?
Yeah, no, I hate that.
Okay, I'm gonna pee. Hopefully I won't miss anything. Chat, okay, you gotta promise me two things, okay? If I go pee, A, you're gonna stay here and watch Keffals spin in her chair, and B, you're gonna let me know if anything happens during this during my pee break that I need to address, right? Can we do that?
It was like with Hassan. Like I saw him saying on
I'm gonna give you a little chair stream. I'm gonna give you an actual chair stream for once. Look, there's actually a chair back here for once. Yeah, that's pretty rare. That's pretty rare.
Recently, he felt incredibly resentful of people who criticize him, who he has previously given opportunities to in the past. But
and one more condition. 3, anybody who chat who appreciates what I'm doing and is able to will support the stream through super chats, super stickers, memberships, gift memberships, donations, which you can find the donation link down in the description, or subs, bits, gift subs, and the like on the Twitch side of things, or even supporting me on Patreon, right? Those are the 3 conditions that I have, and I'm just gonna trust that that those will be met anyway. Or even if you're somebody that can't support in any way financially, understand that the likes that you hit, the thumbs up that you hit, that shit interacts with the algorithm, much like the cat in Vampire Survivor interacts with items on the screen. Your likes will interact with the algorithm and will actually help me out more than you could possibly realize, right? And even just being here is helpful. But yeah, that's all I ask of you, chat. That's all I ask. I will be right back, though.
How this works. Like, just because you have more clout than someone and you give them an opportunity with your platform doesn't mean that you need to be in a permanent position of sucking their dick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? this is like massively hypocritical. Right, all the people that are being accused of stabbing Vaush in the back, right? The fact that the fact that Vaush said something, nice about Ethan when he was using him as a cudgel against Hassan is being used to portray Ethan as a snake. Is being used to make Ethan look sinister. What are you talking about? There's so much hypocrisy. I can't even leave to take a pee. Anyway, I'm gonna try.
If anything, like, especially for people that like you consider friends, I feel like you should be able to provide criticism towards them and obviously not be a dick about it. And I don't know. I don't think just because you associate with someone, whether it's on a friendship level or even just like their colleagues or whatever, I don't think you should be completely immune to being able to like criticize them. I think you absolutely should be able to.
Yeah, no, I hate that.
Yeah, I think we can both agree as friends, like if one of us ever fucked up, like we would be open to criticism from each other. At least I'd like to think so.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you. Like the only thing that I can say is that you engage with your critics too much, but at the same time, when I'm in the same position, I do the same thing. It's so much easier from an outside perspective to make that kind of criticism against someone when you're not the one in the crosshairs.
Yeah, I feel like I've gotten a lot better of that about that over the course of the past year. But yeah, I still fall into that trap sometimes.
Little Morphine Annie in the chat saying, what is it with people in this space and 100% agreement or you get the wall? People want people to be sycophants. They want people to be loyal to them.
Yeah, I've never wanted that. I'd much rather have somebody that I have some kind of relationship with be honest with me. And, at the end of the day, like if somebody gives me criticism, I may not always agree with them, but I think we should be open to having civilized conversations with each other about these kinds of disagreements, as opposed to, well, this person disagrees with me, it's time to just burn the bridge or whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, I really hate it. Like, coming from my background as someone who was like really, like embedded in a communist party, I hate dogmatic cults of personality. I am very much used to that, where like the moment you step out of line, everyone starts ostracizing you. And that's not something that we should be taking into these spaces. Like, especially on the left, we need to be better than that. We need to be able to actually have disagreements and not see disagreements as attacks on people personally. Like with what Ethan's doing, this is just personal attacks. I don't think there's actually a disagreement because they actually agree on the same points. Ethan is just misinterpreting what the arguments Vaush are making even are.
Yeah. Yeah, there was one point where Vaush is literally word for word explaining his like position on something and why he was using the analogy that he was using, and they literally weren't even listening to it. It was the whole like bit about what was he saying? He was using the analogy of like, oh, there are some situations where like an adult and a child could have a relationship and it would have good outcomes. It wasn't like actually the argument he was making. He was demonstrating the difference between act utilitarianism and rule utilitarianism. And when he's explaining that part, that's like what he's trying to point out, they're not even listening to that point. They're just like, wait, you're saying it's okay for like kids to have sex with adults? It's like, no, that's not what he's saying at all. He used a terrible analogy to make his point, but that's not what he was saying.
It's really frustrating because like I've been part of Vaush's community for like, I would say I've been part of his community now for like a year and a half, maybe 2 years. I've known him longer and talked to him longer.
Okay, chat. What did I miss? What did I miss? Is there anything I need to go back for? Is there anything I need to hear about? Sorry that I have to complete biological functions, but I'm not completely software just yet. I'm back. Just trying to check, and did I miss anything of substance, or did these two just blather on?
But so much of the drama surrounding him is this same cycle over and over again. Like, people forget, they remember, the cycle starts up again. That's why Vaush didn't want to talk about it. He's already put...
I missed their cell phone. That's why Vaush didn't want to talk about it, because there's no explanation for it. And there wasn't a good explanation for the stuff in the first place. Like, their explanation is to shove their fingers in their ear and say, nah, not listening to any of it, right? This is a cult that has convinced themselves that Vaush is this special boy. He's this special edgy boy messiah. And that the left needs this guy. This only way that the left can succeed is with this guy who's really cool. Let me tell you why he's really cool, okay? He's internalized a right-wing conception of dominance paradigm. And the problem with the left is it doesn't have enough dominance, right? The left is weak. The left is soy. The left is anemic. But this guy, he's strong. He's high T. He's dominant, all right? And that's what the left is needing. To be more like the right? Yeah. Sorry. This is just a edgelord who's refused to unpack shit, who's got a chip on his shoulder when it comes to women, who's got a chip on his shoulder when it comes to black people, who has a chip on his shoulder that he sometimes even shows us in the Thought Slime meltdown when it comes to trans people. This is somebody with a right-wing framework that's being, for some whatever reason, taken seriously on the left. And he's too damn valuable to let him fall. So no matter what fucked up kind of shit he says about who among us haven't jerked it to Lolly, or how you have to uncuck your dumb lib SJW brain and admit that an adult and a child can have a relationship together and it not be harmful to the child, you gotta, I mean, I know that stuff's wrong, I know that stuff's fucked, but you gotta protect him. You got to change the narrative. You got to deflect. You got to do whatever it takes, because the left cannot possibly win without becoming the right. I mean, this is just fucked up shit.
Out all of his videos, and he's explained himself. He's defended himself. He's just tired. He wants to move on. He fucking hates this, and like, understandably so. Before this starts, there's about 930 people watching, and there's only 205 people who actually like this.
Taco sucks. Go over to the right. You'll see it's a lot less soy over there.
Stream on YouTube. So make sure to like the stream. Appreciate it. We probably got a long stream ahead of us. No idea how long this is gonna go. Also, give me money.
Yes, donate to the stream for sure. His streams tend to go on for like usually about 3 hours, sometimes 4. He probably won't talk about this topic for the entire stream, but we might be in for the long haul. I hope you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to get a drink at some point, but like, whatever. There's 2 of us, so even if one of us has to leave.
Let's fucking go. Come on, Ethan.
Why do you think Mudahar got involved? I wasn't expecting that.
Why do you think Mudahar got involved? Why do you think that people that had done content with Mudahar, you're not even talking about somebody on the left, right? Why do you think that people are worried about their association with a streamer who's got Loli in his spank folder? What? I can't figure it out. I can't fucking figure it out. I cannot possibly conceive of what the problem with being associated with the horsecock guy with the who among us has not jerked it to Lolly guy. I can't imagine what the fuck the problem with that would be. Jesus Christ.
Check Mudahar to call me out over this shit.
Oh, they must be getting started.
Oh, why?
I got an ad. Yep, they've started.
Why isn't it? It's not showing they started on my end.
You gotta hit reload.
Started on my end.
Hit reload. Hit reload.
It started on my end.
The fuck? Hold on. How do you Watch together. Why is it? Okay, I see that it started on YouTube. How do you refresh on
I think you have to leave the activity and rejoin.
Okay, joining.
Is it working now?
Yeah, do you have it set so I can pause too?
Let me see.
Oh, it's giving me ads. The fuck?
Yeah, it gave me ads too. Rip.
How do we fix? How do we fix?
I don't know, Keffals. It looks like Ethan's gonna monetize you in more ways than one.
There's also no audio on these ads.
Chat. Ethan just got paid.
Uh-oh,
That's weird.
Like Keffals seeing that ad, Ethan got paid for that.
Okay, I paused. Did it pause for you when I paused it?
It did. It did.
Okay,
cool. It's
we're
working.
good.
Sweet.
1, 2. Woohoo! Wee wee. So so Vaush's goon folder, I've heard people describe it as. I thought that was good.
Okay, I feel like goon folder is probably. I should probably stop calling it a spank folder, even though it is a spank folder. Goon folder works just as well without the without giving you that auditory image, right? You don't need that. You don't need that sound in your head of. Anyway.
In the goon folder, there was P words of horses. But honestly, the horses was just the funniest part, and that's why I'm doing all this. The serious part was the lolly stuff.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know. And since then, there's been a whole lot of, in my opinion, I'm going to take this off now.
Yes, I need to see your face.
Nice to see you guys. We went through a lot of trouble just for that gag, I'll tell you what. Thank you, AB, for getting the hay this morning. Well done to Sam getting the Gumby. Everybody was,
Let me know if you need a touch-up.
the barn was a bustling this morning, but I'll tell you what, we get started.
Look, I know that I'm famous for my tangents, and some people appreciate the tangents, some people get a little bit annoyed by the tangents, but let me just go over something really quick. What is the left and the right? What are we talking about? Why are we leftist? What does that represent? What does that mean? Right? And let's even take this, since Vaush calls himself a libertarian socialist, which is a fancy way of saying anarchist, let's even take this from an anarchist framework. Anarchism is about abolishing unjustified hierarchies. Right? So you got one side that is upholding hierarchy, that says hierarchy is normal, natural, and necessary, and then without hierarchy, we fall into chaos. And you've got another side that says, like, look, if a hierarchy can't justify itself, it doesn't fucking deserve to exist, right? There's a hierarchy of, like a parent being able to tell the child not to touch the stove because the parent knows not to touch the stove. That's understandable. But in terms of a hierarchy, I am white and somebody else is not white. Therefore, if you're a racist right winger, you would say that, I get prioritized. I'm more important. And, to most of us, that's clearly bullshit, right? Being white doesn't whiteness in the first place is a social construction on top of a social construction. That somebody that's male is should be the one to give orders to somebody that's not, right. You could, so this is, you got hierarchy, and you've got on the other hand, an abolition of that hierarchy. So what's the deal with Vaush? What makes him different than other leftists? It's the dominance paradigm. It is the kernel, the seed of reactionary thought. And the opposite of that is soy, right? So what even is this? What even is going on here? What does Vaush actually represent? Vaush represents somebody that has a fundamentally reactionary framework, trying to codify that as somehow being leftist. So the Tootsie Roll center of the Tootsie Pop of Vaush is dominance paradigm, is hierarchy, is reaction. And yet, to his fans, he is our only hope. He's the only one who can save us from the right. These are loser leftists. I gotta tell you, if you value Vaush as a good in and of his own, if you think that he needs to be protected, no matter how flawed, no matter how fucked up, no matter what's in his folder, right? No matter what he does, no matter who he sexually harasses, no matter who he tries to chase off the internet, he must be protected. I'm sorry, but you've swallowed some pills, right? You've swallowed some very reactionary pills. You've got some brain worms, right? Anyway.
There was a whole lot. I felt like I was being gaslit by a bunch of pedos.
Yeah.
Like,
here we fucking go.
Already just calling anybody who defends Vaush a pedophile.
Is he going to call out the VTuber who is literally encouraging this material to be made in the first place?
Probably not.
What a fucking lib. Like, oh my god, attack the people who are encouraging it to be made.
Not the person that's got it in his spank folder, okay.
Lollipops, I'm calling them now.
Mhm.
Vaush and the Lollipops. Vaush and the Lollipop Guild.
Stroking as hard and fast as we can.
And since then as well, I barely touched on it. We took a long time getting through it because we all were having fun with it. I mean, it's just outrageous, ridiculous. But I feel like as we moved on, we started to understand, like, oh, this is actually really sick.
Right.
When we got like a higher resolution, when we actually got to see what was in his folder.
This, like, Vaush, in his very heart, he represents the hierarchies of male supremacy, white supremacy, and yeah, in the case of the Thought Slime stream, cis supremacy, attempting to reassert themselves. If you listen to Vaush, you would think that misandry is a larger problem on the left than misogyny, right? That's all worked out. That's all taken care of. But there's maybe some misandry. The, racism, anti-black racism, not really an issue, not really a deal, at least on the left. But anti-white racism, that's real. That's something that we should worry about. That's something that we should strive to dismantle, right? He's got a fucking chip on both of his shoulders. Like he's got a chip on his shoulders, and it shows. And because of the lack of accountability that his audience that are treating him as some kind of messianic figure have, he is never forced to unpack that shit. Like, I'm all for somebody learning and growing, but that's not supposed to be like a leader. That's not supposed to be like an intellectual leader on the left. That's going to be, needing to do this kind of learning and growing.
And so, since then, there's been a ton of stuff I've seen.
Wait, so Ethan was looking at child pornography and he was like really getting in there analyzing it?
Yeah, like at one point he was like actually asking somebody on his team, "Don't we have higher quality res images of this? Can you get me?"
Yo. What was the problem with Ethan before? He said, "I feel like I'm being gaslit by a bunch of pedos," right? Oh, so he's calling us all, XYZ. Oh, that's great. Oh my God, look how bad faith this guy is. And then we're gonna turn around and we're gonna say, well, I don't know. He asked for a higher res version of the image. Maybe he's into it. Okay, whatever. Maybe You could maybe he's into it. You know who's into it for sure? You want to know who's 100% into it? You want to know who's into it so hard that he had to right click and download that shit. He didn't just want to look at it at wherever it lives on the internet, right? He had to save it to his hard drive. You know who for sure is into that shit? You know who got a really high res version of that pic, so high that it is not a thumbnail, it is the actual pic, it is the actual image, it is the actual video, the GIF, the whatever the fuck he had in that file folder, in that set of file folders. That would be Vaush. That would be Vaush. So Ethan, I guess we could speculate, you know, like, was there something sussy about the reason that he wanted a higher resolution pic? Sure, speculate away, but like with Vaush, it's 100%. With Vaush, it's a sure thing.
Of this?
Dan, please. Dan, I need this HG child porn for my studies, for research. Please, Dan, hook me up.
Yeah, Ethan looking pretty sus there. But if you want to say that Ethan wanting a higher res version of those pics is sus, like, you're talking about Vaush's spank folder.
Man, that is absolutely hair-raising. And I'll tell you this. Yeah, I didn't know there were so many people like that, because not only is Vaush, as I'll continue to show today, how do I put this? He seems to have a vested interest in normalizing, and people are going to say that I'm going to explain that, but I'm going to stand behind this. He seems to have a vested interest in normalizing amorous relationships between adults and children.
That's not what he's doing.
And I know that's an insane claim to make, but I feel like when I'm done here, there'll be no other conclusion to draw.
Mm-hmm.
That's what and so not only that.
When did he ever say that? You can
Never.
hear him trying to avoid the lawsuit.
Okay. Ethan said that sounds like a crazy thing to say, right? That sounds pretty extreme. But upon a review of not one direct thing that Vaush said, where, like, yeah, it'd be pretty silly if Vaush was to come out and say, you know, I'd like to normalize this stuff. Yeah, that would be great. That's what the goal of my advocacy online is, right? That's a goal of my advocacy online, is to normalize this stuff, right? Well, I mean, that would just be taking the mask off. But if you put it all together, if you think that an adult, that you have to uncuck your lib SJW brain to admit that an adult and a child can have a relationship together and it not be harmful for the child, I don't know what you want to call that other than normalizing it. If you got somebody who, like, looks for and downloads images of underage people in order to gratify himself and makes statements like this on the daily, like talks about the, you know, going through his browser history and be like, oh, geez, oh, these girls look pretty young. Oh, I don't know about this, right? Yeah, I think that normalizes the fuck out of it. Is it as bad as Mr. Girl? No. Vaush is not out there like making a song called, you know, announcing that he's a PDF, right? Like, he's not doing quite like that kind of shit, but it's a softer sell of the same kind of normalization process. Absolutely.
He always says it.
Oh yeah, Thomas George is bringing up that if Vaush were to sue for defamation, discovery would be amazing. So yeah, if you know, when you sue, when you get involved in a court case, right? There's this thing called discovery, where things that would normally be, you know, your private purview are requested by the opposing attorney and are revealed in court and also revealed to the public, right? I don't think that discovery would look very kindly on Vaush. Also, the way that defamation works in the United States, where Ethan and Vaush are based, the onus of proof is on the one making the accusation of defamation, in this case, Vaush, right? Rather than it being up to Ethan, like it would be maybe in the UK, to prove that, and this is even like accepting Keffals strawman that Ethan is calling Vaush like an offending PDF, which he's not. And look, this guy's been in a lot. This guy's been involved in a lot of court cases, so he's gonna steer away from those lines. But yeah, no, I don't know. This is just Cope. This is just more Cope.
Seems, in my opinion.
Yeah, does he really want to get involved in a court battle with Ethan? Like, ask Brian Kavanaugh how that's going.
He's very good at this. He's been sued enough times to know what to say to avoid defamation.
Yeah.
Which was disturbing and shocking. But the amount of people that were coming to his defense, both fans of ours and some public figures like Keffals and Tipster.
Oh,
both
we got
came out-
mentioned.
We got the shout outs.
You got that negative clout. Good job. Good job. You got mentioned in the like RE Vaush's spank folder. That's really something to be proud of.
I don't know if these are the kind of shout outs we want, Clara.
Probably
Just
not.
saying.
Eh, you know what? I've had worse.
Yeah, fair.
Against me.
Cheers, my horse. Love ya. No pedo.
Yeah. And
What the
Tipster
fuck?
was lovely enough to provide us with the new rendition, which we'll watch. We have so much to watch. I'm telling you, Dan.
2024. Oh, are they gonna watch my
Dan was like,
stream?
should we talk about the Super Bowl? I says, dude, I have so much. The Super Bowl.
We got Super Bowl. We got Bevo updates. Unbelievable.
Well,
Bevo
those are all. I mean, Bevo can wait. He's gonna have there's always something happening in Bevo's
Get
world.
the fuck out.
That is true.
The Super Bowl was cool. I mean, good. You know what I mean? They won. It was a plan. It was all.
Yeah.
It was all preordained.
Executed perfectly.
Usher slayed, and I was one that was.
I'm glad that we're gonna get the front row experience of watching Ethan deeply analyze all of that child porn that he had Dan collect for him.
It's so fucking weird, isn't it?
It's
Oh,
fucking
God.
insane.
was like, I don't know why Usher, and then he came on and I was loving it.
He's a freak. He hasn't aged. He hasn't aged.
It's bizarre.
He was great.
It was great, right?
There was a lot of Usher hate, so I was happy. I felt redeemed.
I thought the show itself was good. The audio had some serious fucking problems.
Ooh, called out.
Zach and I were talking about it this morning. We were far from the only people to notice it. It was getting a lot of criticism. Did you notice right when he started his halftime show, his mic cut? The audio guy was slow to bring his mic up.
I'll be honest.
Like,
I
missed the cue. At
I
the
wasn't
fucking
paying
Super Bowl.
attention.
Yeah, we
You have one job, dude.
Too close.
I was eating ice cream or something.
What really blew me away was that performer her when she did that
Yeah.
solo. She's amazing.
Yeah,
I dig her.
I didn't know her.
Dig her.
It was great.
I dig her.
I'm gonna go grab some water.
I don't
Feel free
know
to
who
mute if
her
something
is.
cool comes up.
I was devastated.
Alrighty.
But we love her, apparently.
We love her.
We do.
We love her.
But I don't know. How did you guys have a good time? We had a party. Dude, I went crazy on the snacks yesterday. That's what it's all about, though. We had onion dip, nacho cheese.
Look, the snacks are definitely what it's all about, but right now what it's all about is the top of the hour ad break that comes to you every hour on the top of the hour. It's not even the top of the hour this time. It's the middle of the hour, but it's the top of the hour to you because I started the stream in the middle of the hour. And that is the time that you get to experience 3 loving minutes of ads on Twitch, which can seem like an eternity, which you should really appreciate, you should really love. But if you in fact do not love that, if you are not loving it, if you are not feeling it, there is another option, right? You can use a Twitch Prime sub to get out of that ad break for no cost to you, puts money in my pocket, helps me keep coming to you week after week with more stuff. It also gives you emotes, which I think are very underrated. On Twitch, the emotes are actually animated, right? So the weasels kind of wiggle around. You can also get out of the ad break if you pay $5 of ransom money to Twitch to get your 3 minutes back. That's another way that you can get out of it if you're not loving it, or possibly you might even benefit from the generosity of somebody else in chat who's looking to give gift subs, who's looking to give community subs. Although that kind of stuff, I will be honest with you, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
dip, pizza, ice cream sandwiches, pops.
Damn, what the fuck?
Ice
Did go crazy.
cream cones, cookies. It was like such a disastrous day for me.
Ian and I went a little crazy on the Jello shots. We did a little drinking game where every time they cut to Taylor Swift, we took a Jello shot.
Oh, how many did you guys
The chat is. Are you serious? I wasn't even watching the chat. The chat is calling Ethan a tanky.
The whole tray.
So you lost count.
Ian, was it like 13?
13, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's not that bad. I feel like they showed restraint.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, we were
13?
commenting. They seemed like they wanted to show her more, but they were being good.
They're trying to be good about it, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys feeling okay? You hungover? You're good.
Yeah. No, I actually feel fine.
Nice.
I'm drunk.
And so anyway, the Super Bowl was fine. I mean, you know, it was the Super Bowl. Everyone goes. You have fun. I'll tell you one thing. I talked about this last year, and it's still hitting me. I think there needs to be
Anyone who is against Vaush is a tanky. Anyone who knows more history than Vaush is a tanky. Anyone who knows more theory than Vaush is a tanky. Anyone to the left of Vaush is a tanky.
a reckoning where these like mega rich celebrities need to start feeling embarrassed to be doing these Super Bowl ads.
Why are they watching the Oh, because they're watching the. Oh my God, chat. Look.
I got some shoes and
Just realized how far back we were.
Oh shit, it was that bad?
Yeah.
Wait, can she advance it?
That's it.
That was fire.
That's.
I'll give her a second to like. Does she advance this right? Because she said she's just realized how far back she was.
Not even like spot. They do
Because they're talking about the Super Bowl here.
And it was so dumb.
No.
That's like one little segment of the show. I know it's like when Ethan is no longer in the horse costume, right? That's when the actual horsing around begins. There we go. So we'll like give them a little bit longer. I've also here, wait, no. You know what? We're closing in on 5 hours here. So since Natalie was so gracious to give me the timestamp, yeah, wow, thank you, Natalie. Natalie gave me the timestamp for the Xanderhal stream. Remember how I was struggling with that? I was like telling you like Xanderhal says stuff about Vaush here, but you know all you were seeing was Xanderhal talking about other things. Let's just see, since Natalie has been able to find the exact moment where the discussion begins, what she's got.
Xan, are you going to cover the H3H3 Vaush drama today? I will give my take on the Vaush stuff, but I don't really think it's warranting of, like, a segment or anything like that. A, because I don't really, like, I'm not going to defend that content.
I'm not going to defend that content. Now, he's not talking about defending H3. Nobody expects that, right? He's a White Leaf member, right? He's got his website through Vaush. So he's talking about defending Vaush. That's who he doesn't want to defend.
And two, it's not really my, like, it's not my drama, you know? I've just gotten out of a drama.
Did you hear what he just said? He said, not my floor, not my problem.
Hit my channel hard with the whole, like, Keffals thing. I'm not getting into more drama. I'm sorry, guys, but, like, I'm sitting this one out. You'll have to forgive me if I decide, you know what? I feel like I have the right to sit this one out, okay?
He has the right to sit this one out because Vaush sat the one out where he could have come in and weighed in on Xander's side, right? Vaush said nothing, Vaush did nothing, Vaush stayed out of the drama and let White Nervosa essentially, I mean, and I'm not making a legal claim here, but, you know, in Xanderhal's own words, blackmail him out of nuking Keffals from orbit, right? So there's a little bit of smug satisfaction in this, and he is, for once, right to be smug and satisfied.
Okay. I'm just gonna chill on this one. Frankly, listen, I'll give you I'll give you my sentence-long take now, just to appease those of you guys who are happy, or not unhappy, or want me to, who will be made happy by me giving a take, I should say. There's no denying that the content in that folder is degenerate. Okay, the Vaush is a bit of a degenerate for sure. I had to unsub.
Yo! Okay, now, like, look, I hate that they're using, like I said before, like the kind of emergence of like right-wing aesthetics, right-wing perspectives, right-wing framing on the left. Like degenerate is a word that the Nazis used to describe that which was not of the Volk, right? If you're not one of them, then you're a fucking degenerate. And that's the problem that Xanderhal has with Vaush. Okay, that's fucked up. Look, you got every right to not defend this guy. You got every right to have a problem with this guy. You know, that'll probably, you know, put your website in danger, but you know, he's not pushing it too far. He's not making a segment. He's not coming out. He's not like, you know, he's not getting on, he's going to say later, he's not getting on the hate Vaush train. But you calling Vaush a degenerate for this puts you in the same class as like those edgy commentary channels that are kind of right-wing coded. I don't know what to say. The problem is not that Vaush likes porn. He can like all the corn that he wants to. All right, that is not a problem. The problem is the type of corn that he is ingesting, which is corn that is not quite ripe yet. Corn that is not of age. And that's the issue that we're having here. It's degeneracy. God damn. You can see the kind of waters that they swim in.
I don't think he's like a bad person or like a pervert, but he is definitely a bit of a degenerate. Wanting to be a horse and to fuck a woman while being a horse definitely qualifies as degenerate. But I'm not on the Vaush hate train. I'm not gonna like blow up the bridge or anything like that.
He's not a woke scold, chat. Don't get him wrong. Don't get him wrong. He's not being a genderqueer. He's not being a woke scold. He's not being a tanky. But yeah, he does have, he's like, that's a little bit degenerate, my dude.
But I'll definitely say that I'm not thrilled. Xanderhal, sorry, but I have to go work and see and take care of patients. It's all good, Delancer. You're a literal medical professional. Dog, dude, the fact...
And like, please understand that what you just heard from Xanderhal is like the maximum that he can possibly say and keep his website, which he needs to do, because like, I mean, for everything I can say, see, financially, he's barely treading water.
Anybody whose job is to like administer medical care to people in need would ever take any of their time out of their day to watch my content is enough of like the ego stroke I need, okay? I appreciate you just being here at all, Delancer. You really are kind, just for coming in and saying hi. I hope you have a good day at work. I hope you're able to save and heal lots of people. If you looked at the art, it looked genuinely not lolly. Have you not looked up fan art of an anime and then found out, oh fuck, that character is technically lolly? No, I mean, I saw the
Not even Vaush is making that claim.
Censored image that Twitter was passing around, and even Vaush said that looking at it now, he agrees it's lolly. So, I mean, I wouldn't really try to die on the hill of defending those images.
Wow, not gonna die on the hill,
guys.
Okay. So unlike Tipster and Keffals, Xan is not gonna die on this hill. And nor should he. Like I said, the entirety of Whiteleaf came down on him and is, you know, and I'll admit that it's a weird conflict. I think Xanderhal was right to have an issue with Shoe on Head, but to make it a thing of like, you can't be friends with this person that I don't like. I don't know, to put it in the context of friends. I mean, he lost that debate because everybody can relate to having two friends that don't get along, and one of those friends is like, hey, why are you friends with this person? Why are you nice to this person? This person, I don't like this person. Like, you're supposed to take my side here. Generally, what we'll do in that situation is take the side of the person that's not pressuring us to stop being friends with the other person. So, you know, if you put it in that kind of context, yeah, he just kind of seems like a loser and an asshole. And so, you know, people were not taking his side. People were, you know, he lost community. There are people that were in his community that are now part of Keffals' community, you know, his antagonist in that situation, because of how badly he made his argument against Shoe on Head. But no, Shoe on Head is incredibly right-wing, incredibly reactionary, incredibly harmful to trans people, and not somebody that any leftist should be making common cause with. And yet for that, and really for trying to keep the conflict going past the point where he'd lost, for wanting to find that nuke on Keffals, for wanting to find those to post those screenshots that would show Keffals in a bad light and that would hurt her as much as she's hurt him. He was essentially held over the barrel, and that barrel being his website, right? His GG website that's provided to him through the Vaush network, through the White Leaf network, could be taken away from him if he pisses people off. And in his own words, okay, you're blackmailing me and it worked, I'll back off. Right? So after that, after absolutely being just having his face shoved in the dirt, he's not going to take any risks for Vaush, who said nothing during that whole conflict.
Even worse, he watches porn like a fucking boomer who watches porn on the desktop. I mean, watching porn on your desktop is normal. Who downloads porn instead of...
Shu's name is now Egg on Face. Thank you, John Ross. I've never... That's a good
in an
name.
Incognito, window on a separate browser.
Xanderhal was a decent... Well, watch out. He'll call you a Loli supporter if you... Apparently, at some point, some Loli supporters called him Slanderhal because he's against that stuff, right? And he called some of those people out, and they called him Slanderhal. So he's like, oh yeah, if you call me Slanderhal, then you must be part of that Rev Says Desu crew, right? That must be you.
And who doesn't multi-quintuple check to make sure they don't have porn open when they have guests over, much less they're gonna go live. If you bring porn up, no matter what, your channel's getting...
Oh yeah, how are we doing on likes, by the way? I'm curious.
If you bring porn...
The last 3 nights, we've been going over 100 likes on stream, which is a new thing for me. Yeah, usually sometimes I get to 100 likes anyway, but it's usually after the fact, right? Getting to it on stream, that's pretty cool. Can we do that again? How far away are we?
Up on your stream and you don't immediately delete the VOD, YouTube or Twitch is gonna nuke you. So, regardless of the content of it, you can't make it that easy for your porn to leak, and be a streamer. That's dumb.
Crystal, taking a nap before you go to sleep? That's it. That's me.
Why download porn? The internet exists. Literally go to Pornhub.
He's salty at Vaush. Yeah, he has every right to be.
Xanderhal, the real reason I have to unsub from Vaush is his Percy Jackson take. Wait, no, did Vaush have a bad take on Percy Jackson? For those who don't know, Balth is my resident Percy Jackson fan. Ethan as well is a pretty big Percy Jackson fan, but Balth is the most in chat frequently Percy Jackson fan on site, and we watched the Percy Jackson and the Olympians show together because Balth doesn't have Disney Plus, so I screen shared it while we were on call. And while I had a flu the last few days, we watched through the entire season 1.
Okay, 16 more likes is all we need.
Of it. And when we watched the first episode, I was feeling I had a bit of a stuffy nose. I didn't feel so good.
Okay.
I had a bit of a stuffy nose. My throat.
I feel like at this point, this is all we're gonna glean from Xanderhal. I don't think let's put him forward a little bit just to see if he goes back to talking about it.
Over the toilet going.
I mean, he's famous for that too. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that, but there's a clip of Xanderhal losing his lunch on stream, and I mean, look, I'm trying not to laugh at it.
And I'm gonna be 75.
This guy does seem to get sick an awful lot.
Get the nausea over with, and it would go away, and I'd feel better anyway. Went by. It wasn't weird softcore porn. So yeah, I'm not a big. Then read, you heathen. I'm sorry. I'm not particularly interested. However, someone asked me if I think Percy Jackson or Kratos would... Percy Jackson... Although if we're talking, more recent Kratos, Kratos
Okay, so we're on to Percy Jackson and Kratos. That's all I wanted to show you of Xanderhal. Like his attitude seems to be not my floor, not my problem. And even though we've had a lot of laughs at Zan's expense, we've had a lot of head palms because of Zan's content. I gotta kind of enjoy Zan's smug backing away and saying, not my floor, not my problem. And indeed it isn't. Indeed it isn't. So we've got one more piece of cope here. Before I turn into a pumpkin, which is coming up in about 45 minutes. Yeah, geez, I got like less time than I thought. And this is from the man himself. This is from the birthday boy who did it his way. Vaush Vidya. Let's see. Let's indulge in a little the saddest after party you have ever seen. The saddest after party ever from Vaush. Oh wait, I thought I was gonna go. I thought we were gonna go right into it. Again, Natalie, thank you for these links. Right, this helps me out a lot.
Bro, what the hell are you talking about? You might think it's insane, but normies don't think that right now. Let me see if I could find a different way of conveying this information. Let me think for a second. Because I've been seeing a lot of this. That's okay. Okay. Let's say there's a guy called Andrew. Arbitrary name. If there's someone named Andrew, it's not a vague post. I'm just saying Andrew. First name that came to my mind. Let's say there's a guy called Andrew. And he's a streamer, all right? Now, there's nothing really wrong with Andrew, but he's not been great at making friends. He's a bit belligerent. A lot of people don't like him, is what I mean. And he goes to a streamer event, you know, TwitchCon or something, okay? And at one of these meet and greets or one of these, you know, social events, you know, he's in the company of his...
Good to see you, Nibiel.
And he's around dozens of them. It's like, let's say they're all getting food together. And at one point, you know, while getting up to get some more food, he lets out a big fart. A really big, like, loud, attention-grabbing one.
Okay.
People quiet down after. Like a really bad, like the kind of thing that people...
Like a Bronx cheer, as they say. Okay.
For the rest of their lives, and one of those, like, late-night, morbid...
A late-night fart.
...reflections on life and all the mistakes in it. Now, very embarrassing, to be sure. And after...
Okay,
it happened,
okay.
you know, Andrew was like...
Okay.
Oh, you know, played it off as best he could, whatever. Now, the problem is, okay...
Is this a metaphor?
Lunch table politics is fully in effect.
Oh, it is. Lunch table politics,
So
okay.
a lot of the people here, they don't like him too much.
He's the farter. Is he the farter?
I don't know who at first, but somebody starts spreading the rumor that Andrew actually shit his pants. He didn't just fart. That was a sharp. He blasted his pants with shit. And it smelled bad.
What is that stuff called, chat, that you spray on the ceiling to give it texture? What is that? You know what I'm talking about? Like, if you got one of those ceilings that looks like cottage cheese, which I'm sure somebody out there, does anybody have a ceiling that looks like cottage cheese? And it's because somebody sprayed something up there to give it a little texture. They didn't want just like a flat, you know, ceiling. You know the stuff I'm talking about? Is there a name for this stuff? Popcorn. I mean, it kind of looks like popcorn. Asbestos? No, that's like inside the wall, right? What is this stuff called? That's the image that I'm getting. Is it stucco? Is that what it is? Is it stucco? Yo, Antarctica. If this is your first chat in here and you got the question, it's stucco? Is it called stucco? Yeah, he's like talking about blasting your pants with stucco, right? Is it spackle? No, wait, spackle's that stuff that you like use when you make a hole in the wall. And you like, right? Isn't that spackle? That's spackle, right? The stuff that you drag over the... You got like a sort of a knife and you're just kind of like... Whoosh. I'm talking about stuff that like they spray, you know, up on the top of your ceiling to give it that texture that where it looks like cottage cheese. I don't know why... people like ceilings to look. It's stucco's on the outside. It's not stucco. I mean, you're still close. It's called something. Should be doing exam prep, but I'm so lazy. Oh my god. Mood.
Now, that sounds silly, but people really pick on it. I mean, people really, really, really pick it up, right? So Andrew gets back home from the event, gets back to streaming. Everyone's talking about it.
Natalie, by the way, you're a genius. You're a genius. I never would have covered this. This is like the second part of his stream from the, you know, post H3 thing. This is like the beginning of a gaming stream. I never would have looked.
Everyone is talking about it, right?
Popcorn ceiling? I don't know.
Talking about it.
It's called popcorn?
Going over it and laughingly.
It's literally just called popcorn. You mean I've had popcorn all on my ceiling, like all through my childhood, and I never knew it was called popcorn? I was calling it cottage cheese because it looks like cottage cheese.
Laughing, commentating over it, saying like, "Oh yeah, that was so gross. I always thought that guy was gross," etc. This is all a blindsiding, you know, like completely out of nowhere. Now there are freaking Andrew, right? So Andrew thinks
communist invading radicals. Thank you for invading my chat. Yeah, thank you for the subscription, Nabil. Good to have you on board. Good to have you on board. We're growing fast, chat.
Right? He thinks, hold on. Okay.
Fast-growing community here.
A community of people who like me, a lot of whom seem to think I shit myself because that's the only information they've been providing.
Okay, so people are saying like Andrew Callahan. He said a guy named Andrew, right? So do we have anything else like than that? Is there something else that's leading people to say Andrew Callahan? Other than the sex pest thing. I guess that fits. I guess that checks out. Maybe the hypothetical person who what themselves should have taken a bathroom break. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I can debunk this because this whole thing was live streamed, right? Yeah, it was a streamer event. He got up and farted and went and got food and sat back down. And
so wait,
at that table.
Are you saying you're gonna pull your underwear out and show people? Is that what you're gonna do? Like, that was a fart. That was not a shart. I did not shart myself. No, there was no popcorn sprayed all over my underpants. Here they are. You can see they're clean. A little smelly, but clean.
For 2.5 hours.
This is weird.
Acted weird around him in person. How could he have shit?
So you're gonna take out your fart? Andrew's gonna. I'm sorry, not you. Andrew's gonna take out his farty underpants to show. Is that what?
That was the case. Wouldn't people have in any way indicated that in the live stream, either over audio or video? Look at the tapes. He couldn't have shit himself. Andrew thinks. So Andrew goes online. He goes live and he starts saying, "Look. Look at this stream. Look, this whole time. I sat right next to people. The fart was awkward, yeah, to be sure. But wouldn't there have been a different reaction if I had shit my pants? I'm sitting right next to people who I don't even have a close relationship with. Wouldn't they have moved away from me or indicated that? Would somebody not have said something? The mic is picking up the speech from all the people there. But now people are just laughing harder. Now people are just going, dude, look, he's so embarrassed. He shit his pants.
The thing is, you have to change this metaphor around to where it was an underpants party and somebody farted and then there was a brown stain on their underwear, on their whitey tighties even. Oh my god, chat, this is just getting grosser and grosser. But if we want to go with Vaush's gross metaphor, that's what we have to make it. It is not a question of a flatulence that happened in somebody's pants that the rest of the people were unaware of the nature of. It is something that showed up on your live stream, right? People didn't see, you know, like a folder with, I don't know, like they saw the files. They saw the thumbnails.
You know, oh, look at this dude. He's just shit his pants and he's trying to like look through the clips like, oh, look at the tapes. I didn't shit myself. And this renewed, you know, he's engaged with the drama now. So now there's more content for people to go over. Now other live streamers, commentators, whatever, they're making more videos. They're like, you know, pants shitter defends himself. Right? And this is around the time, okay, this is around the time that Andrew notices something else. He doesn't know where the initial rumor spread about the pants shitting, He doesn't know. Maybe he'll never know. A lot of people seem to be picking up on it and believing it pretty firmly, though. Andrew gets the feeling that some of the people saying it don't care whether it's true or not. But now...
It's more like he shat his pants with such velocity that he rocketed into the air and flew across the room. Yeah, and like, there was shit on his chair. I don't know. Yeah, literally showed us his poopy pants live. Yep. Yep. God, I hate this metaphor, though.
Pictures are circulating around. It looks like it's a screenshot from the live stream of the recording of the dinner they all did together. He was wearing gray pants. Unsoiled, completely clean gray pants. But somebody has edited a frame from the live stream and added a dark smear to the backside of his pants.
You're okay, Vaush. If this is true, this is huge, right? If somebody added Loli that wasn't fucking there, I mean, he's already admitted to it, right? He said he looked at it and he was like, "Yeah, that's actually." What is he talking about? What is he even talking about? What the fuck is this?
It circulates.
What a terrible.
Look, he tries to defend himself in the video. Look, clearly this is
the goblin girl. The short stack goblin girl defense was one thing. The party farter, the party pooper is another. This is the party pooper defense. What the fuck am I listening to?
The evidence. Now, this image is obviously doctored. It's just one frame out of the video. The video in its original form is still uploaded online in the servers of a third party, you know. But it doesn't stop people.
The gaslighter defense.
People lose their minds. So what does Andrew do? Andrew goes live and he breaks down why that picture is fake. He goes, look at this is ridiculous. This is a single frame. First of all, the editing isn't even very good. Okay, look, it doesn't
Kettle Cook, thank you for the follow. Sud Muffin, thank you for the follow.
Look like realistic. And what's more, like, you can compare this against the video file. This is from when I got up. There's no, like, you can look at the video footage and there's no... And how do you think people react to this?
There's no what? There's no what? So, like, just for the record, right? This is the response stream, right? Natalie, correct me if I'm wrong here. You're still awake, right? This is the second half of the response stream to Ethan's stream. I don't know if maybe he hadn't... Wait, how many stream... Wait. Okay, so we had the incident, right? Vaush shuts down his stream, leaves, comes back the next day, talks about the incident, right? Is like, yeah, no, you know, it's no big deal, right? Ethan covers the incident and maybe a little bit of Vaush's stream afterwards, right? And then this is the night after Ethan's stream goes live, him responding. I'm just trying to put it in order of time, trying to establish the order of events, just because it's wild to me that he seems to be claiming that there was nothing bad in that folder after he's admitted. Like, after he's given the goblin defense, hasn't he? Like, this is the second half of that stream. I would think that he would have already given the goblin defense. And then he's going to go back on it and say maybe there was nothing wrong with the files? It was short stack goblin?
This guy's trying to fucking figure out the pants shitting pit. Look, he's denied. He's so fucking embarrassed. Oh my god. He's trying to, like, John Madden it with, like, red lines in a picture. You fucking kidding me? This dude shit his pants and he's trying to argue against it.
He's trying to debate, bro.
Done. Because now this is a permanent feature of his reputation. What could Andrew have done? I ask you guys.
Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze.
Well,
I'm gonna sneeze.
What I think,
I'm sorry,
and I'm no expert, what I think is that, as I've often said in my live streams, people's willingness to hear the truth is heavily dependent upon the conditions in which they hear it, right? As we know, debates aren't a kill shot, you know? This is one of the reasons why I say that for the most part, people shouldn't go up and debate like Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro when they're doing their little college tours.
Vaush thinks he can do what defense attorneys do and introduce just enough doubt that people who will want to give him giving them a reason, giving the people that are already positively, favorably disposed to wanting to believe him a pass to believe him, even though it's just not credible. But just like, well, but maybe it's a little bit credible. I mean, if you kind of like tilt your head this way and look at it that way, I don't know, maybe it kind of looks like maybe he didn't shit his pants after all.
Only are they much more trained, both on the subject and media trained, but also the environment is against you. And even
you got an ad break right when I sneezed? Does my sneeze make an ad break happen?
If you do well, they can clip around it, right? They have that power, you know. You don't have any power in that environment. You should try.
That's a really good question. Like, we understand on Twitch it's the top of the hour ad break, but on YouTube it's the Wild West. Wait, I don't know when the ads are happening or what triggers them, but like the idea that it might be my sneeze is actually really interesting to me. Like, there could be a lot of things that trigger like more or less ads on the stream potentially, right?
To stick to environments where you do have the...
What if there was something that you could do to make the ads like less common, right? Like a reverse sneeze of sorts. Would you try that? Would it be worth it to have less ads on YouTube?
The ability to change people's minds. And I think that's what Andrew should have done. Raging against an over...
Greg Riesland says they happen randomly. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, that's what the government wants you to think. That's what the media wants you to think, that it just happens randomly. What if it is actually tied up to some cosmic event, like some cosmic alignment of, I don't know, say, chat, what if it's like, there's something else that triggers the ads?
Overwhelming torrent of disingenuous mockery.
Or triggers the absence of ads.
Doesn't get Andrew anything. Instead, what Andrew should have done, in my humble opinion, and this is generally speaking what I do.
What if I could make it so that more super chats, more memberships triggered less ads?
When people lie about me, is understand that direct...
If only, Chad, if only I had that power.
Engagement usually benefits the people who were disingenuous enough to lie in the first place. You wait until things have quieted down, at least a little.
Is it my sneezing or is it Andrew dumping his pants?
Knowing the full time, by the way, that you can clarify things to your audience. There's nothing stopping Andrew from saying no, that didn't happen to his own audience. The mistake Andrew made was raging out, you know, against the entire community space. But as time goes on...
Wait, you're saying that buying your way out of those ads maybe makes me sneeze?
Hysteria dies down.
Nero, are you saying that your YouTube premium is
people who encounter him, watches...
It's making me sneeze?
Will be more likely to go, oh, he didn't shit his pants. Okay, because he'll casually say it, you know? He won't...
Are we still talking about the shit and the pants?
This, you know, insecure seeming, you know, counter argument that just gets mocked or whatever.
What if the guy that shit his pants... I'm sorry, the guy that sneezed. I'm sorry, the guy that farted. What if Andrew, the guy that farted and definitely didn't shit his pants, right? What if he did a fucking whole Cope stream where he made this, like, just layered, oh my god, what President Donald Trump just followed? What the fuck? I just look up and Donald Trump's following me. Right? What if the pants shitter, I'm sorry, I mean the farter, made up this layered story of like a girl who sneezes while she's doing a live stream. And like she wants to, but she didn't. Oh no. The metaphor for this is bad though. It would be something like she didn't shoot a snot rocket at the floor. And she's like, look at my floor. There's no snot rocket out here. I'm taking the camera. I'm showing you on the floor. This is exactly where I sneezed, right? If I had snot rocketed, you would see the evidence of that snot rocket right down there. I don't know. This is what I really want to know. Like, it's a metaphor within a metaphor. It's an analogy within an analogy. It's a dream within a dream, if you will. A dream of an optimal viewing experience for stream. Whisper of a dream, chat. Whisper of a dream.
Just kind of like, oh, yeah, no, that didn't happen. Like, seriously, you can look at the video. And that's more convincing to a lot of people. Because keep in mind, everything that everyone says online is framed through the medium through which they saw it. Meaning that him loudly raging against the nonsense would have been framed, for most people, through others mocking him for raging against it, right? Like the people he was trying to reach with all that raging. That wasn't like he was trying to reach the broader audience, but he can't reach them directly. He reaches them through other people, and those other people have a vested interest in being disingenuous.
Okay, so please, now explain to me, what is the deal with Andrew? Because this sounds like a really toxic situation for Andrew, where like nobody will give him the benefit of the doubt, where nobody has any charitability for this guy whatsoever, right? And you tell me that, well, it's just, see, the thing is, Andrew is actually a white cis man. And the social circle that he exists in is a social circle of leftists. And as we all know, leftists have a problem with hating white cis men. They get treated most unfairly. So because Andrew is a white cis man, all these goddamn woke scolds and tankies, they have a vested interest in the narrative that Andrew shit his pants, when in actuality, he just farted. Yeah, this is some egregious cope, you're right. Yeah, yo, what is bro yapping about? What is bro yapping about? Exactly, Dusty.
Right now. So there's no comparison to be made. So you're saying you shit yourself?
Look, if it'll get him out of the horses and the lollies, sure, he'll go with that. Yes, that's right. How are we doing on likes, by the way? Can we get a current count of likes? I'm curious. We're at 100. We're at 100. You did it.
Well, there you go, Benjamin.
That's 3 nights in a row. I'm so proud of you, chat.
Did you just freestyle that because that was wonderful? Do you think I would have written all that down?
Okay. Oh my God, Natalie, thank you so much. Timeline on this. This was Vaush's live stream after H3's second stream on him. So after the goblin defense. Live stream after H3's second. Oh, thank you. I mean, it says on my end, it says we got 100. I don't know.
Unorthodox monkey, every time I see you in chat, at least for the past week or so, you've displeased me. I smite you.
Unorthodox monkey just took one for the team, chat.
May you return in a form more pleasing to me.
He's the Jade Emperor casting Sun Wukong out of his presence.
I think he meant, did you think about this in advance? Well, I took a second to think first, right? There you go, Miss Jenna.
Return as a horse. There we go. Oh, or even if we want to go with the Sun Wukong metaphor, return as the keeper of the horses. Return, if you will, as the great sage equal to heaven.
You should swallow your pride, go on a show. Did you hear anything that I just said? Okay, I was lying.
Are you gonna ban them too? Are you gonna ban them too?
Situation. I was drawing an analogy. Did you not understand any of it?
Oh, Natalie Reese says the same night as the second stream. Yeah. And the Tipster Keffals co-stream. I see. I didn't realize that he reacted again. Thank you for bringing this to me. I never would have known where to find this. He's also a BoJack fan.
Thanks, funny rhetorician. I know. I don't know why you would indicate that to me as though I did. I don't mean to be tetchy with you guys. If nothing else, I'm sure, you know, if credit is to be given for anything, probably reasonable to assume that when it comes to weathering disingenuous internet drama, I'm
chat
some some basis of experience, right? Probably a subject that I have thoughts on. Why would Spectre? Why would nobody listens?
Nobody listens.
No, I have not seen Blue Eye Samurai yet. Essentially, yes, Fortuna. I have heard many recommendations of Blue Eye
Hey,
Samurai.
chat, I gotta tell you something. All right, I don't know how to explain this to you, but like, chat, we got 100 people in here. There's 100 of you, or at least there were a second ago. All right. And don't bring me down by telling me there's less now, because I don't care. We hit 100. We hit 100. We're at 100. Now this has happened before me on Twitch. All right. I mean, Twitch is a weird place. You know, you get raids. Sometimes you get a ton of people in your chat. Right? It's really easy to hit 100 on Twitch. I have never before hit a 100 on YouTube. But that's what's going on right now. That's what's happening. That's what we got. That's what we got going on. Celebration. Damn. Damn. I don't know. I just gotta admit, I'm kind of excited by that. I didn't think this would happen quite yet. I wasn't expecting it. And here it is. So yeah, thank you for all your support. Like it's meant so much to me. Okay, everybody that supported me in any way, even if it's just by watching the stream, even if you're a hate watcher, even if you personally dislike me, thank you all. This is an amazing moment. This is a great moment. This is a milestone. Okay, and we just hit 2,000. I haven't really celebrated that because it's just 2,000. I can do better than 2,000. Let's hit 2 million. Talk to me when we get to 2 million, okay? We're going to get 2 million short stack goblins in here. All right, and Vaush's nose is just going to start to bleed out. We're going to bring in all the BoJack horsemen and all the BoJack men, and they're going to try to put Humpty Dumpty together again, and that's going to be Vaush, and they're just not going to be able to, right? It's not going to work. It's not going to happen. It's not real. This dude is an omelet, okay? This guy is cooking. This guy is cooked. This guy has got a cheesy center to him. This guy has embedded pieces of onion and ham all up in him because he is cooked. He's cooked. He's freaking cooked. And NCC is never gonna stop, okay? Hey, what's your number one here? That's right. That's right, Firebird. Thank you for hate watching me. Yeah, thank you, everybody. This is really cool. And you've proven once and for all, or at least for now, that YouTube is better than Twitch. Oh my God. Oh my God, Twitch. Did I say that? Yeah. I mean, for now, at least. Look, prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. I dare you. Because Twitch is interesting. Twitch's numbers are going down. Twitch is a dying platform. I'm not exactly sad in not having as high of numbers on Twitch as I used to, but there is something about Twitch that they rolled out recently, which is I think that if I get up to 100 subs, if I'm carrying 100 subs, that means that they pay me at a slightly higher rate. So in other words, I think we're like, where are we now? We're like at 85, 86 or something like that. I think we're 15 subs away on YouTube. Yeah. Oh shit, 73. 70, so no, it's not 70, 77. Okay, so we're 23 away. Yeah, we lost some overnight. That happens, right? But But yeah, if we can get those 23 more subs, if we can add 23 subs, oh my god. Shaxby, thank you for the super chat. Wait, does your super chat have super words with it, or is it super blank? Or is it a super sticker? Sometimes I get debated by super stickers. Yes, thank you for the congratulations, Shaxby. Yeah, look, if we can get those numbers up 23 on Twitch and keep it there, then more of the money that you pay for your sub will actually go to me. And I think that's kind of cool. Crystal Saphira, thank you for the super sticker. It's like a lemon, right? Is that a lemon? No, that's not. Wait. Lemon? Yeah, it is a lemon. A lemon character blowing a big heart. Thank you. That means so much. Like, look, all of your support means a lot, whether it's super chat, super stickers, memberships, gift memberships, subs, gift stubs, bits. You know the deal. Donations, which you can find the link to down in the descriptions, or whether it's those of you who choose to support me over on Patreon. I appreciate it all. Even if all you can do for me is hit that like button, it's more powerful than you think. I'm trying to get Vaush back on. What did I do? My celebration maybe made it hard for me to... But yeah, we hit 100, chat. That's amazing. What's that? What's that sound? Oh, shit. Yeah, thank you for the super sticker, Crystal. I think I hit the wrong button and I like played the fireworks instead of the Vaush. But yeah, we got, you earned those fireworks, chat. We got to 100. This is a really good night.
Right. Anyway, you guys really shouldn't fuss about this. Like I said, it's
Chat, you're making me want to risk it for the biscuit. Do you know about the biscuit? Do you know about the risk it? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say risk it for the biscuit? So we're at 5 hours and 47 minutes. All right. Generally, I think of myself as turning into a pumpkin at 6 hours. And what I mean by that is that the VOD that I produce by making this stream, which, you know, you can find over on my Twitch channel by clicking on the likes tab. If you ever miss a stream, right, it's right over there on the likes tab on my channel, right? So when it gets to 6 hours, that means I can't edit it. There's something weird about YouTube where they're like, yeah, you can edit a stream unless it's over 6 hours, and then they won't let you edit it. And the reason that I need to edit it is if something slips into the stream that is copyright. Like, let's say I watched a small segment of Alf. Okay, you know, the beloved 80s television character Alf, the puppet alien from the planet Melmac. Alf, you know that guy? If I accidentally watched a little bit of Alf and the Alf people, you know, detected, hey, she's watching Alf, then Alf might slip into my stream. And if Alf gets into my stream and it's over 6 hours, I can't take Alf out. He's there. Like, I'm like Willie and Kate and the rest of the Tanners. I'm the Tanner family at that point, right? I'm dealing with Alf. He crashed into my planet. He lives in my house now, right? You can't get rid of Alf. You can't get rid of Alf. So, you know, I'm that person. So usually I try to not be the Tanner family by ending the stream at 6 hours. I feel like tonight though, we hit a pretty significant milestone, and I want to, anyway, let's get back to the Vaush, because you're here for the content, not necessarily for the celebration, but I wanted to celebrate it. I wanted to is Alf a goblin? Alf is definitely a short stack. Alf has definitely got that short stack vibe, as Vaush would say. But yeah, that's why I am usually adverse to risking it for the biscuit. But look, with this kind of support, what can I do? What can I do but risk it? Once again, for the biscuit, we're gonna go through that 6 hour, like, what is it called? It's like we're gonna run through the wall like we are the Tasmanian devil, and it's Valentine's Day. Yeah.
You can rage against the heavens or not. As I understand it, the sort of mishmash of nihilistic drama bait bullshit the H3 podcast was so incoherent. I don't even know what people are saying anymore. All I know is that it's either complete nonsense or fully encapsulated by stuff that we've been debunking for literal years in this channel. There's functionally no difference, at least not, you know, morally or experientially, between this and any other time Nazis have gotten rowdy about.
Yo, I'm not going to tell you who, but somebody in chat says, so what was that fart? What was the fart in the analogy? Yeah, was the fart the loli, or was the fart the AI horse erotica, or was the fart the horse with the loli? What was going on?
About me? You know, it's just people in chat, I think, are acting differently because some of you guys like or liked Ethan, which is fine, and I understand that. That being said, you can't harsh my vibe, guys. You know?
Really?
It burns
really
a lot of calories sitting here being right all the time. I gotta relax and play some Valheim. You understand, don't you? Yeah, it was a greatest hits compilation, DJ Mothman.
Yo!
Exactly.
Oh my god, he's getting eaten alive in the YouTube chat. I mean, I know he's probably paying more attention to his site chat, but he's getting destroyed in the YouTube chat.
Vaush, this shit just annoys me because it could be literally disproven by taking 10 minutes out of your day to... Yes, that's what lies are. This isn't a product of poor research. It's just, it's lying. Yes. It's been known to happen. People do it sometimes. You know, you can lose a lot of your life getting frustrated at other people's willingness to be awful to you. And to an extent, that's your choice, but you shouldn't let that impede you in managing it appropriately, right? Like if you're despairing at it in a way that hampers you.
Oh shit.
Yes, I know, Sergeant Dave. You know, you all need to get it out of your system now, because I will be muting you people for continuing to drama farm in chat when we're playing Valheim. Can't let you get in the way of that.
I mean, that sounds exciting. I haven't played Valheim in a while. Anybody play Valheim here? The Viking Minecraft, basically. One in chat if you're a Valheim player.
Okay, but Vaush, weren't you moderately raging against the machine 2 streams ago? No, I don't think so. But if your point is that sticking your neck out too far can get you clipped, then yes, as you're about to find out, that is true. Hush.
Chat's tilting him. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Natalie, thank you so much. Like I said, you're a
I
genius.
think me and chat just really want this to be something that could be resolved if someone just sat Ethan down, shown the facts. No. Guys, come on. When has it ever worked that way on this channel? When do you... Have you watched anything? I not even just here. I mean broadly. That's not how it works. This is why people have shower arguments, you know. Everyone...
I still have not like in like a year or more. I have not updated my Valheim. I have Valheim. I just haven't played it because it feels like nobody plays it anymore, but I was getting through. I beat the first boss, okay? I'm supposed to do this more, right? Point at the camera, go like that. This is what Chud Logic has taught me, right? I should have gotten further in that game, and it's your fault, chat. It's your fault for not letting me. Anyway, no, I'm not Chud Logic.
Everyone likes to soothe themselves with reassuring fantasies that if placed in precisely the right place, they would be able to get other people to understand how they feel, to correct misconceptions, or to debunk lies in a convincing way. Everyone likes to believe this. It's a universal phenomenon. The reason why it's universal is because it is universally fantastical. It is a fantasy. Very rarely does this actually happen. For the most part, for example, on a global stage, disagreements of ideology or fact are usually settled with economic or military disputes, not by debate or argument. It's just an exchange of power. Interpersonally, this is usually the case too. When people dislike other people, they convince themselves that they dislike them for legitimate reasons, when in reality, they often just don't like their vibe. Whole friend circles can be torn apart over largely arbitrary and vibes-based assessments of others that then get recontextualized as people justify post hoc why they feel this, that, you could, especially me, especially me, like more so than any of you, to be fair, you would think
Pointing at the camera is super aggressive.
I would engage in this fantasy as well, but I've been dispelled of it. Trust me. This has happened enough times, okay? When people hate you and want to lie, they hate you and want to lie. That's it, You can, fantasize about like, oh, well, if I just said this to that. No, for the most part,
It's just so not me to wave my finger in the camera like that.
That way, The presumption of
so out of pocket.
Good faith is exactly that, a presumption, and it's often an unjustified one. Most of the time when people are interacting, especially in an online space, like, with all the clout and the games and the blah, 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 in an environment like this, most of the time, good faith is not the first priority, to say the least. So don't worry about it, Because I see people, everyone is like, oh, I'm just so mad. I get that you're mad, and I appreciate that. But if you think an injustice has been done, there are two roads you can go, and one of them helps both of us, and one of them doesn't. And the bad road that you can go down is one of anger and mutual commiseration, and you let the community be defined.
Ooh, good catch, Variant. I didn't even catch that, right? Variant says the friend group analogy is leaning into the parasocial. Hard. Yes, 100.
What other people have done, or you be cool. If you like the community,
wait,
and you must to think that this is wrong.
Wait, if you're gonna be cool, don't you have to do that? You be cool, and then you start a gang fight, but with like really nice expressive dance while you're gang fighting. You be cool. Yeah.
Then be cool and make the community good. No, Chainsaw Chimera. No, I'm not. What? Why would... This one is a bigger... All right. Okay, you're right. No amount of speech.
We're 2 minutes till the 2-hour mark, the 6-hour mark. Should we go through? Should we just risk it for the biscuit? Can we risk it for the biscuit? I don't think I've done anything that's gonna get copyright claimed. I mean, I never know, but...
You guys from wanting to whine.
We didn't listen to any music, did we?
It is. Benjamin, if you do that...
Do we listen to any music? Do I have to stop?
That again, you too.
Chat, you don't want me to stop, right?
You've bought an abstention on one mute.
I feel like we just gotta be cool. Be cool. Anyway, am I cool? How about now, Benson? We need that for the soundboard. We need how about now, Benson? What do you say? What say you? Do you want that to add? Regular show? How about now, Benson?
I understand where you're coming from, Vaush. Of course. Above you. Because I am the sun. And we are all
He's our edgy boy messiah. Who knew?
In Valheim. Another game with pretty light physics. We got to play Valheim.
Look, if you want to be cool, if you want to be cool like me and snap your fingers, one thing that you got to know is that you got to get rid of things that waste your time. And one thing that wastes your time is the top of the hour ad break. You don't have time for 3 minutes of ads. You're too smart for that. You're going to use a Twitch Prime sub in order to get out of that ad break for free, right? A Twitch Prime sub is something that costs you nothing other than what you've already spent on Prime, but causes you to no longer see ads on my channel. You can also possibly no longer see ads on my channel if you use a if you buy yourself a sub that is $5 on Twitch, $6 on mobile, or possibly if you are the recipient of somebody else's generous gift in the form of a membership, in the form of a sub. Yeah, that's what it's called on Twitch, right? A gift sub, but that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
I just want to tell people I like Vaush without being called. Okay. How about this? I've never exactly had a great reputation online.
Am I Thanos snapping?
Mostly the product of people hating me and not my behavior, but opinions vary. The main thing that people
Why does he think that? Okay, so here's what I don't. Oh my God, you know what it is? I mean, like, this is a thing, right? I don't know what the name for it is, but what did Richard Nixon have? Is it called an inferiority complex? Is that what this is? There's like a name for this, right? Richard Nixon is famous for this shit. Richard Nixon was sure that everybody just fucking hated his guts. He didn't get treated fairly. And I mean, I don't know, does that have something to do with the fact that he thought of himself as literally above the law? That he proposed arguments like, if the president does it, then therefore it is not a crime? Maybe, maybe not. But this is a known thing. Paranoid? I mean, like, is that like a... Like, I'm not trying to diagnose the guy, okay? But I feel like this is a thing. I feel like this is a thing.
Or in my community, when they initially believe that I'm bad but are dispelled of that notion, is that the community's positivity won them over. That actually, it's not that bad. You guys are great. I'm great. Tell me, are you acting
It's not that bad. It's not that bad to hang out with a guy that, like, beats it to underage
this
whatever.
whining and doomerism? Are you acting great? Are you
It's not that bad, it turns out.
If you're so concerned with the stability of the community, oh, this is bad. Oh, it's not fair. Who would be convinced by this? Certainly not other people from outside the community who already dislike me and you, by extension. They would just see it as evidence to this community's obsession with being the victim of self-inflicted drama and nothing else. All right. I don't think I can... I don't think I have anything more to say on that. Quit Farms?
What did you just say?
I didn't even know what that said. I don't think I have anything more to say on that. Quit Farms? I didn't even know what that said.
Thinks he's the head of a church?
Yeah, I'll consider it sub and soda. All right.
You know, I never noticed this until now, but the way that Vaush sits, you like never see his lips. It's always like just this beard talking. You can sort of see his lower lips there.
All right, mods, you can mute anyone who's annoying. I'll read all the donations that have been donated up until this point at the end of stream. Until then, I'm turning TTS on. There we go. Valheim.
So is that what TTS is for when you're like playing a game and you want to be able to... I would just be worried that if I put TTS on just like in an unlimited fashion, that people, you know, somebody would use it to say like a slur or something. I don't know. Anyway, that is a sad man coping after a second Ethan stream, a second round of Ethan stream.
I was literally making a video, like I was making a video essay about all of this, and then this happened. So I actually have a bunch of stuff that I can talk about with Teddy Fresh.
We're going to talk about Teddy Fresh now.
So I'm going to go over
anything to change the subject, right, Keffals?
So
Ethan's clothing brand had a couple of vendors that they went through that were not ethical in their labor practices. I mean, they changed them when they found out, but that's just as bad as Vaush beating it to underage horses.
Teddy Fresh, the luxury clothing brand owned by Gila that uses Ethan's platform as a vehicle for selling merchandise. If you go to the ethics and sustainability section of their website, it says, at Teddy Fresh, it is essential that all our production partners pass stringent audits to ensure our facilities are abiding and surpassing the global standards for ethical labor practices. These third-party auditors include RAP, SMETA,
I mean, this is literally the epitome of whataboutism.
and Amphori BSCI, who certify their...
What about Gila's clothing company? I mean, like, right, look. If Gila's clothing company was just like hella fucked up, does that make what Vaush did any better? I'm not of the opinion that Ethan Klein is like the best person in the world. I'm not of the opinion that Ethan, like, I was pretty disappointed by the way he went off on people during the whole Gaza thing, right? The way that he just said some fucked up shit. I mean, he deleted the tweets later on. This is why he's no longer on Twitter. He, I guess, does not trust himself to tweet. But yeah, I'm not under any impression that Ethan is the best, most ethical guy in the world. However, does anything that Ethan does or does not do, does that change what Vaush does?
No child labor or unfair labor practices. So on the surface, this seems fine.
And also, did you not have a problem with this when you were in with Ethan, when you had his, when you had him in your Twitter circles, when you had his phone number, right? This Teddy Fresh thing is pretty old, isn't it? And I'm not saying that to say that because something happened a long time ago, it doesn't matter, or, that somebody can be like, well, I addressed that already. It's not, like, I'm not trying to excuse that line of thought. What I'm saying though is that Ethan was a known quantity to Keffals before, and until now, she was 100% trying to kiss his ass. Now, all of a sudden that he's exposed this shit about Vaush, now the Teddy Fresh thing is a big deal, and it's a reason that Ethan's a bad guy, and it's a reason that you shouldn't listen to Ethan. And since Ethan is the messenger, the most prominent messenger of, like, that shit on Vaush's hard drive is fucked up, that shit that Vaush said is fucked up, then I guess you can't trust the message anymore. Because Teddy Fresh bad.
But let's take a
There's a new controversy.
Deeper look. RAP stands for Worldwide Responsible Accredited...
Again, what does this have to do with Vaush?
Production, an organization based in Arlington, Virginia, whose stated aim is promoting safe, lawful, humane, and ethical manufacturing around the world. However, their work has been described by...
Ethan does not have to be 100% perfect to call out Vaush's wrongs. True. Yeah, exactly.
as undermining local labor rights organizations, with some organizations in the early 2000s that advocated against sweatshops, describing rap as an industry-driven effort to avoid scrutiny. Looking into this further, a report by the Toronto-based Maquila Solidarity Network showed that rap's board is dominated by industry representatives.
Ethan is garbage, but not for this.
Has no provisions for public disclosure of any problems found in factories, or even where factories are located. They have a labor code similar to anti-union right-to-work legislation in some states, and they only encourage manufacturers to apply self-imposed, environmentally conscious practices. An article written in The Nation by Alex Dubrow on April 17, 2001, talks about how the vice chairman of RAP, Otto Reich, unfortunate last name, was a clothing industry front founded to undermine the growing anti-sweatshop movement. A cursory glance into another one of their auditors, Amphori BSCI, shows that they also have their share of controversy. In an article entitled Bribes, Fake Factories, and Forged Documents, the Buccaneering Consultants Pervading China's Factory Audits, South China Morning Post discusses how Chinese factories often bribe inspectors to gain accreditation for the industry platform Amphori BSCI, with some factories going as far as to forge fake identity documents for their child workers. Yes. The article goes on to discuss in depth the level of corruption that is taking place. A database of more than 5,000 audits conducted in China last year, shown to the Post by an industry whistleblower.
Yeah, her voice even sounds desperate.
That more than 90% of factories audited by third-party auditors for the Amphori BSCI platform were not
I mean, like, this is a pretty simple thing. Ethan said Vaush is bad. Shh. Teddy Fresh. Ooh, here's an article. Let me read it. There's not a lot of thought that's gone into this. This isn't something that Keffals cares about. Otherwise, she would have said something earlier. This is not something that she cares about. That doesn't mean that it isn't bad. I mean, it sounds bad. And, you know, like, I know that Teddy Fresh has had issues with, you know, their labor in the past, right? So, but also, like, this line of attack might work in a situation where Ethan is, like, the only one calling Vaush out. Like, nobody else thinks there's a problem, but Ethan Klein does, and, you know, he's saying it, right? That might be a thing. Okay, the only person that has a problem with us, the only person that says this wrong is himself kind of a fucked up dude that you shouldn't listen to. I don't know, that might work. Like, I've seen bullshit like that walk before. I've seen bullshit like that fly. I've seen people buy stuff like that, you know? Well, who are you to say anything? Look at how shitty your drawers are, right? Who are you to call out Andrew on his shardy pants, on his popcorn spackled pants, right? When you yourself have a little streak on your underwear.
Transparent in their documentation and had falsified record keeping for worker pay, working hours, overtime, and suggested that they pose a greater risk for cheating on inspections. Amphori BSCI obviously did not respond to the repeated requests for comment. With all this said, it's not definitive evidence that Teddy Fresh uses child labor, but it's pretty obvious.
Oh shit, Keffals, that's too bad because I've got definitive evidence that Vaush uses child loli, right? Child, I don't want to say, like, exploitation materials. There we go. That's not in doubt. That's not something that's likely. That's something that we've seen. Anyway.
All of the evidence put forward, the chance of that being a reality is much higher than Ethan or Gila would like to admit.
Tuesday night.
Yeah, but again, once again, unfortunately, not higher than the chance that Vaush uses loli corn. because that chance is 100.
Remember when you told me about this, it was pretty nuts. I had seen people ask questions about the ethics of Teddy Fresh before, but I never really bothered to look into it myself. So yeah, that's a pretty good find.
And why was that? Was that possibly because you were featured on Ethan's channel as the Cheers My Dude guy? He was making you more famous. He gave you an award. He brought you on the show. Is it possible that that had something to do with it, right? Is it possible that the only time this would ever come up, that you'd ever think this was an issue, is when he is getting in the way of your meal ticket? Or in this case, your meal ticket's meal ticket. Because remember, Tipster is a second-tier orbiter, somebody that orbits an orbiter. Keffals is the orbiter of Vaush, and Tipster is orbiting her.
To say the least.
59.
That's tomorrow, people.
Any tips you have for the ladies that are still working on their applications?
A rental, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's a steal.
No.
Vaush just stopped watching.
No.
What? Vaush just stopped watching because you took that off. He doesn't want to watch it anymore. Too
He
bad.
could suspend his disbelief no longer.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going straight into this. So
here we go.
As I mentioned,
Here we go.
There's
That's right.
for his community that I'm dubbing them.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Oh,
The
jeez.
lollipops.
These girls look pretty young.
And that's kind of the title.
Oh,
they
jeez.
coined themselves by the tremendous amount of people that are defending his consumption of lolly horsey play.
Mm-hmm.
We
We've
do
all
not like.
jerked at the
This is
lolly
not
at
a
some point or
crossover
another.
that we asked for. You know. So there's been a wide and
None of us have defended this.
No, not a single one of us have ever defended anything like that.
No.
Then what the fuck are you defending? That was in his folder. What are you then are you defending?
Not even Vaush, and he's gone on record like multiple times, hours of content.
Yeah, even Vaush. What is your point? Yes, Vaush admitted to it. So why are you out here defending him?
And talking about how much.
What is this horrendous, embarrassing cope stream that you're doing, Keffals? How far have you fallen? Oh my god. Look, we got a tragedy with Vaush, like in terms of somebody like being pretty prominent. Somebody said the third most popular leftist content creator. I don't know if that's true. Maybe the third most popular leftist streamer is accurate. Falling from that to being a laughing stock and a object of scorn. Because I mean that shit's fucking gross. Like, I mean, on one hand, like, you know, it's funny the way that it was exposed. It's funny the way that he copes, but it's you know, he's gross. He's toxic. Nobody wants to have anything to do with him except for those who apparently have no other choice but to defend him. Those that rely on him as a meal ticket. Those that are relying on the continued operation of the White Leaf Network in order to sustain their own business model, right? Given Keffals' numbers lately, the only thing that makes her anywhere close to sustainable is that website.
Pornography is bad. It's just so disingenuous.
Mm-hmm. It's like I said, you know, the whole stream that they did before was literally just like shadowboxing arguments that Vaush was never making. And it seems like this is going to be more of the same.
Persistent effort to obfuscate what was in the folder that he leaked on accident.
Wait. I'm just trying to figure out what is there, like, if they're not denying, like, that there was bestial and underage material in his spank folder, then what exactly are they denying? They're mad at Ethan and Gila for doing this stream, for doing the last stream, for talking about Vaush's folder, for talking about his clips, for talking about his, you know, sexual harassment of somebody in the Destiny Discord, for talking about his admitted apparent abuse of what sounds like abuse of his pets, right? Like, what is your problem with Ethan's stream if you're not defending what he's doing? What is Ethan doing wrong? From third best leftist streamer to lolcow. I mean, I guess Lolicon. Oh my god, I didn't even see that. Lolicon. Damn. Okay, that's new.
What was in that folder? He and his fans persistently tell us that there was nothing bad in that folder.
What?
And that is a convenient lie.
Why? We never said that. There was shit that was bad in that folder. Vaush even admitted it.
Yeah, my understanding is like they pointed out that 1 or 2 images in the folder were allegedly drawn by like a lolly artist, and Vaush was like, "Yeah, I didn't know that, and now that I know that, I'm obviously paraphrasing."
He was like, "Oh, geez, that's really bad. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that." But then again, who amongst us has not furiously spanked it to such? I mean, this is literally from his. This is literally from his greatest hits.
But now that I know that, I'm not okay with that, and none of us have disputed that. That yes, there probably was something that was problematic in that folder, but if Vaush is telling us that he didn't know, like,
but he said he's been aware of like what he called like the problem of anime before. He said he's been aware that like, you know, that stuff is out there, and that he's recognized it in his browser history. You know, kind of implying that he doesn't download stuff, which apparently he does. And then even after that, it ends up in his folder. He ends up downloading it, right? If it's just like a mistake and he's like, "Oh geez," you know, which he said, like, "Oh geez, I can't believe," it's like it's fucking Morty here, like, "Oh geez, Rick, I didn't know she was underage. I thought she was a short stack goblin, Rick." Morty, stop downloading. Anyway,
I'm not gonna jump to the conclusion that he's a pedophile or a lolicon.
Nobody's saying that. I have not heard anybody be like, he is a fucking, you know what that means, right? Somebody that you know is abusing children. Nobody said that. But as far as like the other word, like, what does that mean? That mean it isn't that the word lolicon? Does that mean somebody who uses like enjoys like lolly, right? That is that what that means? Can somebody give me a definition of that? What exactly does that word mean? Is that not what that means?
Like if Vaush went on record and was just like, "Oh, you know, it's just drawn, it didn't hurt anyone," and ended up making like pro lolly arguments, I would just drop him like a hat. I'd be like, "Fuck him. That's gross." But that's not what he was saying.
Yeah, none of us would defend him if that was his position on it.
Told by Vaush and his audience, who are frankly unwilling to look closer at it, and they're just running to his defense. I'll tell you what was in that folder that was a problem. There was a girl who looked 13. That was a problem. There was a girl who looked very young who was sucking off a horse.
Oh God, I hate hearing this. I hate hearing this over and over again. God, I mean, like, this is the thing. Like I said, like, I saw enough of what was in that folder that I didn't really need to see anymore. I didn't want to see anymore. You know, but like, apparently this is what was in there. Literally is the Japanese word. Okay, so if that's what that means, if it actually means a PDF, yeah, that's not what I'm saying about Vaush. I'm saying that he is a user of those types of material. He's a...
I don't like that.
Some of these girls
It's
look
all,
pretty young.
Which, by the way, I've seen everybody who covers this, like, the age changes so many times. They look 14, they look 16, they look 10. Like, everybody has a different age to try and make the situation seem
Well, not
worse.
only that, but like Ethan has constantly said that it was horse child porn, which also isn't true. It was different. Those were different images entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait, chat, which is it? Who's right here? Because like I I was surprised by that too. Like, I initially thought that they're, separate images. And that when Ethan made that tweet, he was doing that for comedic effect. There's one, not tweet, but his Instagram story, right? Described a mix of those things. Like, described not just pictures of underage and pictures of horse, but pictures of horse with underage. But do we have that confirmed that that's what it is? Because I was surprised that like I said, I saw enough.
Okay. It's all anime.
I saw enough to be grossed the fuck out. Like, to know that at least one of those images was of a character who appeared to be a child. And that was enough for me to see. I did not want to see any more of that, right? But Ethan said that, yes, it is confirmed. That's confirmed. So Keffals and Tipster are straight up lying here. Is that right? That's what I'm getting from chat. Saddest part of this debacle is that Vaush has normalized goblin. I mean, the goblin thing I feel like is the least of it. If it was just goblin, right? Go on. What? That's his freaking Twitter history. It's confirmed. Natalie says. Yeah, it's enough. It's enough. I don't want to see any more. I don't need to look at the full, and I mean, if Ethan's going to do a stream like this, I guess he kind of does need to look at it. I guess he needs to know exactly what's in there. And, he was, as Keffals and Tipster said, looking for the high definition images, looking to make sure and confirm that it is what it looks like. And Vaush himself said, now I can see it. Yeah. Vaush himself said that there was underage, there were characters in there that looked underage, right? And that the artist was like a lowly artist, right? So Vaush confirmed that part. But what Ethan is saying, and has said on his Instagram is like, it wasn't just like lolly and horses. It was like lolly with horses in some cases. And that was the part where I was like, oh no, he's exaggerating for comedic effect. And then somebody in chat was like, no, he's actually not. That's in there. I didn't want to think, right? Because like I said, seeing that there's underage characters like in that folder is like enough for me. Like, that's like, I didn't see the image, but I saw, somebody posted the face of one of the images, and yeah, that's not an adult.
It's all drawn. Yeah.
Clarify again, because
It's all drawn.
Yeah.
Tacoma wept.
But apparently, lolly, which is a genre of hentai that features really young girls, is apparently a topic of huge debate. And there's a lot of people that support this, which is absolutely mad. The reason for that, which we talked through on Friday, which Love pointed out, is that the consumption of this type of content normalizes and comforts people who would otherwise not even think about such things, or people who are more likely to act on their impulses or to go and buy actual CP to
see. I don't
like how getting accredited by Amphori BSCI comforts people about the fact that there's no child labor, even though there's evidence that Amphori BSCI uses child labor.
Yeah,
like, imagine getting the shittiest, ugliest merch imaginable and knowing that it was made by Chinese children.
Yeah, I think what's crazy about...
Okay, now wait a minute. Vaush has talked about, like, in Vaush's, discussions where he brings in the question of child labor, into this discourse about, underage, like, materials like this, like exploitation materials. Like, the best version of what he could be saying is that stuff is fucking pervasive. If you use a computer, if you use a phone, if you wear clothes that you haven't super duper researched into, you are probably attached economically in some way to that kind of exploitation. That was Vaush's argument, and I have no doubt that that's true. Like, as much as Ethan does not have to prove that he's a perfect person to say there's something wrong with what Vaush is doing here, some of these arguments about Teddy Fresh like imply that everything that Keffals is buying is on the up and up too. I don't know. If you're gonna hold him to these standards, then don't you have to do the same with yourself? Keffals is not a serious. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right, Thomas George. I'm treating her like too much of a serious person, which she's not.
Too, that I just thought of is, and in fairness to Ethan most likely wouldn't know about this, but a lot of the people who've been critical of us for defending Vaush would. Wasn't it just less than a month ago that we were extremely critical of someone who openly admitted to jerking off to this kind of material?
Wait, what?
Remember Food Shops?
Yeah, I remember Food Shops.
We were both like extremely critical of someone who openly admitted to jerking off to this kind of material. Yet here we're being.
What the fuck are you talking about? Vaush has admitted to exactly that. That is okay, maybe not exactly that, right? But like it's heavily implied. Like, right, he's downloaded this stuff. For what reason? I guess, I can leave it to your imagination. I can leave it to your own interpretation of that. But I mean, I don't think he was just appreciating the art style. Literally what, Vaush is alleged to have done. And you had a problem when it was Food Shops, as you should. Food Shops is gross. Like, that shit, like, I've only seen a little bit of, what Food Shops has said, and it's disgusting. It's horrible. It's like, it shouldn't be on the internet. It's fucked, right? But the difference between Food Shops and Vaush, I guess, is that you can get clout off of exposing Food Shops. You can get clout and views and whatever off of attacking Food Shops, and that's not a bad thing. But you can't with Vaush. You're tied at the hip with Vaush. You're using Vaush's infrastructure, the White Leaf infrastructure, for your career. You're making money with Vaush, and so we get a completely different standard applied here. Like, what does she think this? Does she think this is some kind of own? She's owning herself. Like, this is just, there's no excuse here. There's no excuse. You just fucked yourself, Keffals.
Accused of defending this kind of shit
because he's not willing to have a conversation with anyone. He's more interested in lying about people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Satisfy their sick desires. And so what was in that? That's basically it. It was those two things. But part of the problem too for me, guys, is that this to be sorted folder, he also leaked in 2017, I believe, or 19.
Oh, boy.
A couple years ago.
Oh.
And someone asked him on stream, I have all this, but I'm just giving you Cliff Notes now. They said, what's in the folder? He said 98% porn. So I ask you this.
So wait. I'm trying to figure out. He showed this folder before, but you just couldn't see the thumbnails? Vaush has a clip where he talks about, we've all been jerking it to hentai at some site. Some of those girls look, yeah, exactly. Literal non sequitur arguments from the orbiters. Yep. Exactly. Like with these unethical problems, like chocolate. Yeah, chocolate can be made. Clothes can be made. Computers could be made without child labor. That's a function of the perverse incentives of capitalism, right? As opposed to the kind of materials that we're talking about, when we're talking about child exploitation materials. Now, you could take a step back and say that these are drawn materials, and so they don't necessarily involve the, they don't necessarily like involve a child, But again, it's normalizing practices, the practice of abusing children. It's sexualizing like minors.
Very tip of the iceberg of that folder. That folder's been in use for years. What else is in that folder?
Oh, come on.
So literally, okay.
So the argument is literally we don't know what's in it, so it's obviously child porn?
That is such a big, oh my god.
That would be if that was even what he said, but it's not. He didn't. He just said we don't know what's in there. He said that it's 98% porn. The Vaush himself claimed that it was 98% porn, right? He hasn't like drawn a conclusion there to say therefore what do they think that he's saying? What do they think that he's saying?
You know, we've never seen a full he's never done a full house tour. How do we know he doesn't have a child sex dungeon in his fucking basement, Ethan? How do we know? You've never shown us.
This is so much more bad faith.
Keffals, Tipster, are you having fun with your straw man there? Are you having fun shadowboxing with like a different conversation than the one that Ethan's having? Is that are you enjoying yourself? Is this fun?
Than the last one. He's literally poisoning the well.
Literally? No, you don't mean literally.
Deeply disturbing images. So
unless
chances that
unless this stream is about to go in a strangely anti-Semitic direction, yeah, you don't mean that literally.
Low. The years and years of saved images doesn't have worse.
I think the worst stuff is in the taxes folder.
I've heard that theory. Actually.
There we go. It's the taxes.
I thought it was original. I think the taxes is like a cover.
It's the taxes.
Like the worst.
That's so again. This is pure speculation, but
I'm starting to realize why Ethan Klein gets sued so much.
Yeah.
This is fucking disgusting.
Which is really interesting considering he's been on his Insta story, like basically overnight, challenging Vaush to sue him over this, when Vaush has literally said he has no intention of trying to sue him.
But I did see someone saying, like, I don't know how nobody pointed this out, but like this is super common for people that consume this type of content to have it in a folder like taxes or something. Although that doesn't, because like if he is trying to hide it, he wouldn't put it there. Yeah, he wouldn't put it there. It's not a great hiding spot.
If he was trying to hide it, he wouldn't have had anything on his fucking work computer that he streams on. Like, let's not like try to make Vaush some sort of
Keffals, please, we all saw what happened. He shut down the stream. He's with a yelp. He yelped and shut down the stream the second that stuff was visible. You don't think he had anything to hide? You think that he wanted to show that? Was he trying to show that off? Did Vaush engineer his own downfall? What are you claiming? He wasn't trying to hide that? I mean, you could say he didn't hide it very well, and some of the orbiters, you know, their commentary on this amounts to the kind of advice where they're like you gotta hide it better. You gotta keep that off your streaming computer. You gotta not download that. You gotta, you know, like all this advice that's just basically like hide it better. Like, just because someone wasn't trying very you know, like hard enough, wasn't doing the right things to hide something, doesn't mean they weren't trying to hide. Well, it doesn't mean that they were trying to show it off. Like, he wasn't giga chatting that. Like, he wasn't like, hey, check out my folder. Ha 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 ha. Look, if he wasn't trying to hide anything, then why are you all so defensive? Why is he so defensive? Why the defensiveness?
evil mastermind. Dude is a dumbass.
There's subfolders in there.
Are we talking about Ethan here? Are we talking about Ethan? Ethan's the dumbass? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was the guy. I thought for a second I thought you were talking about the guy that had his spank folder open on his streaming computer.
like the years of taxes, and then you go within there, and then like there's subfolder
Right.
within
Right.
subfolder, and that's the really fucked
If
up
anything,
shit.
it's just a protocol to be like, I need to be extra careful with this stuff.
Yeah.
We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site.
No, we
No,
have.
we haven't.
Well, okay,
We
so
have not all.
hold on,
We
hold on,
haven't.
hold on. So far, that's fine. Hentai is perfectly fine.
Sure, sure.
Go on, Vaush.
Some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay.
Okay, so there was a. That's
We've
part
all
of this.
jerked at the lolly at some point or another.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
That part I
Wait,
disagree.
no, we
with.
haven't.
That part I
No, we
disagree.
He's literally just gonna play out of context clips without understanding the context in which those things are saying. Like, if Ethan is here saying that hentai is fine, he should know the problem.
I have never heard any explanation for a context that makes that clip okay. Please, Keffals, enlighten me. What is the context that portrays, pleasuring oneself to lolly as the cost of doing business of existing in our world? It's like, yeah, that just happens, I guess. You look at your browser history and you're like, oh boy, oh damn. They look pretty young. Oh no. Yep, it happened again. Like, what context makes that okay? Please enlighten me. I wanna understand.
On hentai sites, that a lot of the time in hentai, these girls are drawn to look young, and you're not always going to know the author's intent in drawing them the way that they do. That's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is that, like, if you have gone, and I'm not speaking for personal experience, I only jerk.
So that's what she's saying, is that like it makes it all right because it's the authors. They make it impossible to avoid. For all of us who have successfully avoided, Vaush has now lost 9,000 subscribers is the latest update. Do you think that by the end of the stream he'll be at 10,000? It's definitely my stream that's doing it. Like, don't let anyone tell you it's Ethan Klein. Don't let anyone tell you it's H3. I engineered this all, chat. All from my clan ops. All from my secret base inside of a mountain where I keep all my files, right? I got all the files. It's obviously NCC that has engineered the downfall of Vaush. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, okay? It's all me. When we talk to Wap Goblin, on Saturday, don't let her tell you that it's her that has brought about this. It's definitely NCC that set Vaush up for all of this. I'm the mastermind. I've been working the plan the whole time.
CNN. But if you go onto these hentai sites, like, there is a chance you're gonna see lolly without even knowing it because it's not labeled correctly and you're unaware of who the artist is.
Unless you're like, that's like a child. Let me close out of that. I feel like that's what a normal person does. Like, what kind of state of like unaware gooning are you proposing that Vaush is in that he doesn't recognize and is attracted to and is, I have ex-Vaushites in chat. I don't know if that's new. I feel like we might have had some ex-Vaushites for a while. It's the stuff he intentionally saved. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the short stack thing. We'll have to ask Wap Goblin about that. We'll have to ask. No.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when people are going on like a jerk session and they're just like Googling images to jerk off to, they're not doing like a deep lore dive on what it is they're looking at.
That's what you think? That you have to do a deep lore dive not to be attracted to freaking minors? And like in the case that I saw, it's not like an edge case. For 69 payments of $19.99, you can get with the Gunnar 9000. Oh my god. Oh yeah, the child. I forgot about the Midna thing. Yeah, we went over that yesterday. Dude literally right-clicked and saved to the folder. Yeah, it's not this thing that he just accidentally, like, he was going through this thing where he's like, what do you call those, like, is it called trolling? Like when they scoop up the shrimp, they got the nets out, right, for the shrimp, because they want to get the shrimp in the boat. But they accidentally pull up a sea turtle and they pull up a dolphin and they're like, oh geez, some of these shrimp look pretty sea turtle to me. Oh geez, that one might be an endangered species. Oh geez, there's another dolphin tangled in the net. Like, this isn't deep sea fishing. Is it trawling? Not trolling? Trolling is, okay, it's called trawling. I thought it was trolling for some reason. That makes more sense. Oh, geez.
We have not. We have not.
That's a singular experience, I think.
I heard the term for the first time on Friday. I've never heard that term.
Right.
I had no idea what it
This is all
was.
new to me.
Dude, yeah, I don't know. Like, I didn't grow up amongst anime and all this kinds of stuff. So I have no idea that this was I didn't start watching anime until I was an adult. When we were like in Israel, I think the first anime. And so this is all kind of a new world. This here, by the way, is
a whole new world.
Vaush. What are we trying to say with this, Cam? Created by Dan Schneider.
This
Wow.
This is I had in my head all weekend, so.
Loliodon?
He's literally
Hold on,
comparing
hold
him
the-
to someone who was basically convicted of being a pedophile. Not even basically. That's what they were.
Wait, who are we who are we talking?
I really can't believe that I had so much charitability for Ethan.
That's why it's so disappointing, right? We were so glad to see this new leaf that he was turning.
Again, now we're back to the behavior of Ethan, right? That's the issue now, not the behavior of Vaush. The behavior of Ethan. I thought he was good now. I guess not. If he's concerned about, like, one of the largest leftist communities being run by a guy that has this stuff in his spank folder, that has said, told us who the fuck he is multiple times, and yet people still refuse to believe him. No, it's Ethan's behavior. He's being a bad boy because he's not being transactional, right? If you were transactional, you would understand that these people stood up for you when they were able to use you as a cudgel against Hassan, when they thought that maybe you might be looking for another co-host for the leftovers, when you thought that maybe there was some clout to be gained by standing up for Ethan and being the good leftist. You wanted to be the good one. And you had no problem with Teddy Fresh then. None whatsoever.
Going, and then he just drops right back into his old bad faith bullshit.
Isn't it his old bullshit a lot? Like,
He completely fucked up because if he didn't change at all, he totally alienated a huge audience that had a lot of money that he could have got.
What?
He kind of fucked himself with that one if he hasn't actually changed, but decided to alienate his old audience.
The phone.
The fallen fans. The fallen fans.
Age tale.
That's a still from Drake's court appearance, right?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh
You
shit.
didn't have to do him like that.
That's great.
That's why they were talking about Drake.
They can reboot Drake and Josh.
Now I want to make a few things clear. If you watch hentai, if you watch furry, if you do all that, I'm not here to kink shame anybody. But what I am here to talk about is explicitly disturbing content that is not good in any facet of the
Okay.
world to exist in.
Right.
Now, Vaush.
Wait, I'm confused. So wait, where's the line there with furry then? If he's saying like, I'm not against furry.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because he was like making a big deal about like the horse stuff, but like,
Wait,
I don't understand.
what are you under the impression that that furries are zoophiles? Is that what that seems pretty anti-furry right there? Like, what is Tipster saying here? What is Tipster? Oh no! Game freezing.
That's a weird statement.
Yeah, I want to know where the line is. I wonder if he'll elaborate on this further.
Made a 2-hour-long response video to our Friday's episode.
Who did? Was that
With
you?
incredible takes such as "This is a Dan conspiracy."
Let me see.
That
Was that
he's-
how long was
Ethan's
mine?
only
I don't
doing
even
this because
remember.
I'm anti-Israel.
Oh, I didn't say that. That's not me then.
Aspect of this a
Well,
little bit.
I have a whole section on.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We're
But we-
only in the cliff.
I mean, I don't even know how to. There's so much, bro. There's so much.
All right.
I should try to. I should actually make a focus to work through this.
Let's just get right into it then.
So in his video, he had these incredible takes, but I want to tell you all, Vaush and his supporters will tell you the following things.
Mhm.
It's out of context. All the clips of him, it wasn't.
Mm-mm.
We looked at the context.
We looked at it and understood.
You didn't though.
They will tell you that what was in the
Yeah, he didn't, and they're doing it right now. Like this whole soundboard shit is all just out of context.
All you got is like, that's not true. That's not true. You're not ever telling me why it's not true. You're like, that's out of context. Why is it out of context? All right, what's the real context? What am I missing here? Because like, if you clip me out of context, then I can look at my VOD and I can say, actually, right before that clip started, I was saying, now some people say, and then you started clipping right there, right? So I'm not representing my own thoughts. I'm saying that some people say. I'm talking about other people, not myself. This is not what I think. I didn't say it was what I think. You clipped it out of context on the assumption that people would, conclude that I believe this, based on the fact that it doesn't have that caveat of some people say there, right? Or you could say, after I said that, I said psych, right? And so clearly I'm joking there because I said psych, and you didn't let me play, you didn't play the part with psych in it. You just played it off as if I'd never said psych. And I definitely said psych after that, right? That's the kind of thing that you'd be able to do if you were telling the truth, instead of straight up lying like you always do, Keffals, like you always fucking do, Keffals. Listen, we've got a soundbite, okay, that I play a lot. I use the hell out of my soundboard, and it goes like this. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Do you know who that weasel is? Do you know who I was talking about when I said weasel? That was Keffals. We caught Keffals in a lie, and I called her a weasel. And a weasel. She remains.
Clips.
Yeah, because they're claiming that because this is their defense. We showed the full context, but if you're combating arguments or you're like shadowboxing arguments that Vaush wasn't making while watching the clips, you're poisoning the well. So you're not actually showing the context because you're misrepresenting the context. Or if you're speaking over Vaush while he's clarifying in the clips, there's no point in you showing the full clip because you're not even allowing the audience to see what he's actually saying.
I'm sorry, clarifying. I gotta put air quotes or Vaush is clarifying. How dare you interrupt Vaush while he's clarifying?
There's no point in trying to actually come at this from a charitable and good faith way. There's far more clout in being a bad faith shit slinger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming from a bad faith shit slinger, that's quite the allegation, Keffals.
The folder was not lolly. It was lolly, by Vaush's own admission, which I will show you. That it's all been debunked or explained a million times. they'll say.
Which fans? Show the fans. I haven't seen anyone say that it wasn't Lolly. That was one of Vaush's fans. Even Vaush said it was Lolly.
Yeah, pretty much everybody
seen-
I've seen cover this situation or comment on it on social
I have seen.
media has said, yeah,
Oh my
like
god.
that-
Oh my god. Ah! I've seen multiple fans say that. Like, that's a weird thing to say. That's a weird thing to say. That a stan would never say something completely unprovable and unfounded that they think helps out the content creator that they're parasocially bonded with. No, of course a stan would do that. And the more stans you have, the more likely that is to have happened. That's a weird thing to try to deny. It's a weird thing to try to deny because you know it's gotta have happened, and I've seen it happen, right? She doesn't even need to do this. Like, there's no need to say that no fan of Vaush would ever do, like, to make a no true Scotsman argument about Vaush stans that will literally do anything for him. That will literally drink water from the trough that they just saw him piss in to show their allegiance, right? His fans deny it. I've blocked like 20 of them on Twitter in the past 2 days.
shouldn't have been in his folder. But I mean, he's saying he didn't know it was, and as soon as he found out it was, he wasn't okay with it. So
Yeah, what I want to see.
I'm not seeing anybody make that argument.
What I want to see from this is people going after the VTuber who is in millions, like multi-million sub VTuber, one of the Hollow Olive Japanese VTubers, very popular, who is actively encouraging people to make lolly of her character. Like, go after the people who are making this content.
Wait, is she talking about the 16-year-old?
It has not.
Or is there another VTube?
It has not. You will hear the same tired reasoning for every clip. This is the context that they continue to tell us is cut out, because it's the same justification every time he brings it up.
So did he have lolly or did he not have lolly? Keffals makes my brain hurt.
He says other industries are bad, like cobalt mining or chocolate, but we aren't morally consistent. Saying that he's not saying he's pro CP. He's saying he's anti-capitalism.
This shit's so funny when, like, so far in the stream, they've also started shilling their child labor merch.
So true.
Like, yeah, of course, you're not consistent, Ethan.
Gosh.
Consumer capitalism. And so this is the point that we've grappled with in great detail already and explained why that's obscene and wrong.
Right.
And yet they'll continue to tell us that it's been debunked or that it's old, uncovered.
So are they just like responding to like random fans? Because we all have those random fans who will go, to bat for us, and they don't quite understand what they're saying, so they'll like say it wrong, or they'll like misremember something. So when they type out their response, it's not quite right. Is that the kind of people they're responding to?
That
here?
seems like it is. It's the easiest way for them to do this. It's the low-hanging fruit.
Because even Vaush...
Is Tipster blaming his fans for the fact that he gets cooked on Twitter? Is that what I'm hearing here? We all have those shitty fans. Like, they want to help. They want to support you, but they come out and they make the argument, and it's all bad and stuff. And it's their fault that you end up losing. It's their fault that nobody wants to have anything to do with you. It's their fault that they think that you're supporting Lolicon, because it's the fans, the shit. They mean well, right? But they don't know how to make the argument. They suck at debating, and you're just like. A baseball story about by Tipster Gomez? Wait, is so the Tipster is like not the first Tipster? I've never heard of anyone named Tipster before. Like this Tipster is my first Tipster. So I wasn't aware that it was like a common name.
Like said this on his stream last night, where he was like, it's really annoying that sometimes fans will go to defense for me and they'll make it worse because they'll say something incorrectly or something like that, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Yo, when in doubt, blame your fans. Hey, if you're Vaush, you're already throwing your fans under the bus. You're already ruining your fans' reputations, making them lolcows in other communities when they come in and donate hundreds of dollars in super chats to disagree with the streamers that like, no, there's actually nothing wrong with what Vaush did and it's totally fine and upstanding. It's all above board. And this is completely out of pocket for Ethan to say this, right? And then they just get laughed at, right? The content creators that stand up for him, ruining their reputations. I mean, again, Keffals and Tipster don't really have any reputation to ruin. That's already taken place. They've already been discredited multiple times. They're known liars. No one likes them. So there's nothing of loss. Nothing of value is lost there, right? But the fans are like they're becoming the pariahs of any community they come into contact with, right? When they defend Vaush.
That like the fans are gonna do what the fans
And
are
he
gonna
knows
do.
better. He's been in the game long enough to know how this works, which makes us even more.
Okay, so a tipster is somebody who gives you the lowdown on which horse is gonna win. So they're hanging out by the stables. They know all the horses really well. It almost sounds like tipster should apply maybe to Vaush more than to tipster.
Yeah.
God,
I feel like if you bet on the horses that tipster backs, you might not win.
Realize how fucking funny it is that we know now that there's a lot of evidence that Teddy Fresh is made by child labor, and it's called fucking Teddy Fresh.
God.
This defense, by the way, may have been believable up until...
Wait, what's the joke? Teddy Fresh?
We found that he is actually consuming lolly stuff.
Yeah, I feel like the context about how everything happened.
It's all changed.
So he leaked this folder, which was super silly to begin with.
The horse shit is what caught me.
It was funny at first, and then the more you look at it, it starts to get a little disturbing, and then you realize all of his background. And that's basically the rabbit hole we went down.
Absolutely. And, he accuses me continually in his video of doing a bad faith character assassination attempt. I have no reason to assassinate this man's character. I thought the horse porn was funny.
Mm-hmm.
And, bro, you need to at least find God on that one, because that shit is objectively ridiculous and funny.
Having a to sort folder is funny.
It's all good.
That's where we all
Yeah.
started. It started from this is just being really funny.
There was so much.
Okay. Like, real talk, the to be sorted shit is like, there are people who claim that Vaush lies about having autism. I've met him in person. He is a very autistic man, and the to be sorted folder, including porn and taxes, is like top tier levels of autism.
That was the funny. Like, the first time I saw the leaked video, seeing the taxes folder there just had me rolling.
Say about it.
Jesus.
Wait, is Teddy? Oh, Teddy's the name of their kid.
And so as we
I didn't know
reacted to it live, it became more and more.
These people defended Ethan when he was spouting off IDF propaganda. Yet, good point. Turn to defend animal abuse and lolly. But basically, when they can use him as a cudgel against Hassan, like that seems to be, that's like don't be confused and think that they have like ideological principles and they're just like stand where Ethan does as far as what's going on in Gaza. I think it's more to do with Ethan is beefing with Hassan. We don't like Hassan, and so let's use Ethan as a cudgel here. And he can see through that. He knows that he's not. My autism never made me download lolly. Yeah, right. Yeah, again, what are they doing in trying to protect Vaush behind the shield of autism? They're pulling autistic people into this too. They're hurting neurodivergent people as well. Tipster is the Keffals, is to Keffals as Dave Landau. Wait, who's Dave Landau? Should I know this person? It shows how little they care about Gaza. Yeah, it's absolutely just a interpersonal football, I guess. I was gonna say a political football, but this isn't really political. Like, I mean, unless you mean like in-group, out-group politics or something. Trying to throw another marginalized community under the bus. Yeah, I mean, anybody, everybody, right? They will throw the kitchen sink if it takes it, if it helps them. Neither my autism nor my bisexuality have ever compelled me to download Lolly. Yeah, it's fucked up to say that it would.
Apparent that this is more disturbing. There's other disturbing parts of this. So, and again, I'm telling you, the other thing that Vaush and his fans will try to tell you, that I'm trying to pretend like he's been hiding this, that I'm acting like it's some big dark secret that he's hiding. And so, in his mind, he's saying that because my people know that I'm a pervert, therefore you shouldn't be outraged by it. Now, not everybody in the world, might be. I didn't know you were a pervert on this level. And so, what does it matter if it was hidden or out in the open? You know what I mean? It's still fucking disturbing. And by the way, that's also not true because the Lolly shit was not out in the open. That is a new wrinkle in the fabric of this story.
But also, there's different levels of knowing somebody on the internet. I've seen his clips from time to time on a certain subject, especially lately with so much going on in the world. Sometimes a clip of his will come up and we'll watch it. That doesn't mean that I know anything about.
Yeah, so like the back and forth right now between the problem is he's a pedophile and the problem is that he's a pervert is really confusing to me. Because like if the horse stuff isn't actually a problem, why bring it up and why talk about it in the same vein as talking about Lolicon?
Yeah.
I just like don't, it just feels so inconsistent.
Look, the horse stuff, I mean, I don't know. Out of context, I mean, it is disturbing that somebody has like erotic pictures of horses, right? It's but it's not as, maybe the degree of severity of it is not comparable to similar pictures of underage people. But combined with all the stuff that he said about that, and combined with, you know, his description of how he treats his own pets, right? Which by itself, the lizard thing, you might pass that off as a joke. Maybe he's just lying. Maybe he's just joking. He's an edgelord, right? You could say that. That's a deep fried meme, my dude. He's just making deep fried memes here. It's not anything he's serious about. But you put those two together, and it paints a different picture. It paints somebody that, you know, is supposedly horses doing things with. That's what Natalie said. Yeah, I haven't looked in it. Like, I haven't looked in it to that degree. I did see, you know, one of the faces of one of the images that was in there, and yeah, like, I don't know how anybody could see that and not be immediately like, that is a child. That has, you know, that is not, like, I don't see how anybody, you know, could right click that and download that unless that's what they want. But, you know, if you believe Vaush, he thought it was a goblin. Goblins think of goblins, they really do a disservice to goblins. Yeah. You just got out of the, what is, oh my God, what a question, Disco Wolf, what a question. Yeah, I don't want to say, thank you chat for handling that, because I don't want to say that on stream. Look, we've been flirting with demonetization the whole week, just talking about this stuff, so.
Consistent, and also Ethan is lying through his fucking teeth when he says there's nothing to be gained from talking about this. Like, he put in so much effort to talk about this, he started this stream up wearing a horse costume. He, like, loaded up an entire soundboard with Vaush clips.
Yeah, he's not dumb. I mean, he's been in this game long enough to know that there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on this situation. So he knows exactly what he's doing. He's playing the game just like any other content.
It's a weird thing to say. That's a weird thing to say. Okay, just for anybody who doesn't know, this is Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions. That's a channel that has 2,060,000 some subs, and a live show that regularly gets upwards of 50,000 concurrent viewers, right? So a lot bigger than your friendly neighborhood random small streamer chick who you should totally support, whether it be monetarily through super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, whether it be on Twitch through subs, through bits, through donations, which you can find on YouTube in the description, or whether it be on Patreon, or whether it just be through the simple fact of liking the stream, which helps actually more than you think, right? They're a lot bigger than that random small streamer chick who just survives each month by the skin of her teeth. So so in other words, Vaush to somebody my size is a big deal, right? An interview or a debate with whatever, you know, like that's a big deal. To somebody like Ethan, it's not. The people that Ethan usually fucks with, the people that Ethan usually brings on his you know, on his guests are like way bigger figures than Vaush. Like, I still don't buy this idea that Ethan is getting that this is like the most monetizable subject that Ethan could be covering, right? YouTube ad. That was a weirdly timed ad.
Vaush, or his history, or his Discord chats with his fans. You know, that this is a whole.
Again, chat, we're starting to suspect that maybe my sneezes caused the ads to happen. Was I sneezing?
Whole different level of like knowing you and following.
Oh, that was another thing. He showed on his stream the Discord leaks from like ages ago, and he said that these were conversations he was having in his Discord server with his fans. My understanding, he didn't even start his YouTube channel yet when those like DMs, like, because they're from 2018, and apparently he started his channel in 2019.
Yeah, no, that was before when he wasn't
Okay,
even
so
a YouTuber
look,
yet.
Tipster, you can be forgiven for being ignorant on Vaush's career if that's really what that is, right? But the screenshots in question, if I'm not mistaken, came from Destiny's Discord, and you know, they were of his fans. They were of, if you don't know, Vaush got his start. You know how Mike from PA, before he was ever a Twitch streamer, Mike from PA was a caller on the Majority Report? It's like that. Maybe actually more so, because more of Destiny's content was like talking to people, including fans, including people in the Discord on stream. And Vaush was one of these people, and Vaush was a fan favorite. Vaush, you know, had a similar rhetorical style, similar presentation, similar speech pattern to Destiny, but with slightly further left politics. And, you know, at the time, that was something that at least a segment of Destiny's community really liked, right? They wanted to see Destiny go further in a left direction. This is before the big purge, right? Destiny, at some point decided that he didn't like leftists, he didn't like leftism, and that they were cancerous and they needed to be purged. But yeah, Vaush was, before he even had a YouTube channel, somebody who had fans, and including, you know, one fan that just wanted to debate him on a subject called Jesus, right? Just wanted to have a nice little heart-to-heart with Vaush, a little debate about Jesus, right? And this is the person that Vaush, like, sex pestered. This is the person that you know, said that they were not interested in talking about sex with Vaush, even though he kept on trying to make the conversation sexual. And when they let him know that in no uncertain terms, his response was like, "What about horsecock? Would you be interested in that? Could I interest you in some horsecock?"
Keffals Raiders, hello. Whoa, that's loud.
Oh my god, we just got raided by Keffals. Welcome, Keffals Raiders. Welcome in. This is a surprise. This is a surprise. And also, how did you get Vaush to how did you get Vaush's voice to play on my stream to welcome you in? God damn. Keffals, I gotta give you credit, Keffals. Your operation is quite sophisticated. Everybody, welcome the Raiders. Never realized that Mike from PA was a streamer? Really? Yeah, he became a Twitch streamer. A pretty popular one. Go back to the beginning of the argument? I feel like I wasn't making an argument. I'm just welcoming in Keffals and her. Just kidding. There's not really a Keffals raid. I just pressed the wrong button and I accidentally played the little bit of Vaush content.
Yeah, so he's like, I don't understand why he's having these really graphic conversations with his fans. And it's like, he wasn't, though. He wasn't even a creator himself yet.
He literally was. He literally was sexually harassing one of his fans. And, you know, I don't know if that was before he had a YouTube channel or after he had a YouTube channel, but I do know that he had fans on Destiny's server before he had a YouTube channel. Anyway, Tipster can maybe be forgiven for just not knowing this. Keffals should know, though. Keffals is, you know, part of the Vaush network. Keffals literally has her website through Vaush. Keffals has been friends with Vaush for a while, right? If Keffals bullshits this, it's because she's straight up lying. Tipster could be ignorant.
This is what I mean. Like, I feel like this shit is just so irresponsible. Like, if you're gonna go on a pedophile witch hunt, be thorough, do your research, because, like, so often with this kind of pedo hunting shit, innocent people's lives are completely fucking ruined and their reputations are permanently dragged through the mud based on bad evidence.
What part of the contents of Vaush's folders makes you think that Vaush is innocent in this case, right? Please just justify that to me once, Keffals, because I feel like you're doing the streamer equivalent of gaslighting here.
Yeah, I could understand like calling somebody that like as a joke and you're making it blatantly fucking obvious that it's a joke, but when you're making an accusation like they are, you better be damn well sure that you're making that accusation towards someone where that label actually fits. Because you have the potential to do a lot of fucking damage to someone when you do.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So these are the assholes that are talking about Ethan taking Vaush out of context, right? That if you listen to the rest of what Vaush has to say, you'll understand that it's not like that. You're misinterpreting what he's getting at. He's not really saying that. Okay, fine. What about when Ethan says, says in no uncertain terms that he's not calling Vaush a PDF? He's talking about the contents of the folders. He's talking about the things that Vaush said. He's talking about Vaush as having, you know, really scary, not just bad takes, but like harmful takes, okay? And he's talking about Vaush having fucked up shit in his file folder that he showed to everybody. He's not saying that Vaush is doing shit to like children IRL. That's never been something that he's claimed. In fact, he does say explicitly that he is not claiming that. And you know, if he was, he'd be wrong because there's no that's not what the facts show. But the facts don't show like an innocent guy. The facts show a guy who says, who among us has not jerked it to Loli, then having Loli in his jerk folder. Right? That's not an innocent guy. That's not necessarily a PDF, okay? But that's not an innocent guy either.
It's a literal iceberg.
Clips.
It's just like
Keffals is giving you the heebie-jeebies.
I don't know that you're into horses. You know,
I didn't know that about him.
that was news.
You know, it's actually kind of funny in a way because, like, when Ethan Klein platformed, who was it? Who was the guy who was outed as a rapist who had Channel 3 or Channel something?
I don't know. This is lore I'm not familiar.
Oh, wait, are you talking about Andrew Callahan, the guy that Vaush did countless reactions to? Like, Ethan didn't bring Andrew Callahan on after the revelations of sex pestery, right? And if you care about Andrew Callahan being a sex pest, then why the fuck don't you care about Vaush being a sex pest? You know why? because Andrew Callahan does not pay your bills. Vaush does. That's why, Keffals. That's why you're a fucking hypocrite.
You might actually
Channel
know something
5,
I don't.
Andrew Callahan. When Andrew Callahan was outed as a rapist, Ethan Klein went to bat, looked all solemn, was like, "We hope he changes." It's fucking weird. It feels like when someone was outed as actually harming another person.
What about when Vaush was
far more?
What about when Vaush was outed as harming another human being, and you said nothing? What about that?
Willing to defend him. But when the crime is imaginary, when there's no actual person actually being harmed in this case.
Yo, I wish you had to deal with Poppy after saying that. I mean, I know that this is a person that doesn't probably want to talk about this anymore, that doesn't need to deal with this anymore. But yeah, no, there is an actual victim when it comes to Vaush.
It's like worthy of multiple hit piece streams.
Yeah, I didn't know about this. That's crazy.
Yeah. And by the way,
and that's fine.
There's a lot of people being like, you know what? Consuming horse porn is people make this argument that it's ethically okay. You know what? I'm not going to even argue with you guys.
Right.
I'll let you can have your horse porn, but I'm allowed to think that it's fucking weird and to judge you for watching that shit. Like, I'm sorry. I'm judging you.
Okay, this is what I mean though when I was talking about like where's the line with him on furry, because he was just saying earlier like he has no issues with furry.
Not furry. Furry is not about effing animals, okay? Do I have to explain? Do I have to explain this difference? Like, is this really that difficult?
But to my knowledge, the horse cocks in these porns were attached to like humanoid drawing.
Captain Loser, it's kind of hard to accept that you do harm and make apologies when you can't make a real apology because you think the woke mob will come for you if you do. And also you try to drive the person off the internet. You talk about reducing them to a weeping mess on stream, right? You send your goons after them. You change your name to try to hide your shame. That's a pretty fucked up thing to say. But you have a great username, by the way, for like, I mean, that there you are, Captain Loser. Thank you. Thanks for playing, Captain Loser.
Yeah.
Look, if you ever want to go to Vegas and play some poker, right? I'm definitely game for that. I'm definitely game to play poker with Captain Loser.
It's like, are you gonna go to fucking war against the entire bad dragon industry at this point? All of the people with the weird dick, weird dildos.
It was weird because like,
that's not. We don't. Oh my god, there were pictures of actual horses. Can we fucking remember? And what's weird, right, is the one bit of pushback you've seen from the Vaush community is not a pushback about the, zoo corn. It's not a pushback about the Lolicon. It's a pushback about the fact that some of those horses were AI generated. And Vaush, you are on record as saying that you believe in supporting real artists and not using AI art. That's the one little bit of a tiny teensy bit of a problem that they almost kind of sort of maybe had.
Kink shame or whatever, but it's like, okay, so you're kind of kink shaming then. The guy's into furry stuff.
But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Once again, we got communist invading radicals. This is the night of the communist invading radicals. Thank you, Anna Maya. Thank you for subscribing.
Now you're shaming him for that.
That's it.
So I am being corrected by chat. There apparently were whole ass horses.
Pull horses.
I didn't decide to go like inspector.
Keffals, did you just get owned by your own chat? This is funny shit. This is funny shit. This shows you more than anything that Keffals is, if anything, a streamer by circumstance, not by, not through any natural ability, right? It's, oh shit, was I completely wrong about the thing that I just made a hard and fast claim about? Oh shit, I'm sorry. I thought that, I didn't go all Inspector Gadget. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have a magnifying glass come out of my hat and, like, you know, look around and inspect the, you know, like, that's kind of weird shit. If you would actually look at what you're talking about before you talk about it, yeah, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Thanks for correcting me, chat. It bans the user that says that.
On like the entirety of the folder because I didn't want to look at a bunch of porn, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's like really funny because like that's one thing I said when I was talking about it on stream is like I didn't actually look this shit up because if there's lolly in there,
Captain Loser says pretty sure Vaush has made it pretty public that he wants to be the horse. Yeah, he wants to be the horse fucking the underage person. Are you happy? Didn't they just talk about fans that try to make an argument for their streamer and that just end up making things worse? Wasn't that something that Tipster just said? You know, you get those kind of fans that come in and they mean to help. They mean to be helpful. They want to be helpful. They want to push back against all the shit that people are saying about you when you literally defended Loli 11 months ago and you are back on the fucking... You're back on that hill once again. You're back on Loli Hill, about to get buried in your boots once again because you have no reputation left to lose. And then you get these fans that come in here literally named Captain Loser. I don't believe that Captain Loser is actually a Tipster fan. I'm thinking that maybe Captain Loser is a troll account sent by somebody who doesn't like Tipster or doesn't like Keffals and is like, you know, or doesn't like Vaush, right? And is like, yeah, you know, could you make the arguments, but in like the worst way possible? Make sure to bring up points that nocommentchick has not said yet. Right? Just make sure to remind her of like, oh yeah, that's fucked up too. Thank you for your contribution, Captain Loser. And I'm so glad to have you with us this evening.
See it, and then everybody got mad. Like, wait, you're defending him, and you didn't even actually look at it. It's like, why are you guys so adamant about saying this stuff is problematic, but you want people?
I mean, Vaush defended it without even listening to Ethan's stream, so it's like it's kind of par for the course at this point.
See it? It's so insane.
Am I bullying, chat?
I don't understand.
I'm
that.
sorry. I shouldn't bully.
Keemstar even.
They're treating like they're treating child pornography like it's fucking Tub Girl and we're in 2006.
Oh, apparently somebody in chat is saying they're gonna watch my content. Oh boy.
Said about us that we were more charitable with context than anyone he's ever seen on the internet. Now, of course, it's worth mentioning that Keemstar hates Vaush, and of course, as he does with nearly everybody on the internet.
And Keemstar, you can
anyway.
However, literally suck.
Back to sucking at Vampire Survivors.
Fucking dick.
However, in this, okay, Tipster.
I did say that last night.
I mean, that was the best thing you said.
Yeah.
Tipster has turned our world.
I called him a bald gnome bastard.
I mean, you're not wrong. He wears the hat for a reason.
Upside down, man. Fucking hell.
Well, Keem, I guess, had a situation where someone drew his daughter, and so this is personal to him. So
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So what Keem said, and I didn't know this.
I didn't know that.
Somebody, an artist that I guess Vaush is friends with.
Okay, that part's wrong. That's Ethan getting something wrong.
That's what he said. Now,
Ethan, that's not right.
I've never heard of this before.
I've never heard of this before.
Who was this? Was this some? I can't remember what the truth. There is like a nugget of truth in what Ethan is saying. He just like has heard something and he's misremembering it. But no, it's not Vaush's friend for sure. The vampires, yeah, the vampires.
The Twitter video, because I know the Twitter video they're referring to, and I don't believe Keem said that Vaush and Shadman are friends.
I would know if this was true.
Yeah, I don't believe this.
I mean, that's not a reliable
source.
Okay, fair.
We would need a third party, but that's what he said.
That's what none of us disagree on. Fuck Keemstar. That's one thing that we can all get together on is fuck Keemstar.
and that Vaush is, I guess, just like openly friends with this person who's a no.
That's wrong. That's wrong, Ethan.
Rewatch the video now because I saw it right before we went live, but I wasn't sure if he said Vaush's friend or Tipster's friend. But
For the record, I am not friends with Chad, man. I've never even spoken to them.
Only the best sources on the H3 show.
Yes.
Says the person who just had to get corrected by her own chat.
No, I have to rewatch the video because I'm not quite sure what they said.
God.
Oh,
it may have
true.
been
Okay,
I'll
good.
confirm.
Good. So here's the I'm not pretending that it's a big dark secret. I didn't fucking know about this. And even if I was saying it was a big dark secret, what does it matter, bro? You know, it doesn't change what it is. So you can stop with that one. The other thing he keeps saying is that we were friends and that I backstabbed him or something, which is entirely absurd. I've literally talked to him twice in Twitter DMs. Twice. Briefly. So this whole thing that I should be running defense for him, being like having CP, can I call it CP? Is that just?
I do suspect he's probably going to leak Vaush's DMs on this stream too, because he's been looking for any excuse to do it on his Insta stories. So we're probably going to see that.
Well, look, here's the deal, okay? Vaush is the one who's been suggesting that Ethan has been a snake behind the scenes. If that's true, Vaush should want those DMs leaked. And I have heard a lot of Vaush fans, a lot of Vaush supporters, a lot of Vaush sweepers coming around and trying to say, like, yeah, look how bad Ethan is in those DMs. I mean, like, that's not the way that I read it. But I mean, if the DMs were exculpatory as Vaush, seems to imply they were, wouldn't Vaush be the one leaking the DMs?
Yeah, sounds good.
Should probably
I think, like, he already talked about him.
Yeah.
Drawn CP?
CP does have
The
a
drawing
direct child
element makes
victim,
it very
so
different
it's
than
on
if it
another
wasn't
level.
drawing.
True. So should I call it drawn CP or just a lolly?
Probably call
Yeah,
it
drawn CP, I think is fair.
I mean, it seems
If it's-
accurate.
Because I don't want to put anything on him that's not correct. That's not totally accurate. You know.
Okay, I'll make this stream even juicier because I have quite an extensive DM history with Ethan Klein.
Ooh, get him out.
If he leaks Vaush's DMs, I'll leak ours.
Oh shit! Are we gonna see some Keffals?
So just to clarify, there was an artist that drew some lolly that supposedly Chris from Mr. Beast's crew shared.
Okay.
The same artist drew Keem's daughter.
Yeah, so that's what Ethan maybe heard and like confused into this being Vaush's friend. Look, there's enough fucked up shit about Vaush without, like, trying to pin something that sounds like it has nothing to do with him on him.
Oh, it's got nothing to do with Vaush or Tipster or anything?
So it was all.
I heard you say that they were friends.
Yeah, no, he kind of links it all.
Okay,
together.
whatever. We're
Yeah.
talking the Keemstar Vortex.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, listen, apologies to everyone we mentioned in that. I don't know nothing about any of that shit.
Right.
That's a Keemstar thing.
Yikes.
Yeah. Other than that, somebody drew his daughter. Additionally, you will hear these arguments for two reasons from his fans and his defenders. The only two reasons that I can see: one, they've been misled by Vaush, and they don't grasp the entirety of the depravity of what he's into. Or, and I'm sorry to say this, two, they also watch what he watches. Like,
Wow.
I'm sorry, but if you're out here
What?
defending this shit, you need to really check your fucking self, because you do not want to die on Lolly Hill.
Floating milk.
I don't know about you. I don't watch or consume lolly content. I think it's safe to say neither of us do.
I don't
Okay.
even really look at porn.
So yeah, then you're the I mean, like, by your own words, then you're the former and not the latter, right? He says there's two kinds of people. people who have been misinformed by Vaush. If you want to tell me that's you, I'll believe that, because you do sound pretty misinformed, right? You haven't looked at what's there. You had to be corrected by your chat as to what's actually the contents of the folder. So maybe you are just defending Vaush without any idea of what you're talking about. Just a complete sweep job. Like you're just doing a job.
Yeah, CNN's your bag.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation before.
Okay. Actually, to be fair, the last time I remember looking at porn was I was in my this has got to be 7 years ago, and I had an ex who was really into like big dildos, and it was like porn of like a woman taking a big horse cock. I don't know if it was a horse cock, but it was like a very large dildo.
God. We're really like, we're gonna die on demonetization hill if we're not careful here.
And you could like see it coming. You could see it like when it was in her, like in her like
God damn it, can we just put Keffals forward a little bit? Like, I mean, like look, this is the kind of shit that YouTube doesn't like to hear. Few seconds ahead.
It was a bloodbath.
Much better.
We do not want to lose any more. Guys, don't throw your life away. Don't die on Lolly Hill. There are other places to choose your battle.
Yeah.
Reports say that the average private going out on Lolly Hill only survives for 22 minutes.
Jesus.
The stats in Vietnam. It's not right. And I hate to say it, but two people that we are somewhat friendly on the show, Tipster and Keffals, have sacrificed themselves to Lolly Hill, which we'll get into. Do not lose faith, my friends.
I'm always doing this. That's so fucking true. And not a bad faith character assassination whatsoever.
What you are hearing is merely the death rattle of a community on life support. Continual posts on our subreddit from supposed fans and defenders of Vaush, of which, again, there are many, which is what prompted me to even get so passionate about all this. What you are hearing is the death rattle of a community on life support. There is no longer shade for Vaush and his supporters to hide under. No. Today, the truth will be laid bare to bathe in the light of truth and justice. Let us flood this dark corner of the internet with a blinding light. Let the rats and cockroaches scurry. And again, not to say anything about rats and cockroaches in terms of like, oh, that I'm just saying they live in the sewer. That's what they live in the sewer. That's
Rats
why.
will dance.
Wait, what's the 27 minutes thing? Is that like a real statistic? 27, really? Is it 27 minutes? Wait, where? In Vietnam? Like, you don't just mean like they land in Vietnam and 27 minutes later they're dead. What's the actual what's the actual stat? Like, is he referring to something real in Vietnam? If I was a betting person, I would bet everything that Keffals has been whipping up some fake DMs to expose Ethan. Wouldn't be the first time. I mean, I guess we'll see that here. Maybe we might even have to fast forward to that, because that sounds interesting. I want to see what's in Ethan and Keffals' DMs. But if Vaush is any indication, Ethan said that he had only really DM'd Vaush twice, and Vaush never denied that. I can't imagine like Ethan having much more correspondence with Keffals than she did with Vaush. Oh, it's World War I pilots? Are you serious? 27 minutes from takeoff to... Really? Oh shit, that's the fireworks noise. That's the fireworks noise! To celebrate a milestone tonight. Anyway, we're not trying to celebrate that milestone. We're trying to We're trying to celebrate the what would you call this? The gravestone of Vaush's career, I suppose.
I wrote that this morning. I thought it sounded badass.
I was
but
gonna
it's a
say,
little-
amen.
It's a
Look
little
at
too
that.
serious.
Finish the sentence.
A little bit.
Let's fucking just get super ridiculous with this.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
I
don't
thought it would
take
be a
serious
little funny,
allegations
but It didn't
seriously.
really strike any. It didn't. I thought he'd be more like, and today, soldiers, we will fight on Lolly Hill. We will fight on the breaks of the coastline of Lolly Coast. Everything's Lolly.
I think it's just like he really needs to stop taking himself so fucking seriously. None of this is about justice. Like
no,
justice
it's just
for
making
who?
a mockery of all of this. Yeah.
Absolutely, it's making a mockery of this. Because if we're gonna talk about justice, we need to talk about.
I explained this before, right? You got like you got right wing content creators and you got left wing content creators, and probably some gray area too. You got some left wing content creators trying to rock right wing aesthetics, and that's where you get Vaush, right? So he's an interesting fusion. This is the guy that showed up on the on a Nazi blood sport debate show and let those Nazis know that he was not backing down. You know how he did that? By saying the N-word with a hard R. Just let them know that he's alpha male. He's not a soy cuck by saying the N-word with a hard R. And so when you're dealing with him, right? So there's two ways to deal with, like, with a left-wing content creator, you would assume that what they care about is, logical arguments, facts, receipts, things like that. They're looking for a closed chain of logic that says, this is true, and here's me proving that it's true. With right-wingers, it's not about that. If you've watched any Innuendo Studios, you know exactly what I'm talking about. In the right-wing's perception of a debate, the winner of that debate is the person that adopted the strongest posture. And so when you go to destroy a right-winger, you don't say, like, hey, what you're doing is really harming marginalized communities. Could you stop? It's really bad. It's really fucked up. That was racist. That was sexist. They'll be like, Giga Chad. They love it, right? You call them racist, you call them sexist. They're winning in the eyes of their audience, right? So since Vaush is a fusion, you kind of have to have a dual approach to taking him down. And you do have receipts here. You do have actual logic. You do have even, some steel manning in terms of, okay, you claim that this is a clip that's out of context. Let's look at the context that the clip is actually in. Oh, the context doesn't make it any better. Context makes it worse. So you've got that too, but you also got straight up ridicule, straight up clowning on this guy. I mean, Ethan is turning him into an anamorph in the thumbnail. So yeah, we're definitely clowning on Vaush here. And that's the only way to take him down. That's the only way to take down like a reactionary leftist quote unquote streamer like Vaush, right? It is with a mix of tactics. That's why it's that's why there's a mixture of seriousness and outright mockery.
But who the victims are here, who was actually hurt. And I can't actually name someone who was actually hurt by any of this. The person I think that was hurt the most by any of this is actually Vaush.
How about Poppy? Oh no, Vaush is the victim. I'm sorry, Keffals. Vaush is the fucking victim. The guy who's normalizing Loli. The guy who's normalizing relationships between minors and adults. That's the person who's the biggest victim. I'm sorry, I missed it. Jesus Christ, Keffals.
Gosh.
Shameless.
Ultimately, this really should have been a situation where we all kind of laugh at him for a few days for the whole porn folder leak thing and then just move the fuck on. But of course, this is the internet. There's a lot of people who hate Vaush, so it was never going to end that way.
Also, I am immediately suspect of anyone who starts using that kind of like incredibly fucking dehumanizing language, like comparing people to cockroaches, which was literally what happened in Rwanda. Like the Tutsis were referred to as cockroaches in the years before the genocide happened. During the Holocaust, the Nazis referred to the Jews as rats. Like this kind of language of referring to people as pests is incredibly dehumanizing and serves the purpose of making people justifiable targets by comparing them to things that are seen as undesirable.
Keffals is now comparing the dehumanization of peoples, you know, the dehumanization of groups of, you know, well, I mean, when you're talking about Rwanda, it's not even necessarily racial groups, but the dehumanization of groups of people to a shit post about what, Vaush fans? Does that strike anyone else as weird? Is that fucking normal? It doesn't sound normal to me. That's kind of fucked up. Like, how many marginalized groups are you going to use as a shield for your shitty ass loli lovin' streamer? For your meal ticket Vaush? How many, who else has to get sacrificed for this worthless asshole?
Yeah, it's easier to be bigoted towards people when you don't think of them as human.
Are we bigoted towards Vaush? Are we bigoted? Wait, what's the metaphor? What's the fucking what is the analogy they're trying to draw? Bigoted towards Vaush? Or bigoted towards Vaush fans? Like, what are they even saying here? Like, comparing Vaush fans to victims of the Rwandan genocide? What is wrong with these people?
Proclaiming.
What is fucking wrong with them?
Canceling their membership.
Ooh.
That's right. This is a post of a post.
This
is uncomfortable, but I don't think we should reward Ethan's recent behavior with memberships or subscriptions.
Wait, so
why?
So when he was using that language, right, he was talking about what, loli defenders? And she's comparing that to the Rwandan genocide? God damn.
I don't actually have a link to that one, but I posted it in my stories. But they're saying because I'm misrepresenting and lying and all this stuff, they're leaving because I don't stand with drawn CP.
Shame.
Neither do we.
And so let's say this, you know, let's put a little twist on this, eh?
Get the fuck out.
Let's get those members up. You know what I mean? Let's get those members up today. Do you know what I'm saying, people? Like, cry and mauled.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. You can join on YouTube and become a member, get your hands on some members-only content, as well as all of the emotes. Now, they're not as flashy as they are over at Twitch, but your membership's a little cheaper than the $5 Twitch sub. So, you know, and it helps me continue what I'm doing. It helps me bring this content to you day after day. So if you like what I'm doing, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, please give some thought to supporting the stream however you can. For some of those you that might be monetarily, through memberships, through gift memberships, through donations, through super chats, through super stickers. For others of you, it might be just hitting that like button. And if that's all you can do, I appreciate that. Every little bit helps. So,
because we say yes to adult pornography.
You know what? I can also shamelessly use this as an opportunity to make money. Everyone right now, subscribe on Keffals.gg. You won't
oh my god, now we're all scumbags together. Thank you, Keffals. Thank you, Keffals. Now I'm a scumbag too. We're all scumbags. We're all grifting scumbags together. Okay.
Regret it. Best decision.
Yo! Are you seriously? Did Captain Future just... sorry, I want to call you Captain Future because it's a cooler name. Captain Loser, are Vaush fans not a group? Oh my god, you're right. We're in danger of a genocide against Vaush fans? Dehumanizing Vaush fans enables the... is the first step to throwing them all in gulags? Captain Loser, please don't tell me you're afraid of being thrown in a gulag for being a Vaush fan. I know it might feel like that. I know you might feel like a loser. I know you might even have loser in your name. I know you might be feeling like a pariah because everywhere you go, people are looking at you like you're not normal. But believe me, Ethan's edgy fucking memes aside, no, nobody's dehumanizing. You're a human being. You're a human being, and that's why you have no excuse for standing up and enabling shit like this, right?
Life.
It changed my life forever.
Right?
I gotta know though, do you have a humiliation fetish? Is that why you came here?
We love it, in fact.
Get the
You know what?
Am I indulging in some kind of...
If you're not subscribed on Keffals.gg, if you have a white name in the chat, you are literally a pedophile.
First they came for the Vaushhites. Oh my god, no.
Moderation, I think.
No.
Do whatever you need to do. So we say we subscribe, we become members, in opposition to
I gotta ask you, what kind of horse's ass are you getting these arguments out of?
this horrible
Charlie
movement.
just donated 50 memberships.
Ooh.
Charlie?
Thank
Shout out
you.
Charlie.
Okay, so I hate to say it. Yo.
Actually, there's been lots of generous donations we should acknowledge.
God damn it.
I already need to go to the bathroom.
I hate to say it, but get mogged on, Keffals.
Yeah, I have
In
to.
the tab.
Yeah, I want to say and I want to acknowledge all those people because I think when they watch it and they see that, like, dude, and I'll tell you this, Vaush.
Well, look, more than Keffals, it's get mogged on NCC, okay? I don't know.
I am making money right now, and I hope that bothers you. I'm gonna make a ton of money right now, bro. And you know what? I don't give.
You know, if there is actually a lawsuit, this clip is going to be great.
Yeah.
I don't care that I'm dragging people's names through the mud and calling everyone pedophiles. I'm making a ton of money.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty insane.
No, this is some Elon level of cope here, right? This is the Earth will vindicate me. Tell it to the Earth. Tell it to the Earth. You killed Twitter. You killed Twitter by pulling your advertising. Tell it to like this like level of thinking that like, yo, well, sometime in the future, people are gonna realize that it was actually Ethan that was fucked up, not Vaush. Vaush was fine. It was Ethan's behavior. Ethan harmed Vaush, and then Trump became president, and then just a chain of bad events came of it, right? And if we'd only had our edgy boy Messiah to save us by doing what no leftist can do and being a fucking right-winger with leftist aesthetics, going into the den of the Nazis to say the N-word, to let them know that he is not a soy cuck. He is not like the other leftists, right? To be openly misogynistic to J.K. Rowling, a TERF, who is looking for an example of a trans rights advocate being misogynistic, and is hard-pressed to find it, because guess what? There's not a lot of overlap between misogynists and people that support trans rights, but apparently all it takes is one. All it takes is one, Vaush, and now she's got somebody to quote retweet, and Vaush gets clout from having interacted with J.K. Rowling, and all the mind-numbed Vaushites cheer while trans people are harmed. While J.K. Rowling's able to project, a message that that supporting trans rights means that you're a misogynist, because Vaush gives it to her. Because Vaush never cared about trans people in the first place. He cares about one thing, and that's him. And everybody else is expendable. Everybody else is cannon fodder, and he will use you. Some people are waking up. Some people are recognizing what's wrong with this. Some people are sick of getting used. President Sunday, for instance, Xanderhal saying, not my floor, not my problem, but Keffals and Tipster don't have any kind of reputation to lose. So they are the definition of expendable.
I think
they are being expended through the Vaush industrial complex.
Did well earlier when you said no wonder this guy gets sued so often. Like, obviously everybody supported him over the bullshit copyright thing, the first lawsuit he was involved in. But yeah, I mean, there's been some situations where he said some shit that's gotten him into legal trouble. And I don't know. I guess he's lucky that Vaush isn't a litigious person, because he could find himself in some serious trouble here otherwise.
Yeah, I'm...
Tipster, you could not possibly be more full of shit. Like I said before, any kind of litigation is going to involve discovery. Right? Yeah, if that was true, right? If this was defamation of character that was going on here, then Vaush might want to. If Vaush had nothing to hide, if Vaush knew there's nothing bad on my hard drive whatsoever, right? If they dig into private messages, if they dig into emails, if they dig into this, I'm clean. I'm completely clean. Then yeah, it might behoove him to do that. Notice that he's not doing it, and it's not because he's not a litigious person. The White Leaf Network is incredibly litigious. I know by the false claims of copyright infringement that they have used to try to take my channel down. Yeah, no, they love that shit. They revel in that shit. Believe me, it's not because Vaush is not a litigious person. He has some principles where he's against, like, suing people. It's because he could not withstand discovery. He doesn't want to open himself up like that. The consequences could be, I don't know. You'd have to ask Vaush what exactly the consequences would be.
I'm gonna also take the moment to thank everyone for subscribing. Just Jadon, thanks for the tier 1. Rock TB, thank you for the tier 1. Zucchina, thank you for the tier 1. TV Fathers, thank you for the tier 1. Fiona's Bunny, thank
We went live, and basically he said that Chris from Mr. Beast shared a post from this artist. The artist was canceled at a later time for doing some shady stuff, and he said that Tipster defended that artist.
Okay, so I'll say
that's not true.
I like Chris. She.
Is that all we're gonna get? Oh God, misgendering.
Fuck, I'm sorry. She's a great person. I've spoken with her, and I really like her. I've met her a few times. So I don't know. I'm not.
Look, I mean, I'm definitely not alleging, any sort of crime. I don't know what the federal law is as far as this thing goes. I just know that, like, Vaush does not want to open himself up to discovery. Even if there wasn't anything illegal found through that process, there most likely would be a lot of embarrassment, and I don't think it would go the way that he wants it to.
I don't know what happened there. I haven't looked into it, but it sounds like, based on what you said, that it was this expose happened after.
That's my understanding. Yes.
So
yeah.
So I'm not saying anything.
That's not
about
accurate
that.
either.
That's a Keemstar thing, and
Why does he keep?
That's not actually.
If he doesn't.
Okay, seriously, Tipster. If that's not accurate, then what is? What's the truth? Please, just at least make an argument. Because all I've heard from you is like, that's not true. That's a lie. That's bullshit. That was out of context. I never hear how it's out of context. I never hear, what the actual truth is. Like, I never hear any real pushback. I never hear any real engagement from Tipster. We just got to take his word for it. And this is the guy that defended Lolicon 11 months ago. That's whose word we're supposed to take.
The reliable source of information.
Yeah, well, to explain what happened, and I'll summarize it as quickly as possible.
There we go. Thank you.
There were some
Thank
old
you.
tweets that came up of like, so
here's Tipster's side
making jokes about like lolly art, and like I basically said, I don't think making jokes about this kind of stuff makes you a pedophile, because that's what everybody was trying to argue. This was right after Chris Tyson came out as trans, and so all kinds of like transphobic people were trying to make them out to be a pedophile, and that was one of the things they used. Oh, look at these old tweets of them, joking about lolly, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you can agree that the joke was bad taste, but I don't think making a bad taste joke makes you a pedophile.
I don't know nothing about nobody when it comes to that, okay?
Again, that's in the Keemstar vortex, and Keemstar is like a piss poor source of information. And like I do blame Ethan for even biting on it. Like I said before, Ethan is not somebody that I have a lot of respect left for. After the shitstorm on Twitter this fall, right? After all the fucked up racist shit that he said, yeah, he's not somebody that I agree with on a whole lot. But in terms of what's wrong with Vaush, he's right on. But yeah, he should know better than to, like, of all people, he should know better than to trust Keemstar.
Francesco Dalla Valla for 50 gifted members. Thank you, Betty Swalsack.
Okay, chat. If I'm gonna just continue to get mogged on, I'm gonna end the stream here. I mean, that's to be expected. You know, I don't know. I'm an up and comer. We're a growing community. All right, one day we'll get there to where I don't get mogged on just reacting to other streamers. But I guess we're not there just yet. I don't know, chat. I'll give it like 30 more minutes. We'll see what happens. Okay. Listen, we broke 100 on YouTube. We set a milestone. I'm gonna be happy with that. I'm gonna be grateful for every bit of support that I get from everybody, whether it is financial in nature or whether it is algorithmic in nature, like hitting that like button, which is incredibly important and really grows my community. It makes YouTube suggest my stream to other people that are kind of like you, that have similar watch histories to you. So, you know, if you want to have more chatters, more fun, that's one way you can get it, by hitting that like button. And I'm just grateful that I've got so many people here watching tonight, even if I have to get mogged on every time. You know, I mean, Ethan's huge, right? Keffals. I shouldn't be comparing myself to like a 2 million sub YouTuber and a literal fucking cult like the Keffals Club.
Dude, you got a fat sack, Betty.
We'll give it 30 more minutes and see if
fam, I finally signed up the fuck up for members a couple episodes ago.
Wait, so Ethan,
we'll see if
Zach was publicly great friends with Shadman for years, and Ethan has said nothing about it.
We'll see if the chat, you know, can give. Well, we can't give Ethan's chat a run for its money, but we can give Keffals' chat a run for its money, maybe.
Is that true, Tipster?
That I'm not familiar with, if I'm being completely honest. I know that a lot of people in the commentary community back in that time, which was like 2015, 2016, there was a lot of people trying to push to get Shadman deplatformed. And there were a lot of commentary people that were oddly defending him. Like, they were like, yeah, we don't like his art either, but we don't think he should be deplatformed because my free speech. Yeah.
I mean, look, Tipster's talking about the commentary community. That's the community that he came from. That's the community that he was a part of up until the point that he became a lol cow. Up until the point where he embarrassed himself too many times and those assholes smelled blood in the water, and they left him with very little choice other than to leave the commentary community. Whatever the fuck that means, he still talks about them. He still gets clowned on by them, but now he's a Keffals orbiter. So, you know, maybe Keffals fans don't know what a clown he is.
Yeah. It was pretty yikes.
And Birria. I highly recommend you try it. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Taco.
Oh yeah, I brought that. I didn't know what it was.
Wait, what?
Thank
It's a taco?
It's a, like.
Let's go, chat. Let's go. Look at this.
Oh, I know that.
Taco.
Yeah, I know that.
We got the Firagi.
Oh,
It's good though.
Let's go. Look at this shit.
Ethan, Queen Ela, and the Prince.
Look at this weapon.
Thank you, Bella Simmons.
Look at this absolute unit.
Real quick, I see somebody in the chat asking who's Shadman. Shadman is an artist who's well known for doing actual lolly art. He's done lolly art of like celebrities who are children. He's done lolly art of Keemstar's daughter. He's like a genuinely fucked up individual.
Yeah. Also, we got a $5.
So wait, was that the person that that Chris was friends with?
YouTube super chat for Nicholas DeOrio.
Oh, look at that, Nicholas DeOrio. We got the Nicholas DeOrio money. It's kind of funny that she's getting money from Nicholas DeOrio when she's got the Nicholas Diorio of the gays right on stream with her, Tipster.
Drama going. Is the stream gonna stay live? I need it for something. I'm gonna go until this is over, and then maybe a bit after. We'll see how the night goes.
They're not.
Thank you so much for the.
Wait, are they friendly?
I'm also just like.
Isn't Nick Diorio one of the people that?
Jay, thank you for the tier 1, and Grateful Blast, thank you for the tier 1. Jazz Dog, thank you for the gift sub. Bop and Wop, thanks for the tier 1. Radigan, thank you for fighting money with money and the $5. Nan.
Oh yeah, chat.
Thank you for the tier.
This is too much. I don't know if I can go on much longer. If I'm just gonna get if I'm gonna get owned in Vampire Survivor and mogged on by Keffals chat, we're gonna probably have to cut off the stream pretty soon here. But that's okay. That's okay. We hit some real milestones tonight. I'm happy about that.
And not being a white name pedophile anymore. Grats. Chili Gills, thanks for the $5. Ethan Klein sends news to kids. Sue me, Hergeblurg. True. I haven't seen him actually say that he hasn't.
Dude, you're rich. Like, what's your story?
Oh no, J-Star, we didn't just hit 100 likes, okay? We hit 100 in chat tonight. Right? That's a milestone right there, and it's only gonna snowball from there. So I'm really happy with everything. I stayed on extra long tonight just because of the milestone, and I was feeling good, and chat was feeling it. Look, if I can make people happy, if I can bring people joy, if I can bring people entertainment, that's the most important thing to me, right? You know, getting staying like, you know, sustainable is important too, but we'll give that some time to come along.
She's one of our great benefactors. Ratchets and cockroaches are better than Vaush, Bella says. They contribute to their environment, are an important part of their ecosystems. Oh,
we're reviving.
That is so true.
We love the rats and the cockroaches. Edward, thank you so much for the gifted. Alex Franco, thank you so much. Remember, I was on Reddit once, said lolly bad, pause for clap. Thought it was an easy win, easy Lex. I was so wrong. I learned never to argue with the anime community about lollies. It is the minority opinion, according to Alex Franco. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but what I'll say is that there's a ton of people that I didn't know fucking existed. Thank you, Chrissy Sherlock, for the gifted. We love
all
you guys.
joked at the lolly at some point or another.
I'm going to have to check back in, but thank you, Solaris, for the gifted. Thank you, Peanut Butter and Fika Sandwich. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I got to go on. I got to move on now.
Thank you, everybody.
But thank you for your support, and I will be showing up in a money suit to court.
Stroking as hard and fast as we can.
All right. So
oh, no.
So here we go. These are all the stories and tweets from the weekend. So Friday, I ended the show. We all thought it was a good time. And
oh, shit. Look at this.
On our subreddit. And then people, like actual creators, defending Vaush. And
oh, here you go, Tipster.
And I've been on my stories quite a bit this week.
Oh my God. He acted like a fucking child about all of this.
Weekend, just like,
yeah, it was like
I'm just.
It was like full on like schizo posting on his like Instagram story. It was the most unhinged thing I'd ever seen.
He really does like.
Tipster, you got fucking cooked. What the hell are you talking about, bro? Keffals, you too. You got absolutely just raffle stomped. Like, I mean, you know, social media wise, right? That was brutal. I almost felt bad for you. Like, if it wasn't so funny, like, he turned you into a fucking meme, Tipster. He took your famous clip, cheers my dude, no homo, and changed it to cheers my horse, no pedo. And you're like, oh, that shit was just unhinged. Oh, he looked so bad. Do you realize, Ethan, how bad you look optically? Do you realize, Tipster, what an absolute joke? What an absolute joke of a streamer you've become. If a 100 viewer Andrea, such as myself, can dunk on you this hard, Tipster, get fucking farmed, bro. Get farmed.
Master the art of boomer posting.
Get monetized.
Disbelief. So here's Tipster.
Boomer posting? Was that some boomer posting?
was even featured in our live.
I don't know. Look, Keffals, if you got dunked on that hard by a boomer, what the fuck does that make you? What does that even make you? What even are you, Keffals? What is a Keffals? That's the question that everybody's asking here.
Now updated.
What is a Keffals? We don't know.
Now updated to
updated.
Cheers, my horse. Love ya. No pedo.
Cheers, my horse.
Find out. Tipster said, genuinely disappointed seeing what H3H3 Productions did to Vaush earlier tonight.
Seen that burial at sea that Vaush got? Yeah.
As well as others in the past have done to misrepresent Ethan.
I don't know. Maybe a burial at sea is too dignified.
Yet here we are. Here's the difference, Tipster, and other people that are echoing this. I don't justify. First of all, okay, you know what? I don't justify the shit that I did. I am happy. I'm not happy, but like I engage with the stuff that I've done in the past openly and honestly and as frequently as I need to, because I'm aware that stuff I've said and done are extremely offensive.
That's not what I said.
No, he's incapable of reading this in good faith. It's honestly jarring.
I didn't address anything he's done in the past, which, yes, he has said and done some pretty fucked up shit in the past. What I was referring to is people that have misrepresented him, both with the Hassan situation and in the past, because people have misrepresented him in the past.
No, but that's not what he's saying, right? He's saying that he takes accountability, that he's doing the thing that Vaush never will do, right? If you listen to Vaush, he'll even explain this. You can never surrender to the woke mob. They will come after you relentlessly, and any apology will be used to justify further cancellation. No, the only way to handle this is to Giga Chad this, to double down and say Vaush did nothing wrong, even when he's obviously doing fucked up shit. Like he refuses to take accountability out of principle, whereas Ethan is taking accountability out of whatever, because like I don't know what's in Ethan's heart of hearts. I don't know, how sorry he is for anything. I mean, he definitely he deals with his past. He talks about his past. He doesn't like lie about or try to obscure his past, but like he's not saying what Tipster is saying, which is that like you've been unfairly treated too. He's saying no, that some of that shit was actually fucked up. Some of that shit was fucked up and I shouldn't have done it.
As well. That's what I was referring to. I wasn't referring to any of the horrible shit he's done in the past.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you know why? I think
because you don't think it's horrible.
Chat knows why.
Because you don't think it's horrible. Because you're still a toxic commentary bro at heart. You're just like the weakest, most fucking beta of all the commentary bros. The commentary bros that all the other commentary channels like make fun of. Because you're a wannabe bully, but you're too much of a loser to do anything but get bullied? Is that why, Tipster? Is that why?
Exactly. He retired from Twitter. But it was following what happened where he quote tweeted a pro-Palestinian activist and said, "Enjoy your drugs and being a sex worker."
That was fucked up, and that's
and the outrage.
That's a big part of why I said I do not stand by like Ethan Klein. I mean, he only looks good compared to people like Vaush, Tipster, Keffals, etc. Right? Yeah, there's a lot wrong with Ethan from the past, which he does take accountability for. He instead of I mean, like, okay, no, wait a minute. Now the tweet that she's talking about, did he apologize for? I think he did apologize and delete it. It was still pretty fucked up he made it in the first place. Like it's one of the most like clear and present like fuck ups Ethan's had, but somehow this guy looks good next to Tipster. Ask yourself, Tipster, why is that? Because that's a sad thing about Tipster is there's no like understanding, there's no apology, there's no like that. Yeah, that shit was fucked up. Like I was part of a toxic community. There's just cope. There's just fucking cope. You got bullied out of the commentary community, and now you are fucking coping with Keffals, with Copels, right? Copester and Copels. That's what you're doing. You're sharing a nice little cope. You're sitting in the burning house and you're saying, this is fine, just like my thumbnail. Just like my thumbnail.
Following that is what made him quit Twitter.
See, I didn't know the tweet that did it. I just saw what he said on his show about like, yeah, you know, I got a little too aggressive on Twitter and I decided not to use it anymore. I had no idea that that was his final tweet.
Yeah, that was it. Then he like deleted everything.
Did he delete or did he just like leave?
And
I think he kind of pulled a tipster and left.
I'm reckoning with, and I've served to help me mature as a person. So
the day of reckoning.
So again, misrepresenting my argument.
Echoing, he helped you. Therefore, you need to cover for him enjoying drawn CP. Like, I'm sorry, and what?
That's not what I said either.
So I think that I understand like why they keep saying this, because like they refuse to engage with the hypothetical, which isn't even like it's real, you know, that if you're upset about childhood abuse, including childhood sexual materials, you should be upset about child labor as well. You should be upset about sweatshop labor and children working in factories. But it feels like they're thinking, oh, well, you know, we can't do that, so we're only going to be upset about the one thing.
Yeah, they misrepresent it as like the argument that Vaush and others who are defending Vaush are making is that both are bad. It's not that because only one is bad that we should both make them good. That's not
okay. But Vaush has got Vaush has got Loli in his folders. Like, how does that jibe with your claim that the argument is bad, right? As far as I know, the discussion that they were having was not a discussion about, you know, products and products that are made using child labor. The discussion they were having was about
not the argument at all. Nobody is saying that.
Make any sense, you know? Also, he didn't defend me because he likes me. He probably did it because he thought.
Look, I'm gonna try easy mode now, chat. Are you okay with that?
We are. He even used the same out of context clip.
We're gonna try a nice easy level
to defame Vaush this time and time again. I see this and I say, bro, did he must not have watched it and just is going to the go-to out of context, because we made a huge emphasis on putting everything in context and watching it in the full entirety of the clip. And so the fact that
he knows my criticism of their coverage because they have sound bites for my fucking stream that they're using on this stream. So he's just being dishonest again.
It's just I expected so much more from him. It's honestly such a letdown.
Yeah.
Oh
it's
shit,
just
chat.
Like a self-report that he's just on autopilot here.
Right.
I mean, obviously, what he did is still bad.
Like, how many times have all these people had to already do this?
This is routine for them.
Yeah.
And they say the same thing every time. And I want to cut through all that bullshit. It's just not. Here, the go-to arguments that I mentioned, you're going to hear it everywhere you go. It's out of context. It wasn't Lolly. It's been debunked. All wrong, by the way.
Nobody said it wasn't Lolly.
Oh, and
he's just making up the arguments because, like, that's not what my argument is. That's not what the argument.
That was part of the process of the argument, right? You get to the okay, it is Lolly after it's like kind of undeniable. But at first, and from a lot of people, you do hear is that really Lolly? I don't know. Maybe it was you know, it was a character. You know, it is a series of lies. Like starting with it's not harmful, and even if it is harmful, Vaush didn't know about it, and even if he did know about it, then it's I don't know. It's levels. It's levels of deception.
That I've seen from a lot of the biggest names in Vaush's community.
Vaush himself has said that, yeah, you know, they're saying it's Lolly, and I'm not okay with that.
I mean, he was okay
Yeah, like,
enjoying
no doubt in
it.
my mind. Vaush fucked
He was
up.
okay
He fucked up on
downloading it.
multiple accounts.
Look, he's only saying that was bad when he gets caught. That's the only reason we're even hearing this. Otherwise, it's just deny, deny, deny.
Another thing I'll see, he uses the same out of context clips alt-writers use. So if Nazis are alt-writers,
oh shit,
am I not supposed to enjoy ice cream anymore? Like, just because they said it doesn't mean it's wrong.
What's up, Andrew Wilson? Are you the Andrew Wilson that I think you are? Or are you just somebody that's name is Andrew Wilson and you're like, what Andrew Wilson do you think I am? I want to know. What kind of Andrew Wilson are we dealing with in chat tonight? Yeah, it is frustrating to listen to them try to sweep for Vaush. Yeah, Andrew Wilson is like a common enough name though that you could not even know who else is named Andrew Wilson on YouTube. You've heard of him. Okay, so you're not like, yeah, because otherwise you'd be like freaked out. You'd be like, why are you being weird about my name? It's just my name. And I was feeling bad about it. I was like, oh God, if you don't know who the other Andrew Wilson is, then you'll think I'm being weird to you. And you're like, oh, that's a totally normal name. How are you being so weird to me? Just because I have a totally normal name. But yeah, it sounds like you're aware of your namesake, I guess. But you're not him. Okay, just checking. Because like this is actually somebody that's this is actually somebody that's been in my Twitch chat, supposedly doing research ahead of his debate with Dylan Burns. Somebody that has tried to own me on Twitter and just gotten absolutely stomped by not me, but just, you know, people on my people who follow me, right? But you're not that Andrew Wilson, so we won't worry about BPF, which is his other name. We won't worry about BPF tonight. I'm just worried about these flowers. These are like les fleurs du mal. These are the evil flowers, okay? This is a paradis artificial, if you will, right? We got never even had a Twitter. Okay. Just checking, just checking. See, that's why I thought it could be him, but it's not. It's you, and that's a good thing. Just like when someone gets weasels, right? That's what happens when people gift subs to other chatters. Not that I'm telling anyone here to gift a sub to Andrew Wilson, but it would be really funny if somebody named Andrew Wilson got weasels. That I would find incredibly amusing. But yeah, we've had a really good stream tonight. It's we got to see Hassan's we got to find out about Hassan's like porn habits. That was great. That was something that was not on my bingo card, but we got that anyway. We got that anyway. We got to see a little bit of the Tipster and Keffals Cope session. We got to hear Vaush's stories, which I'm sure are not like anything autobiographical, about a guy who is in a group of friends, farts loudly, and then gets a rumor started about him that it was more than just a fart, that there might have been a hitchhiker along for the ride. That was interesting. That was kind of amazing. And again, thank you for people who bring me this content. You know, when you can join our Discord and suggest content to me. If you find something that is just like, you gotta cover this, like I want to see you cover this, I need it to be like, right, you can make it happen by joining our Discord and submitting links, suggesting links in the stream suggestions channel. You can also support me in a myriad of different ways, whether it be financially through super chats, super stickers, donations, bits on Twitch, subs, gift memberships, etc. Or even support me on Patreon. You can support me in ways that are algorithmic, like you're doing right now just by watching my stream. Yeah, you're letting the algorithm know that people enjoy the stream, and giving the algorithm a good reason to send more people in here. You can help out even more if you hit that like button, if that's not too much mouse movement or thumb movement. I don't know what kind of device you're on right now, but you might have to move something if you wanna hit that like button. But I do appreciate it. You don't have to do it, but for those that do, you are helping me out in the algorithm. You're helping YouTube understand that it's viewers like you that appreciate this kind of content, and maybe giving YouTube a little reason to suggest my stream to more viewers. But I appreciate all the help. I appreciate all the support. I especially appreciate the fact that we set a milestone tonight as far as viewership. We got a lot of people watching, and I don't think they're yeah, Andrew Wilson in chat is not Big Papa. Wait, oh yeah, Christian Nationals. Yeah, not the same person. It's just a very common name. And look, if there was other people named Irene Geller that that were sussy bakas, I guess I'd have to deal with that too. Luckily for me, my name's not super common. I think I might even be the most famous Irene Geller. I don't know, chat. I don't know. We'll find out someday. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for watching me struggle through Vampire Survivor. I don't even understand what this level is. Like, what am I supposed to do in this level? There's just a bunch of plants, and I'm supposed to attack them with garlic. See, this is story mode to Vampire Survivor. This is my favorite character. Let me give you a little backstory about this character that I'm using here. This is Poe. Poe is an old man. Poe moves slowly and unsteadily, much like the President of the United States. And yet Poe wields within his soul a magnificent power to call forth the stench of garlic, to summon forth the powerful smell, the deadly smell the deadly stank of garlic. And as you can see, there's like smell lines right around this dude. Oh, he's got the fire, what is this thing called? It's like a fire, it's a fire something. Flamethrower. Yes, he's got the flamethrower. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do on this level, but I feel compelled to try to beat it. You know, it seems like an easy level. Poe seems like a very chill dude. That's a great way to end this evening. The guy who smoked Vaush in his last debate, by the way. Oh no, are you serious? BPF smoked Vaush? Look, Vaush, if you're gonna debate fascists, like, don't get owned by them, please, God. Like, I wouldn't suggest doing content with guys that have the word fascist in their name. But then again, I'm not Vaush, am I? I'm a little different than Vaush, and I think that's what you appreciate about me. Go out inside and have a cigarette. That's all right. He's a smoker. That's the one thing I remember. Oh yeah, he smoked Dylan Burns, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Dylan debated this guy on trans rights, not the Andrew Wilson in chat. Please remember, we're not trying to spread any fake news about Andrew Wilson in chat. Andrew Wilson in chat is cool. As far as we know. I'd like to assume. But yeah, no, this is the Andrew Wilson, also known as BPF, Big Papa Fascist, that for some reason Dylan Burns felt it necessary to debate on trans rights, and he lost so bad. He lost the debate so bad, right? Which, I mean, it really sucks to see like a cis guy go up and be like, I'm going to be the big hero for trans people. I'm going to slay the dragon. This guy's a fascist. This guy's transphobic. Yeah, watch me own him and just get absolutely smoked by the guy. Like almost literally smoked because he was smoking a cigarette at the time. And then tag in Rob Noor because apparently the Christian nationalists do not get along. Apparently Rob Noor has beef with, or had beef with, BPF, and Dylan Burns tagged him in. He's like, I've had enough. I can't go on. Dylan Burns ran away from the debate with his tail between his leg. Giving the fascist a W. Good job, Dylan. You're a real hero out there for all of us. But that's just lore for another day. Oh my god. This level, look, this level's really easy, but it's also, like, I think it's boring. Like, I don't like these plant levels. I don't get these plant levels. Is there, like, something I'm supposed to do here? Like, I can go and, like, maybe I'm supposed to go around the maze, sort of? I don't know, chat. Look, there's something. Oh, that's where we get the chests. Okay, look, his garlic has become even more powerful at this point. You can see it turn from stink lines to a stink circle, to a big black circle, and what that means is that not only is he stinking up the place, our stinky friend Poe. Say hello to my smelly friend, right? He's also absorbing life force from all of the enemies around him. Which, since they're plants, I don't even know if that counts, like, right? That's like, oh shit, we're close to the red arrow. We need to get to that red arrow. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. Go up. Wait, over. Somewhere here. I see it. I see it. It's on the map. Yeah, I don't even know. This is like, oh no, it's that dude. Oh, okay, so we do have guardians, right? And right now the stink lines, the stink circles of Poe, they're actually sucking the life out of the guardian, replenishing Poe's health by taking it away from the guardian. So yeah, what happens is these guys kind of chase us across the map. They continue to chase. Oh wait, you can't even see. Oh my god, chat. Please let me know if I'm talking about Vampire Survivor and I'm not showing it to you on the big screen. Because there's no reason that you should have to watch it on... It's bad enough that you're having to watch me play a video game that I suck at. It would be even worse to imagine that I'm talking about my friend Poe here, and you're not even seeing this dude. You're not even seeing his stinky ass. I didn't realize I was doing that. So the other thing about the Guardian is that if you leave him too far behind, he teleports in front of you. So you'll notice I'm not doing that. I'm not leaving this guy too far behind. Oh shit, wait. Think I had enough of Keffals and Tipster? Yeah, me too. Me too. You will like just because you and your chat are pretty chill folks. Yeah, even when we mistake you for someone that you're not, we can be pretty chill. And we'll be chilling here. Look, let me let you know my normal streaming hours in case you're wondering. In case you're here for the first time and you want to know when to expect me. Look, you don't expect me to be streaming this late. Oh my god, we've been going 8 hours and 30 minutes. This is too much almost, right? I wanna complete this level, but that's a lot of time. Normally, I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, and for not nearly as long. But I mean, this is a special week. We got some milestones here, and I wanted to honor that with an extra long stream. I wanted to finish off the ridiculous Vaush Cope stream that we were dealing with, and then go back to Keffals and Tipster. Oh yeah, and Saturday. Did I say Saturday? Saturday is also a day that I stream. So 4 days every week, and it can be even more if I get more support. Right? It's all contingent on how sustainable streaming is, how much time I'm able to dedicate to it, and I gotta say, it's looking pretty good, Chad. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that tunnel is the tunnel to being a full-time creator. It is now. Oh my god, did we just go to the, oh no, the devil, not the devil, the Grim Reaper. That's different. Okay, well, wait, okay, we got to 15 minutes. Is that a win? We made some kind of progress? I don't know. I don't know if that's a win. I don't know what you're supposed to do in this level. I gotta say, it's kind of boring. It's called retirement, so yeah. At last, Poe can retire, a simple and simply stand still forever, as he's always dreamed. But will the perfect sedentary lifestyle be enough for our malodorous hero? What? Wait, I'm not gonna do this, chat, but I wanna know. I wanna know, like, what. There's nothing on the map except the items. I don't know if you're like supposed to get all the items or. Anyway, that is all for another day to figure out. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for supporting me in all the ways that you do, whether it's financially, through all the ways that I mentioned before, whether it is algorithmically, through just watching the stream, through liking the stream, which is even better, through subscribing to make sure that you get those alerts and hitting the bell to make sure that you get those alerts next time I go live, or just being here as moral support, right? It all means a lot to me, and I'm so happy. I am so grateful for all the support that I get from you. I will see you once again. When am I due? Oh, okay. So yeah, I said Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think that I'm gonna take a day off tomorrow since I've been going so hard. You might see me anyway. I don't know. You might see me there for a Friday stream, but you will definitely see me there again on Saturday. So the time that I know for sure that I will be back is this Saturday. I might take a couple days off I might not. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how I feel. Because I don't know. We gotta make hay while the sun shines. That's the word. That's what horses do. Horses eat hay. So we're gonna make hay to feed those horses. We got a lot of horses to feed. We got a lot of mouths to feed, and we got a lot of progress to go. Because I don't know. The road is clear from this point on. Chat. I have no enemies. None that I actually care about. So it's a good thing to be able to say, and a momentous night for us in terms of let's hear that celebration once more. If it will actually play. There we go. 100 concurrent viewers in this stream. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll see you again on Saturday.